Arthur Spiethoff. With an introduction. From Edgar Saline. Table of Contents. Status and Tasks of Economic Research. By Edgar Saline. Preliminary Note. Basic Appearances and Basic Terms. Historical Position of Economic Fluctuations p.17, The Upswing p.17, Persuasion p.18, Special Economic and National Economic Persuasion p18, Causal Distinctions p19, Manifestations of the Economic Persuasion p20, The Crisis and the Types of Crises p20, Stagnation p21, Squeeze and Financial Crisis p22. Industrial Appearances of the Economy. Change Positions. Task p23. Boost. Capital Gain p24, Lending Interest, National Interest Rate p25, Market Interest p26, Bank Rate p27, Capital Investment p28, Bill of Exchange Credit p29, Cash on Hand p31, Bank Notes in Circulation p32, Bank Deposit p33, Bank Acceptances p36, The Economic Effect of Capital Investment 8s. 37, Indirect Consumption of Goods, Iron, 8. 38, Direct Consumption of Goods. 40, Production of Iron 8.41, Iron p41, Coal 8p. 43, Harvests p43, Stimulants p44, Fiber Industry p44, Prices p45, Total Price Movement p45, Prices of Indirect Consumption p46, Heason, Wood p46, Foodstuffs of the First Class of Needs p47, Second Needs Class p47, Irregularities and Basic Lines p48. Overgeneration. Profitable Equilibrium Production p.52, 3 Imbalances p.52, Overinvestment, Upswing Belief p.53, Unconsumable and Uneconomical Production p.54, Unprofitable and Adjustment Production under the Influence of Entrepreneurial Policy and the Causes of Overconfidence p.56. 8 Table of Contents. Types of Crisis. Speculative Crises p58, Stock Market Crisis p58, Overspeculation p58, Size of the Market p59, Impetus p59, Commodity Trade Crisis p60, Occasions p60, Accumulation of Goods p60, Outbreak p61, Founding Crisis p61, Capital Crisis p62, Outbreak p63, Credit Crisis p63, Outbreak p64, Fear and Collapse of Monetary Transactions p65, External Phenomena of Individual Types of Crises p67. Stock. Capital Gain p69, Issue of Securities p70, Bills of Exchange p71, Cash on Hand p71, Notes and Deposits p71, Acceptances p72, Indirect Consumption p72, Direct Consumption 8p. 72, Iron Production p73, Coal Production p75, Harvests p76, Fiber Industry p76, Prices p76, Goods of Indirect Consumption p77, Foodstuffs p77, Diversity of Production p78. Circle of Economic Circulations. The Change Levels and Change Ranges. Circular Line p79, Pattern Circuit, Alternating Stages p80, Graphical Representation of the Alternating Stages p83, Large Rhythm, the Alternating Ranges p83, Economic Meteorology p84. Historical Process of the Economy. Change Positions. Stages of Development. Time of Speculative Crises p86, Alternating Situations with Financial and Capital Crises p86, Overinvestment without Crises p87, Generation of Upswing p88. History of High Capitalist Economic Changes. Speculations in Bills of Exchange and Government Bonds of the 16th and 17th centuries p89, Dutch, Tulip, Goods Trade Crisis 1634 to 1637 p.90, Securities Market Crisis in England and France 1720 p91, Northern European Credit Crisis and Credit Crunch 1763 p.104, Disequilibrium Type of Frith Capitalism p105. Table of Contents 9. Transition period 1790 to 1821 107 to 110. In the short term, the following crises and short economic fluctuations p. 107, the belief picture of the classics solves. Change of positions in the free market high capitalist economics 110 to 147 stabilization range from 1822 to 1842 p. 110 upswing range from 1843 to 1873 p. 123 upswing range 1895 to 1913 p. 130 German economic stagnation 1929 FF and the credit crunch 1931 p. 139 overview of the economic changes 1822 to 1913 p. 145 Lessons on economic changes 148 to 171 Clement Huglar p. 148 Money set theory, currency principle p. 149 Harvest and weather fluctuations p. 153 Tendency of capital gains to fall to a minimum p. 155 Balance of production and demand. The doctrine of sales channels p. 157, Possibility of a general conviction p. 159, Explanation of the conviction from the unreasonable distribution of the productive forces and from the constitution of the capitalist national economy p. 160, Explanation of the conviction from the uneven distribution of income and the underconsumption of the masses p. 163 Reduction in circulating capital as a cause of the crisis p. 168 Effective theory of change p. 168. Explanation of economic changes 171 to 200 Emergence of the upswing p. 171, Further development of the upswing p. 179, Termination of the upswing and the emergence of persuasion p. 181, Stagnation and further development of persuasion p. 187, Various consequences of persuasion in different constitutional forms of the economics p. 192 Cycle of economic fluctuations and its meaning p. 193. Writings 201 to 235. Summary representations combining teaching and experience p. 201, Collections of material for the cycle of economic fluctuations p. 202, History of economic fluctuations p. 206, History of Doctrines p. 213, Monetary Fluctuations p. 215, Harvest Fluctuations p. 219, General Alternating Position Gauges p. 220. Status and Tasks of Economic Research. It is not usual for an article that was once written as a contribution to a dictionary book to be reprinted as a textbook after 30 years. I bear the responsibility entirely and alone, but I believe that I can not only bear it lightly, but also that, given the current state of international research, I can prove the new German publication to be an unavoidable necessity. Spiethoff's famous crisis article is not only a lasting testimony to the achievements of an earlier generation of German scholars, but can also still be seen today as a basis and model for economic research and for the economic policy based on it. It is part of the paradox of the current situation in economics that this assertion requires more justification in the German-speaking area than in the Anglo-Saxon one. In Germany, the counterattack against the historical school went far beyond Tüber's goal plus, and, moreover, the 1,000-year Reich encouraged the demolition of this and every tradition, so it is understandable that in the current search for a connection to the international situation, Keynes and Keynesianism often appeared as a basis and support. The so-called Keynesian revolution, whose Anglo-Saxon breadth and depth can only be understood from the local ignorance of previous German and Scandinavian achievements, was therefore able to repeat itself belatedly on the European continent, and this at a moment when in England and America the waves are smoothing out and in many places the awareness of the inadequacy of rational theory *, and econometrics and of the need for clear theory *, and, in the old sense, political economy is awakening. It is not the case that Keynes did not even know the names of Hahn, Schumpeter, Spiethoff. Schumpeter had even met him personally, although there was no closer connection between the two essentially different great economists. But if one, made suspicious by the fact that the general theory of employment, interest, and money does not name any of the newer business cycle theorists writing in German, checks the passages in which their names appear in the book on money ** appear, then it becomes obvious, Keynes, at least by Spiethoff, did not read anything in the original. His partly negative, partly sympathizing comments are based on reading the brief, misunderstanding information in Mitchell's business cycles. This statement does not detract from Keynes's genius. It is part of his sovereign nature that he relied on his own imagination and his own ideas, which were tested in exchange with students and friends, and with historical facts and traditional ideas very roughly, very subjectively, often proceeded more playfully than scientifically. But how many errors in his theory and how many fruitful and fruitless conflicts with it would have been avoided if his followers and his opponents had acquired the knowledge that their teacher, he alone, could safely do without. Since the end of the 1930s, the Anglo-American reader has had at least two opportunities to learn about Spiethoff's views through good summaries, one offered by Haberler, the other by Hansen. But since here as there the report was enclosed in its own system and its own question, it is only recently that the transfer of the most important parts of the crisis article 4, and the methodological treatises registered, has really been banned. Broken and the scientific debate outside our continent initiated. As T.W. Hutchison pointed out, the volume, in which the translation of the crisis article appeared alongside works by Wicksell, Pareto, By and others, he rightly stated, this volume forces us to consider how strong economic thinking is in England would probably have been fruitful if the main works of, for example, Pareto, Spiethoff and Wicksell, all of them represented here and are still so stimulating, had been immediately available in useful volumes of well-selected English translations. And Spiethoff's crisis for him, the article is the most important and famous of the volume, the summit and the sum of the work of a quarter of a century. No different for the American Gardner Ackley. Spiethoff's article is the piece of resistance of the work, and only with him does a debate seem worthwhile to him. This is written and is correct, even though Pigou, Lord Keynes, and Hicks, Schumpeter and Jere and many others have developed a theory of economic fluctuations in their own way. Shouldn't what applies to England and America today be reason enough to encourage renewed engagement with Spiethoff's crisis theory in Germany and Switzerland? One might hope so, and one would like to hope that the young representatives of the subject and the young students in particular will remember that a return to the masters and a start with their teachings is most likely to teach what is indispensable, the important and correct question. But as necessary as the study of Mars was before Spiethoff and Wicksell and certainly before Keynes, the point of studying it cannot be to become a Spiethoffian, etc. There are Marxists and there could be Keynesians because Keynes's work, like Mars's, contains dogmatic components, although, by the way, an injustice is done to one and the other if one petrifies their temporal teachings instead of continuing to develop and address their lasting questions. Answer. But it is precisely this wrong path that Spiethoff excludes, if one understands it correctly and builds on it, for his theory is fully consciously historical, vividly historical, and is therefore fully consciously subject to the laws of becoming and passing away. One can explain this in terms of character and fate. Such a buccaneer of life and spirit, as Lord Keynes was, usually has his real visions. Formulated such rational schemes that its readers and followers should no longer suspect anything of the adventure hidden within. Whereas the scholar, if he is really concerned with understanding and is not content with constructing models, just the other way around, strives to include as many elements of real life as possible in his theory. The Status and Immediate Future of Economic Research * is the title of the commemorative publication that Schumpeter published on Spiethoff's 60th birthday. 1. It makes you very thoughtful when you leaf through this volume today, how many of the employees are no longer alive, how many have been expelled from their homeland, how many tasks have been set programmatically and what other paths economic research has taken. This calls for modest caution if one wants to take stock of the current tasks of economic research now, more than 2 decades later. But perhaps it is to be hoped that the fact that this time it is not the crisis article alone that appears, but that a second volume makes the enormous numerical material collected by Spiethoff known, may help to ensure that on the basis of the clear theory, and moving forward, research discovers, takes on and solves inevitable, fruitful tasks. People today are overwhelmed with such a mass of numbers that it is not always easy for even the learned reader to separate the important from the unimportant. Perhaps it takes an expert to experience the feeling of overwhelming wealth when faced with these pointless tables in the second volume. In any case, we recommend everyone to go on a journey of discovery. It will be worth it many times over. And anyone who gets tired of the ups and downs of the tables and is no longer able to find the reflection of history in them and is no longer able to closely follow the wave movements of the economic changes, should resort to the coronation, resort to the index, which Spiethoff provides through his student Gellhoff and which, after Schumpeter's process, he has now modestly called the Gellhoff Index. There is nothing similar in any literature in any language we are familiar with. And there should be no doubt about it, just like anyone interested in history. If the history of prices by Took and Newmarch, or by M.J. Elsa's Asterisk, and occasionally Huglar, Lescure, Aftalion are still consulted today, these tables and this index by Spiethoff will continue to be the starting point and the tools of research for a long time to come. But not just research. In an era in which the Montan Union, as a supranational structure, also determines the space and the special economic decisions of individual companies and in which cyclical behavior has become a leitmotif, it must also be inter-European for the entrepreneurs, the managers, the statistical ones. Bureaus will be of use and interest in that Spiethoff's numbers allow them to draw diagrams that allow them to follow the development of individual variables and their connection or non-connection over a period of almost a century and a half. But since all numbers, as has been shown all too often and continue to be shown again and again, can be used for any kind of abuse, be expressly warned, no prediction of future developments can be drawn from the course of their curve. The numbers are an expression of a very specific, unique, historical development, and if their theoretical, sociological, psychological prerequisites and components have changed and continue to change, then a future curve can never be a simple continuation of the old one, but must necessarily be different. Get lost. That is why we also spoke of inevitable, fruitful tasks of economic research backwards and forwards. Spiethoff does not give a pure, rational theoretical, timelessly valid crisis theory. He would perhaps, with friendlier words, but in agreement with me, declare such an undertaking to be a sign of rational theoretical blindness and a senseless waste of energy, because booms and crises are historical phenomena and, for reasons that his clear theory shows, only occurred in the economic system of capitalism, are tied to it and will, at the latest. With this offense, crisis is not understood as the name of any collapse, but as a stage, a phase of economic change. If we accordingly describe Spiethoff's crisis theory as the clear theory of high capitalist alternations, this already shows the threefold possibility, necessity, and correctness of further work. Firstly, the figures now require national and international supplementation, national in the sense that it must be examined to what extent the estimates of national product and national income in the period treated by Spiethoff, which have now been attempted in some European countries, follow parallel curves, with what production quantities, at what production prices. Result, international in that it is necessary to research whether and when a uniform price level emerged in the United States for the product groups discussed by Spiethoff, what its development was like and from when and in what ways a one-sided or reciprocal influence between American and European prices and changing situations. Apparently, European economic development in 1954 was independent of the recession in the USA. Why? And why different before? Etc. etc. Furthermore, new problems such as, for example, the question of the importance of storage and the changes in storage soils must, if at all possible, also be examined numerically for the Spiethoff period. And finally and above all, the question would have to be answered, why Spielhoff's scheme no longer covers the development between the world wars and increasingly the development since 1945. This leads back to a reflection on the intention, performance, and limits of the descriptive historical theory, a reflection that is perhaps suitable to warn against many rational theoretical wrong paths that are popular at the moment. In the Spiethoff Festschrift, Werner Somberl spoke of the possibility of economic research reaching its peak at a time when there is no longer any economic activity at all. Sombert himself described this as an astonishing insight and, as so often happens, he probably intentionally put his insight into words that at the same time arose from his enjoyment of paradoxes and were intended to shock the reader and thereby stimulate him to think. But is this insight perhaps not only astonishing, but also correct? And is perhaps a good part of today's economic theory and policy so barren because this knowledge is missing too? It therefore deserves special attention when the head of a business cycle institute is aware that the business cycle is a historical phenomenon and therefore investigates the structural change of the economy. Vell the articles by Eugen Beller. Special print from the Baller Nachrichten. Basel 1954. Another question leads in the same direction. Marzen's crisis theory is, although not complete, but still when interpreted from the first volume, internally, logically, flawlessly, and error-free, and Marzen's analysis of the capitalist economy of his time, that is, in the transition from low to high capitalism, still applies today, despite Keynes, an exemplary and instructive presentation of the economic cycle. Nevertheless, his predictions have not come true, the reserve army of labor has not constantly grown, the catastrophe of capitalism, wherever it occurred, did not happen for internal economic reasons but for political reasons and with political means and, conversely, capitalism is currently in the old capitalist countries demonstrated a surprising vitality and adaptability. The indisputability of this fact should be enough to make all efforts to develop the theory of economic changes as illusory and to draw attention to the necessity of first understanding each crisis in its historical specificity and then to examine very precisely which generalization of the observed phenomena is permissible, which combination is necessary, and which unique thing is possibly or inevitably repeatable. This is a path from observation to clear theory and at the same time a barrier to the rational carpentry of constructive models. Anyone who follows this path must of course examine not only the change in the so-called economic data, but at the same time also the structural change in society and determine its mutual significance for the economic changes. The fact that this second task is misunderstood is the general weakness of econometrics and is the particular reason why both the capitalist and Marxist economists, in the vast majority, made such completely false forecasts for the development of the world economy after the Second World War have provided. It was only possible for people without any historical sense to expect a corresponding consequence after the Second or Third World War due to the changing circumstances after the First World War. The opposite conclusion would have had greater probability. And exactly the same errors of judgment must result if one expects to find econometric results from the United States in the completely differently structured economy and society of Europe, or if one sees a size ratio from yesterday as a justification for a forecast for tomorrow. As an electronic development of statistics and mathematical economics, econometrics has a good sense and a contemporary style. But especially with the economic ones. Their use in alternating positions is questionable, because it has to calculate and manipulate numerical variables, where economic life has previously been, more or less, freely shaped. It is all too easily tempted to set its statistical or fictitious variables as economic, political, or even ethical standards. But that would be the end of real economic questions and thinking, the end of classical economics of any kind and the beginning of a totalitarian economy. But to what extent does the structural change in society influence the economic changes? In order to recognize this, it is enough to take a look at the bourgeois society analyzed by Marx in the transition from early to high capitalism and compare it with the new, urbanized type that almost collapsed under the crisis of the 1930s. Or to ask yourself why self-healing was possible in the time Spiethoff analyzed and why this automatism can no longer work today. Of course, it is then necessary not to see political leanings as the only culprit according to the popular black and white recipe, but rather to make it clear to oneself, as long as half of the population in the countryside is employed and as long as the unemployed are still there can return to their farming families in significant numbers, the economic and moral impact of unemployment is different than when 3/4 or 4/5 of the population have their permanent residence in the cities. Furthermore, as long as the civil service is small and receives modest salaries that remain the same in times of boom and bust and can therefore use increasing purchasing power in times of crisis, automatic healing powers are effective that are not the case with a huge apparatus and a resulting forced salary reduction in the peak capitalist crisis more exist. Finally and above all, as long as small and medium-sized enterprises characterize the economic style, whose rise and fall influences the wealth or poverty of an economy but never determines its overall fate, the attitude of society and the state can be fundamentally different than in decades of monopoly capitalism, in which the bankruptcy of mammoth industrial structures or large banks threatens the entire structure of the national economy, the entire credit system and ultimately the currency. Something else is added. I drew attention to this more than a quarter of a century ago, without the rational theorists having drawn any conclusions from this fact, even though their entire models already contained a further limitation. The scope of their validity, no matter how one views Rosa Luxemburg's theses in detail, this clever Marxist has in any case asked the right question about the significance of the colonial territories for the fate of capitalism and especially for overcoming the crises. To put it more generally, the alternating situations of high capitalism that Spiethoff analyzes all take place in a world whose capitalist space faces large A-capitalist areas. Since the First World War and even more so since the Second World War, two decisively new facts have become apparent. On the one hand, a dismantling of colonialism and thus a continued reduction in the size of the A-capitalist space that is directly dependent on the old capitalist industrial powers, and on the other hand, the emergence and continued expansion of an anti-capitalist space in terms of ideas, goals and means. But this anti-capitalist space is, by definition, designed in a planned manner, and in it the term economic situation loses all meaning. And the remaining capitalist space therefore does not have to count on corresponding changes or even on opportunities for exploitation for its possible changes there, but it now finds itself facing an opponent who is perhaps willing and at least able to do so by planning its exports and imports at least to disrupt the economic policy of the late capitalist states, if not to bring about their success. The result is clear. No matter how coherent all purely rational, causal, or functional economic theories are, and no matter how consistent all numerical development series may appear in themselves, however, the very fact of their apparent verifiability in a past makes it probable that they are sufficient for the analysis of the present and makes it certain that they are not sufficient for the prediction of the future. Because new objectives always appear and new means are used, continuity is always broken by spontaneity. What exists is always changed through new creation, the effects always change with the change in the social body and with the political and today also psychological, moral, and human upheaval in the world. A rational theory is no longer sufficient for their analysis. However, Spiethoff's approach can lead the way, even if its object is of a historical nature and therefore transitory, because today as well as tomorrow, it applies to all theory and all politics, including and especially that of the economic situation, that only an eye for what is essential can lead to it. Comprehension and design of an economic whole, only the combination of intuition and logic in clear understanding to interpret its existence and its development, only the appreciation of all the forces involved, of fear and courage, of feeling and intellect, of expectation and will, for meaningful scientific work and capable of successful political action. E58. Preliminary note. It was only with reluctance that I agreed to the reprint of my crisis article, which appeared in 1923 in the first volume of the fourth volume of the Handbook of Political Sciences. Back then, the needs of a manual dictionary and especially its spatial possibilities were decisive, whereas today my desire is for a more exhaustive presentation and justification. At the moment I cannot offer this, although the wish for a broader justification will be partially fulfilled by the simultaneous publication of the long statistical series on which my theory of alternating positions is based. I resist the temptation to renew the article, which is now 30 years old, because there was no limit, where to start and where to end. It has a certain position in the development of alternating layer research and should be preserved in the version in which it worked. This is not contradicted by the fact that the results of some of the smaller works published since then in a closer temporal connection with the article are included at this point, which are difficult to access at the place in which they were published. The Crisis article, which procedurally characterizes itself as an explanatory description, has been repeatedly subjected to sharp, condemning attacks from representatives of pure theory. I have not yet answered this because the procedure used was not yet so systematically clarified that I could put its application to the question of alternating positions in the right light without exposing myself to new misunderstandings. This has now happened at least to the extent that the entire procedural perimeter has been marked out and I can give a fixed location for the procedure used. I can now make up for my previously missing answer in brief. My explanatory description uses two types of theory, the historical and the descriptive theory, and my theory of alternating situations is therefore a historical illustrative one. There are two ways to do theory. One type of theory is pure theory, which was brought to great heights by the classics and culminates in Quesnay, Ricardo, Thieinen, Menger, Walras, Jevons, Clark, Pareto, Schumpeter, Keynes. The other type of theory was driven by the mercantilists, List, Schmaler, Sombart, Max Weber, and I also move along this line. Their name is not uniform, it is called empirical realistic, concrete, illustrative theory. Both types of theory abstract and isolate, but they do this in their own way. People have wanted to distinguish between the two according to the degree of abstraction, but no amount of weakening of abstraction makes pure theory more clear. No amount of increase makes clear theory pure. Pure theory, even apart from pure constructions that are alien to reality, always works with data tailored for specific tasks, and even if the abstraction is weakened ever so much, it never reaches reality. The facts of descriptive theory come from reality and are abstracted from their historical uniqueness. This elimination of unique features can be very large compared to a certain historical reality. The given always remains a regularity of reality discovered after a variety of careful observations and is not exposed to arbitrary subtractions and additions from the perspective of certain research interests. Similar to the insulation. In pure theory, what appears to be desirable for separate research is arbitrarily isolated. In the clear theory, what is regular and essential is isolated. But this in detail and in its entirety. The difference between the two types of theory culminates in the diversity of the circumstances that are subjected to the abstraction and isolation process. In pure theory, arbitrarily selected and prepared details are isolated. In clear theory, everything essential comes from the regularities of reality. Pure theory works with prepared mental models, while descriptive theory works with real types, i.e. with reality purged of historical uniqueness. The data of pure theory are invented as technical aids, the facts of clear theory are discovered as essential regularities through observation of reality. This fundamental difference in starting points continues in the conduct of the investigation and its results. Pure theory allows the regular progression of a logical genesis to unfold, the result of which is a theorem, has no special name. The descriptive theory develops a he. Clarifying description, the result of which represents, so to speak, an image of reality. More detailed information can now be read elsewhere. I wanted to clarify that the descriptive theory wants to be valued as a real theory and stands independently and on an equal footing as a special type of theory next to pure theory. And a second one. What is not recognized is that, like every clear theory, my alternating situation theory is also a historical theory and applies to certain unique historical conditions, namely to an epoch that is characterized by the predominance of the economic style of high capitalism with a primarily free market economy. An attempt must be made to capture the real type of this style. I have described the cycle of upswing, crisis and stagnation as the form of development of the high capitalist economic style, under whose opposing drives the development of high capitalism takes place. The years 1822 to 1913 embody this process most smoothly, and this period forms the basis of my analysis and theory. Earlier periods of undeveloped capitalism or later periods with a manipulated, planned, influenced, or controlled economy show more or less large deviations from the real type drawn. This is therefore a very historical phenomenon, i.e. tied to unique historical conditions, and the objection raised against me that my theory does not apply to earlier or later times does not affect me, but rather misunderstands the task set. The crucial question is whether the economic style has changed definitively and decisively. The historical presentation in the following treatise ends with the 19-year period of upswing from 1895 to 1913. Apart from the times that were filled with the two world wars and the overcoming of the consequences of the war, important innovations emerged in the period that followed, which make it questionable whether these recent time can be strung on the same thread as the previous one, and whether the view from which the previous span was made is to be retained. With the hand. 1. Vel. Arthur Spiethoff, Gustav von Schmaler and the Vivid Theory of Economics, Schmaler's Yearbook 1938, see Arthur Spiethoff, Illustrative and Pure Economic Theory in their relationship to one another, Synopsis, Festgabe for Alfred Weber 1948, see Arthur Spiethoff, Pure Theory and Economic Gestalt Theory. Ideal Types and Real Types, Enterprise and Secular Change. Readings in Economic History, edited by Frederick C. Lane and Jell C. Riemersma 1953. 2. Vel. Arthur Spiethoff, General Economics as a Historical Theory, Economic Styles, Schmaler's Yearbook 1933, Arthur Spiethoff, The Historical Character of Economic Theories, Journal of Economic History. Spring 1952. The changes to the economic constitution must take effect. And further, the capitalist world is divided and only partially remained capitalistically high. The uniform global economic rhythm of the economic process is torn and the uniform relationship between the upswing and the stagnation situations is divided. The new stagnations were deep, the upswings were sometimes weak and short and the cycles were therefore shortened. A number of important large industries were sometimes unable to overcome the overconfidence even during the upswing, and the unemployment figures remained high even during the upswing. In the great extent of this upturn belief a phenomenon occurs that is possibly a sign of the aging of the high capitalist economic style, but as Gustav Clausing and Joseph A. Schumpeter have shown, the period after 1919 was still definitely under the dominant influence of the changing circumstances, and the very strong political influences and interventions have not been able to dethrone the alternating situations. The future will tell whether this period that began in 1919 was just a period of attenuation or a period of change on the way to a new economic style. In the latter case, the imbalance of the new style had to be made the task of a new theory. However, the results of the old ones were not invalidated, because they are the most important sources of knowledge for the theoretical mastery of future styles. These results are, for example, a. The circulation recognized by Clement Huglar as an object of knowledge instead of crisis and persuasion. b. The binding of the cycle to a certain historical environment, to a specific psychological situation, to the free market economy, to the expansion of markets, to the revolutionary inorganic technology. c. Capital investment as a fundamental economic development factor. d. The separation of enjoyment goods, consumer goods, that are bought with income from income goods, investment goods, that are bought with capital. e. The iron consumption index as an indicator of capital investment. f. The analysis of a causal connection whose factors are internal to the economy and which allows the cycle to take place in the specified historical economic stylistic framework. b. All of these have become commonly used tools that are available to almost everyone, e.g. are indispensable for teaching the new goal of full employment. The readers of my theory of alternating positions have often stumbled over the concept of capital used Today I structure the world of goods in a completely different way and use a completely different concept of capital, but explaining this is out of the question now because it would not eliminate the offending herd. I must try to combat the difficulty reported by explaining the tools used. KS is about the dichotomy of the concept of capital, which can be traced back mainly to Karl Rodbertus, Adolf Wagner, and Eugen von Bembaurk. I try to clarify the two concepts by showing their content in connection with the associated structure of the world of goods. Social assets, the stock of economic goods as a source of need satisfaction, people, material goods. Gegenubvermgen, the stock of economic assets that serves the immediate satisfaction of needs, Genubgeadhere. 1. Consumption capacity that is immediately lost when needs are satisfied, consumptive grid. 2. Useful capacity that is only lost through continuous use to satisfy needs, utility grid. B. Generation capital, social capital. The stock of economic goods used to produce new economic goods. 1. Real estate, only with the improvements gained through work. 2. Workers in the service of grid production. 3. Other assets do not in themselves belong to the production capital because of their material nature, but only in the case of their special purpose, e.g. the human means of subsistence to the extent necessary for the labor force employed in the production of goods, animals, means of transport, money, buildings, insofar as they serve to produce goods. 4. According to their material nature, production capital includes production facilities, production equipment, tools, machines, raw materials, and auxiliary materials for grid production. 5. Monopolies, patents if the company depends on them. 1. See the development of German economics in the 19th century. 1. Part 4 P18 FF, Arthur Spiethoff, The Doctrine of Capital. Leipzig 1908. Private wealth refers to the stock of economic goods owned by a person. A genuate capacity is used to immediately satisfy needs. 1. Consumption capacity. 2. Useful assets. B. Acquisition capital, private capital, is that part of a person's assets that is used to generate income. 1. The production capital without restrictions, namely land, labor, knowledge, talents, money. 2. Certain relationships excluded from production capital, customers, patents, monopolies, rights to performance. 3. Claims rights, namely to banks, securities. 4. Genubgeadhere, which the owner does not use himself, but rather uses to purchase other goods through renting and lending. The stumbling block is the term earnings capital. I hope to have remedied the problem by disclosing its contents. Tübingen, Christmas 1954. Arthur Spiethoff. Basic appearances and basic concepts. For about 100 years, the economic life of the most advanced countries has alternated between booms and busts, with the boom often being ended by a sudden collapse, the crisis. There were good times and bad times in the past, too, but they had other causes and the change was not a general and regular one, not a short-term one. There has been talk of 10-year periods in which upswings and downturns occur together. Fixed numbers with unconditional regularities cannot be given, but a series of good years is always followed by a series of bad years and vice versa, and at least one reversal occurs in every decade. The alternating periods of boom and bust are the forms of development of the high capitalist economy, under whose opposing drives the development of high capitalism takes place. The medieval economic systems were at a standstill for quite some time. The capitalist economy is in constant motion and can only be imagined as standing still. We try to capture the economic changes in a real type. The real type represents the regularities of a recurring historical object, purifying it of its historical uniqueness. The real type of the alternating position phenomenon is the result of the regularities observed in historical facts. An economic change is a period of increase or decrease in capital investment and indirect consumption, whereby the increase is called an upswing and the decrease is called a stagnation. A change stage is the species' own development of a change position, cp. 80/3. A period of time that consists of predominantly upswing or slumping years is an alternating range. If the upswing years are predominant, then it is an upswing range. If the downturn years are more numerous, then there is a stagnation range, cf 8.83 and p 145. The upswing is characterized by increasing capital gains, increased capital investments, an increase in particular in the middle Spiethoff, changing positions I2. Cash consumption, iron, coal, etc., growing production of goods, rising lending rates and rising prices. These phenomena do not all occur at the same time or immediately in full development. The time of their slow development and gradual assembly is the rise, a transitional stage. Once all manifestations have matured and gathered, the upswing is fully developed and thus the upswing begins. The third and final stage is that of lack of capital. She prepares the end. The utilization of all material productive forces and the more numerous and better paid employment of the workforce can bring about an economic well-being that can find its social expression in higher marriage and birth rates and lower mortality rates. The upturn tends to last for several years. Its conceptually decisive characteristic is increasing capital investment and increasing indirect consumption. The upswing finds its natural conclusion through belief, and this conclusion can be accompanied by a crisis if the upswing has degenerated into unhealthy credit overextension and overspeculation. Conviction is inevitable, while crisis can be avoided. The word belief is used as a general term for states that differ not insignificantly from one another. The term is associated with an economic and a special economic content. In economic terms, it means that production or production facilities exceed consumption. This lag in consumption puts pressure on prices and reduces the national profits of companies or causes losses. This is the special economic content of the term. The national economic and special economic phenomena can be purely separated. If one wants to take special account of special economic phenomena, which is often the case, one can speak of the generation of unprofitable profits. It would be conceivable that only this purely special economic belief exists. In this case, the production facilities must be fully employed while maintaining the balance between production and consumption. This requires that prices be adjusted to the total sales of production and that, under certain circumstances, the companies forego the national profit or even incur a loss. Such a case has not yet been described. Not surprising, because this pure generation of non-profit would require entrepreneurial behavior that denies its profit concerns. Conversely, it is possible that only the purely economic conviction exists and that profit reduction and loss are avoided through successful adjustment of prices, different for goods with expanding and inexpandable consumption, and production to the strongest purchasing classes, Diamond Trust. If one wants to capture this purely economic belief, one can speak of the generation of adaptation. This creation of adaptation with its preservation of profits is the goal of entrepreneurial policy during persuasion. Here and there the goal has been achieved. Either there must be the generation of non-gain, or the generation of adaptation, or full belief with its two partial contents. In contrast to overconfidence, there is profitable equilibrium production. Production and production facilities are in equilibrium with consumption, with at least the national profit of the companies. In addition to these distinctions and concepts, there are a few others that start from the causes. The cause of the belief may be that there are no current needs for the existing grids and that they are absolutely unusable production. Even if use in itself is not excluded, it can still be so in the sense of the principle of economic efficiency. Railway tracks, etc. can always be used for new railways, but it may be more economical to retain other means of transport that require less capital expenditure, uneconomic production. The belief may be based on the fact that needs cannot be expressed in effective demand, either because certain prices are too high, overpricing, or the incomes of certain groups of buyers are too low, underconsumption. It is possible that the generating forces are incorrectly distributed, so that excess production in one place corresponds to underproduction in another, disproportionate production. Recent investigations have shown that the most important type is overlaying. This belief culminates in the goods of indirect consumption and is caused by the fact that the facilities for the construction of production facilities and long-term useful goods, income goods, have outgrown the needs and the available earning capital. After the entrepreneur's design and countermeasures, various economic manifestations of the species' own high capitalist belief, known as overinvestment, arise. Pi. 1. Stocks are created or accumulated, stock creation. 2. Production is restricted, production restriction. 3. Production is stopped, decommissioning. 4. The accumulating stocks are exported to foreign countries at prices that are lower than those at home and undercut, dumping, excess export. 5. The production processes are improved and the production facilities are expanded in order to be able to reduce the production costs, cost reduction production. 6. A fall in prices, price reduction, is usually the beginning of overproduction and continues to accompany most economic manifestations of overproduction as well as their special economic nature. Price reductions can only be absent when a trade has a monopoly-like structure, i.e. in excess production exports and in the case of adaptation generation. Needless to say, not every price fall means conviction. As a rule, these forms of belief do not appear in their own purity, but the state contains elements from several of them next to each other. Crisis is the period of time in which, under sudden, violent phenomena, the transformation of a pathological economic condition is decided. The pathological condition is the overspeculation associated with credit overstrain, the violent phenomena are the credit collapse and the frequent defaults on payments. The complete lack of credit usually lasts no longer than 1 to 2 weeks, while the accumulation of bankruptcies often lasts for months. The collapse of credit and the hunt for currency form the content of the credit crisis in the narrower sense. These phenomena in the field of credit and payments represent a state of fear, panic, and are associated with every crisis. However, they do not come out of the blue, but are caused by overspeculation and credit overextension in certain economic circles. According to these, it is possible to distinguish various other areas and special phenomena within the general economic crisis. Speculative crises. Your area is specifically pricing. 2 types, independent of each other, must be distinguished: securities market crisis with overspeculation in securities trading and commodity trading crisis with overspeculation in commodity trading. Founding crisis. Overspeculation has led to the founding of new ventures that are based on false assumptions or are not fully financed. Capital crisis. The overspeculation culminates in capital subscriptions and new business investments that the capital available in the national economy is not sufficient to fulfill. All of these crises are not possible without a credit crisis, which in turn is always linked to at least one of these other crises. If the outbreak of conviction is the cause of the end of the upswing, then the duration of the conviction over several years is the real content of the stagnation. The stagnation begins with a reversal of the upswing phenomena, decreasing capital investment, decreasing indirect consumption, iron, decreasing capital gains and lending interest, decline in production. This is a first stage that can rightly be described as a decline. A second stage changes the direction of movement of some phenomena. The sinking comes to a standstill and gives way to a quiet upward movement. In particular, the production and consumption of indirect consumer goods experience this reversal. The capital investment is stirring. The transitional stage of the climb begins. But this first increase is only an isolated one and still represents a pronounced stagnation. Demand is embarrassingly behind supply. Part of the personal and material economic productive power remains unused, the capital looking for investment is piling up, and the prosperity of the upswing is replaced by economic prosperity pressure. This state of stagnation also tends to last for a few years. Its conceptually decisive characteristic is the decline or low level of capital investment and indirect consumption and the idleness of labor and production facilities. The insight into the changing economic situation is obscured by the fact that the stagnation is often included in the concept of crisis. Sometimes people talk about a creeping crisis. Both alternating situations have different contents and different causes, and their sharp separation is therefore a prerequisite for their explanation. A structure of the phenomena must also be carried out when explaining the belief. The emergence of the belief breaks off the upswing, and its explanation must proceed from the upswing phenomena. The persistence of the belief over several years constitutes the stagnation and can only be explained by the stagnation phenomena. The doctrine of belief should therefore not be treated as an undifferentiated, uniform task. Without connection to the cycle of upswing, crisis, and slump, there are phenomena that are superficially similar to the crisis, but have a different cause. A credit collapse with money chasing, economic fear and numerous payment defaults can also arise from influences that affect the economy from outside. These are accidents that can be described as clamps. A credit crunch is a sudden severe failure of credit, caused by political and warlike events, by individual giant bankruptcies or the like. A money squeeze is a shortage of means of circulation, namely currency, caused by currency exchanges, recoinage, the sudden disappearance of metal money with rapid devaluation of paper money, etc. 4. The same economic phenomena emerge in the credit crunch and the money squeeze as in the credit crisis, an increase in the value of money and a fall in prices. A monetary crisis is a sudden, severe reduction in the value of money caused by the misuse of credit money. Therefore, unlike the previous three, there is an increase in the price of goods. The monetary crisis occurs in the context of the paper money economy. The special appearances of the economic changes. An explanation of the changing situations requires the facts to be established. This has been missing for a long time, and even today many things are still unclear. The alternating positions cannot be recorded using the photographic process. In the almost overwhelming abundance of phenomena, the researcher has to build up, from the trivial to the decisive, the regular from the coincidental, but also and on his own the species-specific phenomena of upswing, crisis and stagnation. A picture obtained in this way is not necessary in all parts, but rather depends on the perception of the performer and on personal judgments, especially in important aspects. Apart from what can be considered decisive or irrelevant from doctrinal considerations, the multitude and variety of phenomena during a century of development makes it difficult to determine what is regular. There is always the danger of generalizing observations from one or a few historical events, especially where statistical data are missing or impossible and individual observation and data collection is the only method. When history penetrates the alternating layers, the phenomena often appear differently. The diversity in the sequence of alternating positions is much greater than is generally assumed in scientific literature. But the temporal occurrence of certain species-specific phenomena also occurs earlier here and later there. This makes it difficult to delimit the alternations over time, but also creates the task of specifying those phenomena that are crucial for the individual alternations and their stages of development. Upswing. The type of capital utilization is largely determined by the profit prospects of the various exploitation opportunities, just as the use of loaned capital is influenced by the conditions under which it is possible. The investment income is either the result of one's own capital employment, capital gain, or the result of lending capital against a usage fee, interest. The changes in capital profits are expressed in the distributions of stock corporations and the output of trade unions, as well as in the income taxed by capitalists and companies. Both sources are highly unreliable, generally understate the profits and compensate for the differences between different years and periods. The more recent income tax statistics show an increase in income from assets and companies during the upswing, which begins with the first signs of the upswing and gradually increases. Increase significantly until the end. In the last year they have slowed down a bit in the increase. This can be caused by a weakening of the growth force of the upswing, Just as with other upswings in the peak year, the momentum subsides or even turns into a decline. However, the cause can also lie in the inefficiency of the boom and in shifts in the movement of goods prices and wages, or ultimately in the exercise of tax returns and profit distributions. The distribution policy, particularly in recent times, has been aimed at stability and equalization of fluctuations, whereby the differences in yield between the alternating positions are artificially blurred. People try to hide the really big gains, in particular because they are known to be exceptional phenomena that must lead to a decline and which are therefore better saved to compensate for bad years. If the distributions do not show any increase in the last years of the upswing, this does not prove that profits have stopped after reaching a certain unconditional level. In many cases, however, the deals increase until the end, which often indicates that there was no other way to accommodate the winnings. These changes in capital gains as a whole are a result of the upswing, and just as the details of the upswing vary greatly throughout history, differences in the details of the development of capital gains during the various historical upswings that should not be underestimated are also likely. In general, it will be noted that capital gains increase during an upswing, and that in many cases the upswing only brings about such an upswing. In some cases the increases are very significant. In order to control the utilization of capital, the expected return in the future may be more important than the return actually achieved at the present time. These expectations are often decisive, especially for the emergence of the upswing and the increase in fixed capital investments that initiate it. The investment income achieved by lending the capital and at the same time the usage price to be paid for the loaned capital is easy to track loan interest rate. The various types of lending interest unmistakably indicate the capital return that the individual types of loan provide, but they do not all allow an unmistakable conclusion to be drawn about the situation of the capital and money markets. Every loan interest generally consists of two parts: the fee for the use of the capital, the so-called pure interest, and a fee for the risk of loss associated with the loan, the risk contribution. It is the latter component that mainly causes the simultaneous interest rate differences. The pure interest can be recognized from the price of those uses of capital for which there is no risk of loss. This is the so-called national interest rate for long-term loans from the capital market, and the so-called market interest rate for short-term loans from the money market. The customary national interest rate is not limited to a single type of issue and does not refer to a specific one, but rather, with a certain tension of high and low points, it indicates the rate that is usual for the approximately equivalent best securities of longer terms. It is expressed in the income from the leading government securities, also known as pensions, the first-digit mortgages and the Pfandbrief of the basic credit institutions. These groups do not have the same level of interest either among themselves or within each, differences which are based on specific circumstances. The interest rate expressed in the price of government securities and Pfandbrief is the most flexible, while the interest rates on mortgages are difficult and only change when the factors determining prices change significantly. The rising lending rate of the upswing is expressed in the price of government securities through their fall. As a rule, government securities prices only fall after other upswings have already become apparent. Conversions of high interest into lower interest bonds can still extend into the upswing. It is not uncommon for the price decline to begin more slowly than the previous rise had ended, so that the first year of the decline and possibly even the second have even higher prices than the penultimate year of the previous price increase. But there are also price declines that immediately fall lower than the year before last when the price rose. In the course of the upswing, the prices then decline with fluctuations, e.g. not insignificant. The English consols fell until the 1860s, sometimes by 10% or more, with strong annual fluctuations. Since this decade the decline has reduced to 6 to 2%, but reached the previous level again in the 1890s. The movement of the Prussian consols was similar. That of the French was generally weaker. The decline is often brought about in fits and starts at the final stage of the recovery, during capital shortages and in conjunction with crises, revolutions, and wars. However, there are also periods with evenly distributed, large price declines. In general, all that can be said is that the decline in the price of bonds is a late, and sometimes even the latest, sign of the upswing. However, the conditions for the following stages and the rapidity of their development are so varied that they do not allow any regularity to emerge. Just as the national interest rate can be described as the pure long-term interest rate, the market interest rate can be described as the pure short-term lending interest rate. It forms the usage price for loaned capital, which is given in exchange for the very first bills of exchange, the so-called private discounts. As acceptance credit has become more widespread, the importance of the market interest rate has also grown significantly. The market interest rate is considered a market price that is formed in free competition between investors and bill sellers and is determined according to the rules of price determination. Neither is predominantly the case. Since the bills of exchange are not entirely similar and justifiable, this interest rate is not a uniform price. It appears that, with the exception of Vienna, it has not been officially established and does not appear in the official price lists, nor was it always reported in the commercial newspapers. The publications are often based on surveys or information from an individual bank and differ from one another. In earlier periods, under the rule of more numerous lenders and borrowers, the market rate was probably to a greater extent the free market price than later. As less dominant lenders gain strength, it must increasingly become a cartel price. This fundamentally changes its nature and must be taken into account when drawing conclusions about the money market from its movements and its relationship to the bank rate. If the houses that determine the market rate are also active in other businesses, namely the issue of securities, conditions other than those of the money market may at times determine its level. The market interest rate then approaches the bank rate in its essence and becomes a means of targeted policy, the level of which is intended to influence developments more than it reflects the actual circumstances. The rise in market interest rates is also sometimes a later sign of an upswing, particularly in Germany, where in the majority of cases it began later than the increase in the central bank's bill holdings. On the other hand, the rise in market interest rates often follows the fall in prices of fixed interest securities. Given the relatively slow beginning of the rise in market interest rates, it was generally faster than the previous fall, so that the first year of the rise was higher than the penultimate year of the fall. The increase in the annual average never amounted to less than 114% throughout the London boom, but also rose to 4% and more in the 1850s and 1860s. In Berlin the increases were mostly larger, in Paris mostly smaller, and sometimes considerable. The market rate is subject to constant small changes and has larger annual fluctuations than the bank rate. It lags significantly behind this, especially in times of capital accumulation and capital fluidity, while it comes closer to it at the points in the year when capital demand is stronger and in the later upswing. During the credit shortage at the end of the upswing and in the crises, the market interest rate in London regularly exceeded the bank rate until the 1840s. This never happened in Paris and in Germany only until 1830 and later exceptionally once. In addition to the market rate, the bank rate must be tracked. It is important not so much for recognizing the market situation as for the conditions under which large circles receive business credit. Even if the bank rate is not necessarily decisive for all customers of the central bank itself, let alone for the banking world, it still serves as a benchmark for large areas of the money market. Until the second half of the 19th century, almost any developed procedure was missing, or the aim was only to keep the rate generally not too high and to avoid and eliminate temporal changes and local deviations. That is why it remained unchanged for years and even decades in the first half of the 19th century. Since then, a planned approach has developed that ties in with certain events and seeks to bring about certain other circumstances or at least to exert an influence in their direction. There are three main areas that come into consideration here: a. The economic situation and the general money market situation brought about by it; b. The status of the bank itself and the claims made against it; c. Consideration of foreign exchange rates and inter-country monetary metal movements. During the upswing, The aim is to counteract careless borrowing by gradually increasing the bank rate in a timely manner and to protect the leading central bank from exhausting its metal stocks and note reserves and to protect them in the event of a crisis. To remain fully operational during the crisis. When credit overextension and overspeculation begin, the bank rate must reach a level that prevents goods and securities from being withheld from the market and yet allows the bank to completely satisfy healthy loan requests without the level of interest acting as a refusal to lend. The hallmark and main cause of the upswing is the increase in capital investments. These are expressed on the goods market in the purchase of indirect consumption goods, iron, building materials, coal, and serve to produce income goods, production and long-term use facilities. Economic capital investment can take place without the help of the capital market by using the special company's profits. If the capital market is used, this is done through participation in companies and through the acquisition of shares or through long-term capital loans against bonds and real estate pledgers, bonds, Pfandbrief, mortgages. However, it can also be carried out with the help of the money market by irregularly investing short-term capital in current accounts or acceptance loans in income-generating assets. The long-term capital utilization of the capital market can be recorded in the securities statistics. The amount of securities of all kinds being issued increases and, with rare fluctuations, each year exceeds its predecessor. According to statistics beginning in the 1870s, the increases in the course of the upswing ranged from doubling to six-fold. The state and municipal bonds largely follow this main line, as they only partially serve to cover deficits, emergency and war needs, but largely serve to cover advertising investments that are under the influence of changing circumstances. However, there is no uniform inclination to rise and often there is irregular swaying. At the beginning of the upswing, there are sometimes extensive conversions of higher interest bonds into lower interest bonds. The differences between individual years are much smaller than those for stocks, and public bonds usually take second place to these in terms of their power at the peak of the upswing. This is particularly true as stock companies continue to expand, even though only a portion of the shares are issued through the stock exchanges and recorded in statistics. The market, commercial, and bank papers show an almost seamless increase and often to the greatest extent, ver 4 to 6 folds are the rule. The excesses are often the greatest. Multiples of new bank shares. The last year of upswing always brings a fall, lack of capital. However, the figures for share issues do not actually represent new capital investments, many shares have not been placed or fully paid up. Others arise from the conversion of sole proprietorships or the repayment of bank loans. It has occasionally been observed that as the upswing increases, the proportion of conversions increases. In recent times, the exchange of shares and the issue of shares for the purpose of acquiring shares have played a role in the context of securities capitalism. On the other hand, as already emphasized, often only the securities introduced on the stock exchange are recorded. The bonds remain behind the stocks in terms of power and show a deviation in movement. Their issue can initially exceed that of shares, albeit at a considerably lower level, but then falters over time and only increases again at the end. Conversely, Pfandbrief, which in Germany over the last few decades have achieved a level of importance equal to or even superior to state and municipal bonds, have fallen sharply in the last years of the upswing. In addition to capital utilization in securities, there are other forms that often become more important the further back. The overall appearance of the movement of capital remains the same. The increase in capital investment in existing stock companies and new company formations is one of the earliest statistical signs of an upswing. At first, the increased investments are kept within modest limits and represent more of a change in the direction of movement compared to the previous decline. This is the stage of the rise that forms the transition to the upswing. But then they become large, upturn, and generally exceed the peak of the previous upswing. The last year of upswing represents a decline, perhaps the surest sign of the fading upswing, the final stage known as capital shortage. The movements of short-term capital movements in the money market can be tracked on the central bank's ID cards. The desire for working capital is expressed in the central bank's bills of exchange. The growth of central banks' bills of exchange is a medium-term phenomenon. It can only occur when at least larger parts of the entire national economy have been affected. This is not only because only then can a visible increase in business loans occur, but also because the central banks are generally not reached by the first waves, but rather by lowering interest rates. Others remain unaffected at first. Therefore, the increase in bills of exchange falls behind that of capital investments, but in the vast majority of cases it occurs before the rise in market interest rates. The increase in credit granted during the upswing occurs with fluctuations from week to week, and these are considerably greater during the upswing than during the slump. Each additional year of the upswing shows an unconditional increase in the tension between the peak and trough of the demands placed on banks. The lowest level of the last year of stagnation was about 1 to 2 to 4 for the Bank of England and 1 to 2 to 7 for the Bank of France and 1 to 2 to 7 for the Bank of France and 1 to 2 to 7, but in isolated cases also up to 11 and 24, at the German central banks like to about 2 to 3. This comparison of the lowest demand for capital in a weekly statement from the last year of slump and the highest granting of credit in a weekly statement from the last year of upswing should not lead to the idea that there are two poles connected by a straight line. Over the course of a year, for each identification item, the highest and lowest levels are confronted with considerable tension in 40 to 50 identification documents, and it is important to point out the different levels of power for the individual items. It is generally greatest when it comes to granting loans, as the bank's resources are distributed across various sources, which will be discussed shortly. The other comparison of the highest demand in the last year of slump and in the last year of upswing shows doubling to tripling and more at the Bank of England only in the first half of the 19th century, in Germany only until the 1870s, while at the Bank of France the voltage of the highest annual requirement between 1902 and 1908 is almost 1 to 2. Since the mid-1870s, averages have been calculated from the weekly statements, which of course reduce the annual differences. The average loans granted to private individuals in the last year of slump and last year of upswing show increases of up to 100% at the Bank of England, up to 50% at the Reichsbank, and up to 100% and more at the Bank of France. The differences are not only based on the difference in the economic capital requirements, but also depend on the different and changing position of the central banks on the domestic money market and the different and changing procedures of the banks. In general, however, the increases in loans during the upswing at the central banks have recently been much lower than the increase in investments in the securities statistics. The loans from the central banks are partly secured from the cash reserves. These have the reverse movement of loans and decrease during the upswing. Sometimes the cash balances continue to rise after the stagnation, while the granting of loans is already increasing. The cash receipt is therefore a late upswing. The decrease in cash balances over the course of the upswing occurs with fluctuations from week to week, however, these are not as large as with loans, since part of the loan requirement is satisfied through notes and credits. That is why the decline in cash balances during the entire upswing is less than the increase in loans. The extent of cash withdrawal is determined not only by credit requirements, but also by bank policy and the habits of the business world. Since the 1850s, an interest procedure aimed at preserving the cash reserves has been in place, and as a result, the meltdown of the stocks has become much smaller since the 1860s. We look again at the differences between the highest level of the last slump and the lowest level of the last year of the subsequent upswing, the peak year. At the Bank of England, reductions to 4 and 4% were not unusual in the first period, from 1823 to 1825 even from £14.1 million to £1 million, while later the lowest cash balance always remained over half of the highest. This was also influenced by the business world's habit of increasing deposits during the outbreak of fear by handing over the fear accumulations to the bank and not withdrawing the advance deposits taken out of caution. Until the 1870s, the cash decline was greatest at the Bank of France, where reductions of yen% to 4 were the rule, but also reductions from 25 million francs to 1 million and from 132 million francs to 6 million have occurred. The lowest level of the upswing, compared to the lowest level of the previous last year of stagnation up to the 1850s, meant a reduction to 34 to 14 for the Bank of England and to */ to 1/5 for the Bank of France. Later, these differences greatly reduced and disappeared. The average holdings at the Bank of England have never fallen below 24 since the 1870s, at the Bank of France, with the exception of the last few years before the war, they have mainly risen with minor interruptions due to the upswing. The Reichsbank held the middle ground between the two until the strong increase in the pre-war years. Sometimes the banks succeeded in increasing their cash holdings in the peak year and even earlier. OE. In addition to the cash reserves, the loans from the central banks are sometimes granted with notes and sometimes by credit, but deposits paid in can also be considered as a source of credit. The movement of these three positions during the changing positions depends on each other. The older means of credit are the notes. What is in question is a stage of banking development at which the note banks essentially represent banking in general, and the possibility of issuing notes is an important condition for the emergence of a bank. In these times, notes are an essential means for banks to grant credit and are a heavily used aid to supplement currency as a means of circulation. As a result, the grades for both tasks continue to decline. They lose their old significance both for the banking system as a whole and for the individual institutions. Other formations emerge with capital of their own. Increasingly, foreign capital is flowing into the banking world from the population in the form of deposits. In many cases, other credit and payment procedures are spreading in book loans and bank acceptances as well as in transfers and checks, some of which are also used by the central banks. This creates tools that weaken the previously all-encompassing meaning of the notes and give them a different position. From the basis of bank credit, they have become an aid to a single type of bank, without, however, being the sole decisive factor here as before, and for the banking industry as a whole they are primarily considered as a temporary aid for times of extraordinary needs and vicissitudes. For the circulation service, they are increasingly turning from an aid for regular quantity replenishment into one for specific tasks. This change in the position of the notes is often associated with a change in the denomination of the notes. At the first level, the denomination goes far down, England £1, Prussia 10t, at the second the smallest sticks are banned, and the note circulation consists of sections of a higher size. In England the smallest note is £5, in Germany 100 m. If these three properties of the note as a source of credit, means of payment and large or small pieces in the sense of the two levels coincide in a pronounced development, then the circulation of notes at each of these levels has its own direction of movement. At the first stage, the notes move in step with the granting of credit, i.e. their circulation increases during the upswing. This was the case in England 1800 to 1825, 1872 to 1873, 1897 to 1899, and to a very weak extent 1905 to 1907 and 1911 to 1912, in France until 1830 and since 1870, in Germany it is the rule. Place at the Bank of France. 33. The differences between the lowest level in the last slump and the highest level in the last year of upswing at the beginning of the century represented tensions of 10 to 25 times. In the last decades of the 19th century the differences were only half that, and in the 20th century they are even lower. Tensions like took place in Germany until 1873 to 2 to 4 instead, since then they have been weaker, and in England that has always been the rule. At the second stage, the note circulation goes in step with the cash balance and decreases during the upswing. This was the case in England from 1826 and in France from 1851 to 1870. But the decline in cash holdings tends to be much greater than that in notes in circulation, and therefore the upswing is always likely to be accompanied by a deterioration in the metallic note coverage. As note circulation decreases during the upswing, it is primarily the large pieces of notes that disappear from circulation, and similarly, At the stage of increasing note circulation during the upswing, it is the large note sections whose quantity increases. An observation that can be made in almost all periods in England and France is that the tensions between high and low levels in note circulation are lower than in cash balances and deposits. The competitors of banknotes in credit and payment systems are bank deposits. In addition to the declining development of the importance of notes, there is an expansion of the deposit system. The effect of notes and deposits as means of credit is also due to the fact that banks can grant credit using third-party capital. With note loans, the bank asks foreign owners of capital to grant credit against their note. With deposits, the capitalists themselves bring the capital to the bank. Notes and deposits compete not only in their ability to convey capital, but also in the payment system. If the deposit system is linked to check or transfer transactions, this saves money in the same way as issuing notes, and if it becomes customary to issue loans in the form of credits to deposit or transfer accounts instead of note payments, then this is a further step to displace the papers. The recognition of the behavior of the deposits during the alternating positions requires a separation of the different types of deposits. Cash deposits represent a cash register managed by the bank, in addition to which the depositors do not hold any significant cash in the house or which serves to relieve the burden on the house treasury. Cash reserve deposits form a precautionary reinforcement of cash deposits. Spiethoff, Alternating Positions I3. 34. Embarrassment deposits serve as a temporary form of utilization for capital that is not kept in the house during temporary impossibility of other employment, but is given to a bank at short notice or always due, the old hoards. Issuance deposits serve as a permanent form of utilization for capital, which makes it desirable to issue it in a way that is not too far-sighted and makes the capital easily available again. The first two types are cash deposits, the latter two are capital contributions. It is only natural if the upswing brings an increase in cash deposits, i.e. of the stocks that serve as a basis for check and transfer transactions, although to a certain extent the increasing traffic can be managed without increasing it through more frequent use. There may also be an inherent tendency to increase in cash reserves, although their main significance lies in the crisis. The embarrassment deposits are withdrawn during the upswing for the purpose of other utilization, and this often happens in spurts almost from one year to the next, especially if they are interest-free, as has usually been the case with the central banks in recent decades, at the beginning of the upswing. The issuing deposits can take the opposite direction of movement if they bear interest, because by increasing interest rates the banks have the power to outbid not only temporary but also permanent forms of realization. The deposit banks that provide interest can therefore bring about an increase. The attraction of investment has played a major role in some countries and periods and has led to more daring bank loans in order to recoup the high interest rates and encouraged unhealthy overspeculation. The directions of movement of deposits appear much less clearly in the central bank statements than those of other items. As a rule, the eggs are not composed uniformly, but consist of different species as components, and this results in blurring of the continuous line and zigzag movements. The proportion of components in the deposit holdings of the three major central banks varies greatly, as does their ratio to the notes and loans. At the end of 1899, in Mill. M. it was, Deposits Notes Loans Bank of England 1061 578 694 Bank of France 662 3226 1416 Reichsbank 481 1359 1220 35. The three central banks therefore have particular directions of movement of deposits during the upswing. Until 1826, private deposits in the Bank of England had a tendency to decline during an upswing, since their then increasing importance and especially since the Peel's Act, 1844, restricting the grades, they have intensified in the majority of cases, with annual tensions growing. The increase from the lowest level at the end of the slump to the highest level in the last year of the upswing usually does not lag far behind a doubling. The most remarkable thing is the connection with the circulation of notes. It is the same point in time from which, during the upswing, the deposits tend to rise and the notes tend to fall, and with one exception, these are the same upswing years in which the deposits fall differently and the notes rise. At the Bank of England, the increase in notes and the decrease in deposits and vice versa correspond. Depending on the different composition of the Bank of France's deposits, there are different directions of movement. There is no significant increase during the upswing and over several years in any period of time, rather, the tendency towards decline prevails. This institution is characterized by a sharply erratic development, and the peaks and troughs of the same and the following years often contrast with each other at almost greater intervals than in the case of the Bank of England. In the case of non-interest-bearing and always due deposits, which were shown separately in the older German central banking system, there was an increase between 1847 and 1875, in keeping with this characteristic, during the upswing, although in Germany the circulation of banknotes predominated in an overwhelming manner and the deposits were therefore unable to exert any influence on it. At the Reichsbank, which does not pay interest and therefore no longer separates capital contributions, foreign funds have so far fallen during the upswing or have not risen continuously and significantly. The slowdown is not significant and not regular, but there is also no apparent increase that corresponds to the significantly growing rewriting traffic and the extent of the unconditional increase in the number of bills of exchange. The effect of these various deposit movements on the performance of central banks during an upswing is obvious. Conditions were best at the Bank of England and in the older German central banking system, and worst at the Bank of France, which was also able to bear it most easily thanks to its very strong cash reserves. But even with the previous 36. According to the most partial inclinations, the deposits remain an uncertain item. The strong tensions within the year, the fluctuations from one to the next and the great diversity with which the aspirations prevail in the individual periods make the deposits an unreliable aid. The central banks, which do not pay interest, have no influence over the deposits, while they are the more dominant part of the issue of notes. The situation is different only with the interest-bearing deposits of the deposit banks, which are a dangerous item because of the conflict between the daily maturity and the determination for the purpose of earning interest. The only thing similar to notes are the deposits created by crediting granted loans, and this only if the check and transfer system dominates payment transactions and these deposits are tied to the banks as payment deposits. This type of credit granting by crediting current accounts, be it to transfer or deposit accounts, has become increasingly extensive in recent decades. This procedure plays a major role both in the granting of credit by banks and in the creation of payment deposits. The way in which they are created and used means that these deposits swell during an upswing. Another competitor of the note is the bank acceptance, which can be viewed as the banknote of non-bill issuing institutions. It is a bill of exchange drawn by the bank customer on his bank and accepted by it. With the increasing importance of the large mixed banks, this credit paper had already achieved an importance that surpassed the note before the World War. When the market interest rate is favorable, the acceptance loan often replaces the loan in current accounts. To a large extent, both serve not only for business credit, but also for investment credit. They are covered by issuing shares and bonds if the capital market is favorable. The new construction of large German businesses has been largely financed in this way. According to the statistics from German credit banks that have been available since 1883, acceptances showed significant increases during the upswing, which regularly continued until the peak year. Like other items, there was initially an increase that remained at the same level as the previous upswing, and then the overhaul began. The increase in demand for capital over the course of the upswing is greater for long-term investments on the capital market than for short-term issues on the money market. From different here to DL. For a number of reasons, the granting of credit by the central banks cannot be used as a quantitative benchmark for the short-term capital demand of the money market during an upswing. Therefore, they may not be used to compare the individual periods with each other with regard to their requirements on the money market, and even less so for comparisons with the capital market and securities statistics. What is certain, however, is that a much larger amount of new capital is supplied to the national economy each year through the capital market than through the money market. A comparison of the Reichsbank's bill of exchange stock with the German stock corporation statistics shows that the upswing in the founding of new companies begins about 1 to 2 years earlier than that of bill of exchange loans. This provides a statistical answer to the old controversial question of the English banking theorists about the original significance of central bank loans for the development of the upswing, and at the same time sheds light on the capital investments on the capital market. Under the influence of economic changes, there is a regularly recurring inflow and outflow between the capital and money markets. During the upswing, part of the lending capital market turns to the corporate capital market. In addition to these shifts caused by acts of will on the part of the owners of capital, there are those that often take place while the facts of the matter are concealed. In the final phase of the upswing and during overspeculation, a large amount of capital that is actually invested as long-term business capital is raised on the money market in the short term. These are the irregularities that, if they occur on a larger scale, lead to a crisis. The course of the upswing and its culmination in a crisis depend on the historically changing institutions of capital utilization and on the passions of the people involved. However, the final economic success of capital investments is always the same. Even though each individual upswing has changing focal points, be it very large special enterprises or certain branches, the counterpart of the final capital investment is literally a commodity, be it for the production of means of production, for the provision of long-lasting economic uses, or for the production of satisfaction goods. The increasing securities issues and special economic capital issues of the upswing represent increasing economic capital investment. The emphasis is not on public consumption loans or on special economic speculative asset transfers. 38. The realization of capital often takes place with speculative intent, and the papers can become the plaything of speculation and, at the end of the upswing, the object of over-speculation, without this being their economic characteristic, which is decisive for our question. This was the case with the great speculative movements that followed state loan transactions from the 16th to the 18th centuries, but in principle they are not to be judged any differently than speculation in tulip bulbs, and have nothing in common with the capitalist enrichments of the national economies in the upswing since the 19th century in the form of an enrichment of income products, production facilities of all kinds, transport, power, lighting, water pipes, sewer systems, residential facilities, etc. The description of the changes in the world of goods during economic changes must be geared towards finding a solution to the question of conviction. The older beliefs viewed the world of goods as an undifferentiated whole. The observation that there are very specific grids in which the belief culminates leads to the formation of grid groups and the treatment of these separately. This brief overview must open the door and begin with the decisive observation that the real difference between the upswing and downturn in the area of the world of goods is given by the changes in the rates of indirect consumption and in the yields. The yield assets are purchased with capital and are used to produce new goods or long-term useful services. The main elements of indirect consumption for the production of these income items are, among other things, two materials that have the advantage of being available for the entire period of high capitalism, iron and, secondarily, coal. Wood, bricks, and cement also had to be persecuted if statistics offered us sufficient means of doing so. The fixed capital investments discussed are reflected in the purchase and consumption of goods, and it is therefore appropriate to place goods consumption first. We must assume that the movements of capital investments take place in close connection with that of the corresponding indirect consumption of goods, and experience confirms this. German iron consumption is experiencing large increases during the upswing. The increase per head of the population in the 1840s was about 40%, then 17.5, 13.3, 40.4, 17, 28.4, 65.5, 72.1, 91t. However, this movement is divided into two clear sections. Initially an increase that is within the limits of the previous upswing. It can be longer or shorter, mostly at the lowest level. 39. Of the previous decline or move at the height of the upswing behind it. This difference is significant and determines whether the years in question are still in a slump or already in an upswing. A second stage usually, with the exception of the two upswings at the beginning and end of the 1880s, brings about an exaggeration of the earlier upswing, whereby it becomes a pronounced upswing. When iron consumption began to exceed the peak of the earlier upswing, the other upswing phenomena were also fully developed. Only the decline in government securities prices and the overall price increase have lagged behind this phenomenon a few times. If iron consumption finally decreases, the belief is there and the upswing comes to an end. But even this is not entirely without exception. After the crisis of 1857, the year 1858 was a year of stagnation throughout the capitalist world. Iron consumption is increasing in Germany. Coal consumption, hard coal and lignite, in Germany does not share the same movements with iron. The main differences lie in the stagnation, and for the connection with the upswing they consist in the fact that until the end of the 19th century the slight increase that remained below the peak of the earlier upswing was almost completely missing. Rather, the increase in consumption immediately goes beyond the previous peak point. In the new century, the rhythm will be the same as for iron consumption, but the individual periods span slightly different years, and the change in the direction of movement occurs sooner or later than for iron consumption. This applies even more to lignite than to hard coal. The increase in consumption during the upswing is large and is generally particularly large during the boom period. A strong increase in indirect consumption during an upswing can be viewed as proven, and since we do not know of any historical upswing without this, we can view it as being intrinsic to the upswing. This strong increase in indirect consumption during the upswing reflects the sudden increase in the number of cash crops. The construction and expansion of all kinds of goods production facilities, means of transport, railways, small railways, ships, power and lighting systems and much else is not done evenly, but always in fits and starts. The residential complexes of the commercial locations are also included here. But internally, the increase comes to a standstill or even gives way to a decline in the peak year of the upswing. The reason is the increased 40. Construction costs and even more so the difficulties and costs of raising capital during the period of capital shortage. It is much more difficult to reach a uniform conclusion regarding immediate consumption. It is made up of several grid groups with numerous components, and we cannot choose which ones to follow, but we have to rely on the random information from the statistics of foreign trade and indirect taxation as well as the few surveys on individual goods. Given the multitude of goods and the lack of a standard that can be used as a standard, we cannot manage with a general breakdown of the statistical series. The immediate consumption must be determined in historical studies that use all the information available for a certain time and weigh up the often opposing consumption movements of the individual grids in terms of their significance for the overall consumption of the years in question. This is still missing. But what we can already say today is crucial for explaining the changing situation. An increase in direct consumption is not intrinsic to the upswing. An upswing is also possible without increasing and improving the immediate enjoyment of goods. In the German upswing of the 1840s, direct consumption may have decreased and worsened, and for the upswing before the First World War it is debatable whether the increase in income of the large masses was equal to the increase in prices and thus direct consumption could be maintained. The Hamburg price statistics since 1850 to 1900 almost regularly show a seamless increase in second-class foodstuffs, meat, rice, sugar, during the upswing, which can only be explained by an increase in consumption. The immediate consumption of wealth, which is important for capital formation, fluctuates in the area of actual expenditure and cannot be recorded by the existing statistics. The most striking phenomenon in the movement of German immediate consumption is that increases or decreases lasting several years without setbacks, even those that extend through an entire upswing, take a backseat to irregular zigzag movements and meaningless changes. Sometimes there is a decline lasting several years, but it remains in the absolute numbers above those that prevailed a few years before, or vice versa. Despite the decreasing or increasing direction, the unconditional consumption remains higher or lower than before. Habits, fashions and natural influences play a considerable role in the entire area. 4. The boom years 1847 and 1906/07 showed marked reductions in grain food, and marked increases in the boom years 1855-57 and 1912-13. In 1847 meat consumption fell sharply, while rice and sugar consumption increased at a very low unconditional level. Sugar consumption also increased significantly in the booms of the 1850s, 1870s, 1890s, and in the two booms of the 20th century. The commodity foods, sweet fruits, cocoa, show an overall increasing movement, with the boom years probably bringing the stronger increases. The stimulants, coffee, brandy, beer, tobacco, had no fixed upward movements and occasionally fell as much as they rose. Sometimes they took opposite directions and represented each other. The situation was no different with clothing, especially cotton, wool, and silk goods in Germany. During the upswing of the 1840s, there was a shift from wool to cotton and ultimately a considerable decrease. The upswing at the beginning of the 1880s and the last 2 years of the second half of the 1890s also brought noticeable declines. The boom in the 1850s, 1860s, 1870s, and the end of the 1880s showed a similarly pronounced increase in consumption, but it was not consistent, because in most cases one of the three substances more or less did not follow the movement. The production of goods does not have to correspond to the consumption. Production can be larger, then the surplus is exported abroad or stored, or the production is smaller, then it must be possible to supplement it from the surpluses of previous years or through imports from abroad. International transport can make production and consumption independent of each other. Under certain circumstances, fluctuations in production are expressed more in fluctuations in imports than in fluctuations in consumption. This applies particularly to plant and animal products. Or fluctuations in consumption have more of an effect on fluctuating import and export volumes than on increased or decreased production. This is important to us, especially for commercial raw materials, iron. In the case of goods whose consumption fluctuations are determined by the changing situation, booms and busts are expressed just as much or more in foreign trade than in production. From the group of indirect consumption we look again at iron and coal. Iron production in Germany fluctuates much less than iron consumption, and the fluctuations are therefore reflected far more in consumption than in production. 42. Pressure. This is most evident in the stagnation, but the upswing does not remain unaffected either. Iron production increases with every boom, but not as strong as consumption. In the times when, almost without exception, until 1875, annual additional imports were necessary, part of the increased consumption was covered by increased imports, and when exports later predominated, part of the additional consumption came at the expense of exports, which declined during the upswing. The smaller setbacks in iron production also changed the line of its increase. This propagation also took place in two sections. Until the 1880s, the first always began one or even several years earlier than iron consumption. While in this case it regularly occurs as an increase in the context of the previously achieved consumption, the increase in production usually immediately exceeds the peak of the previous upswing. The second stage consists of a considerable increase in reproduction. 6 times out of the 9 upswings observed, it begins in the same year as the second stage of iron consumption. 3 times 1 and 2 years earlier. As a rule, it coincides with the upswing. The increase in iron production always lasts until the end of the upswing, but the termination of the upswing is independent of iron production and occurs regardless of whether iron production falls or not. The rule is decline, but the upswing collapsed 3 times in Germany while iron production continued its rise for another 2 to 3 years. The same periods of movement as in Germany can only be found among the leading capitalist countries in the United States of America during the 20th century. Iron production there was unique in the 1880s and 1890s. The increase did not start early as in Germany, but rather late, but then in the first year it gradually overtook the peak of the previous upswing. In France and England the increase in iron production follows the same line as in Germany, iron consumption regularly and iron production exceptionally. It starts early and initially stays within the framework of the earlier upswing before overtaking its peak in a second stage. In both countries, however, this second phase did not occur during the upswing at the end of the 1880s, and during the last upswing before the war, the overtaking in England only occurred in the last year of the upswing. As in Germany, the increase in iron production sometimes continues in the United States even though the upswing has already stopped. This also happened once in France. One different from all other countries. 43. A different phenomenon can be found in England. In 4 cases the increase in iron production did not last until the end of the upswing, but gave way to a decline in the peak year. Coal production in Germany, an export industry throughout the entire observation period, had even smaller fluctuations than iron production, and these also remained behind those of coal consumption. While the latter had taken the line of iron consumption during the 20th century, coal production from 1850 onwards was only a large increase, interrupted by insignificant setbacks. The slow rise of the previous upswing was almost entirely absent, as it once lasted a year. The increase began very early and immediately overtook the previous upswing. The early years were not the same as those for iron production, but coincided with those for coal consumption. The increase in the upswing occurred without any swings, rose sharply with it and, with one exception, lasted until the end. A few times the recovery collapsed while the increase in coal production continued. This was also observed in iron production, but only once were they the same years. In France, England, and the United States of America the movement was more divided than in Germany. In England and even more so in France there are several times the slight early rise and here and there a decline in the last year of the upswing. The production of food, especially the harvests, is characterized by the irregularity of the fluctuations, by their size and by the lack of uniformity in the different fruits and in the different lands. There is no obvious agreement with the alternating positions. In no case was there a clear increase in the harvest that began with the upswing, increased and continued until the end. But there is no even an approximation to this movement. This even applies to the United States of America, whose good harvests have often been emphasized as a condition of the country's recovery. The world wheat harvests behaved no differently than the national harvests of this or any other crop and than the total harvests of all 4 types of grain, e.g. before France can be overlooked since the beginning of the 19th century. But even if there is no complete synchronicity between alternating positions and harvests, there are still other possibilities for connection. Good harvests could provide the impetus for the upswing, bad harvests could provide the impetus for its decline. Observation actually shows many coincidences between good harvests and the beginning of the upswing, and 44. There is also no lack of coincidences between the end of the upswing and crop failures. It is therefore certainly not possible to exclude the harvests as having no historical influence. Another question is whether certain harvest phenomena regularly coincide with certain turning points in the changing seasons. This has not yet been attempted to be shown, and the material I have collected about it so far offers no evidence for it. The generation of irritants can only be traced on a few grids. In Germany, the most striking increase during the upswing was the production of brandy, sometimes it lasted another year or two into the stagnation. However, the phenomenon is not regular and, similarly to beer, only occurs once. German tobacco production experienced an unmistakable upswing from the 1860s to the mid-1890s, but later this growth came to a standstill and decline in the entire branch. Connection lost. I calculated the production of the fiber industry for Germany from 1837 to 1913 based on the quantities produced. Initially, sheep's own wool provided the basis for wool yarn and wool goods. Their production showed almost no changes until the beginning of the 1850s and fell with small fluctuations of 8 to 9% during the subsequent upswing and a year later until 1858. The stagnation and the subsequent upswing up to 1864 brought a considerable increase, by 20% in 6 years, but in the middle of the upswing in 1865 the unstoppable, completely reversible, gradual decline began, which helped a little more than in 1890, a little at the turn of the century left more than 4% of maximum production left. These movements cut through and cover the alternating layers and are independent of them. In contrast to this decline in the production of raw materials, the production of woolen yarns and woolen goods, which in 1837-39 had amounted to 14,000 to 15,000 tons each in line with raw wool, rose to 94,000 and 111,000 tons by the end of the century. The production of wool yarn and wool goods is very closely related to each other, but in loose connection with the changing layers. Their reproduction took place in a strange curve. It often takes place in two phases, the first of which stays within the framework of the previous upswing and the second of which brings about an exaggeration. Reproduction occurs early, twice. This has now been made up for by my Schiller George Brandaw, Harvest Fluctuations and Economic Changes 1874 to 1913, Jena 1936. Brandaw has established a rhythm of harvests to which the changes move in opposite directions. 45. Even 2 years before the first increase in iron production, otherwise together with this, and it almost regularly gives way to a sharp decline in the last or even the year before last of the upswing. There is a lack of uniformity and setbacks in the advancement are not uncommon. Cotton yarn and cotton goods are also in close step with each other in their movement sections, but these coincide with the changing layers even less than with wool. An increase as part of the previous upswing and then an increase in the previous peak is also the rule here. The early years only exceptionally coincide with those of Heason and woolen goods production, but are still up to 2 years earlier or later, and the overhaul either continues throughout the upswing or gives way to a decline in the current or year before last. The ascent is never consistent, but is always interrupted by rocky slopes. The production of silk goods still shows serious irregularities. A number of the best researchers of alternating positions are captivated by the causal significance of prices and see their movements as the essence of alternating positions, especially Clement Huglar and Albert Aftalion. Even among historians of changing positions and price movements are often equated. Kondratjeff's long waves are not waves of change, but rather price waves, and the same is true of S. de Wolf series. In recognizing long price waves, the monetary and currency statisticians preceded the alternating situation, primarily Torque and Newmarch, then Sauerbeck and Soetbeer. At this point our task is to follow the regularities of the price movement. Any presentation of price movement must begin by emphasizing the inaccuracies and arbitrariness involved in the determination. Depending on the sources used, there are deviations, often of a considerable nature. If one seeks to record as many goods as possible and over as long a period of time as possible, one cannot ignore the Hamburg price statistics, despite their other weaknesses. It brings compensatory prices. The difference between sea import and sea and land import is also not insignificant. The latter is the more suitable for identifying the German market and for comparison with the statistical series of goods consumption and production, capital gains and capital investment, but it only extends up to 1885, and therefore the other series and other sources must be used for the subsequent period. It would be difficult to read the changing situation from the overall price movement, general price level, in Germany. 46. B. In half of the changing periods the increase in the general price level only occurred with the second increase, in the other half even later and once even significantly, 1898. Only in 2 upswings, 1903 to 1907, 1910 to 1913, did prices rise continuously throughout the upswing, whereas otherwise we always encounter years of standstill and even decline. Sometimes the first year of the increase is the main increase, sometimes the last. The last year was largely the peak of the upswing, but not always, rather this can also be beforehand or even in a state of stagnation. The general price movement therefore had a particularly fluctuating movement and neither began nor ended its rise in step with the change and the upswing. The period of general price fall from 1874 to 1897 saw only a halt in the decline during the upswing. Compared to the average of the previous downturn in the 1850s, the average of the upswing meant an increase in the number to 108, and in the following upswings to 102, 103, 94, 98, 96, 106, 110. The upswing as a whole did not always have higher prices, but on the contrary, sometimes even lower. Greater are the differences between the last year of upswing and the average of the previous downturn. In this comparison, the last year of the upswing 1857 to 1913 had measurement numbers of 120, 106, 108, 93, 99, 104, 115, 113. For the purpose of observing the changing situations, I have arranged the 100 goods of the Hamburg price statistics into 10 groups, which are adapted to a particular task. The goods of indirect consumption move in reasonable connection with the changing situations. With regard to the start of the price increase, there is a striking difference between the entries for sea and land imports, until 1885, and those for sea imports, from 1880, a sheet that coincidentally coincides with that of the cartel era and the cartel period coincided. The upswing in 1880-82 is represented in both statistical periods, but shows no differences and belongs to the first section. The price increase for sea and land imports usually began at the same time as iron consumption, and subsequently 1 to 3 years after it increased. The increase in the price of cash crops lasted until the end of the upswing 5 times and slowed down at the end 3 times, in 1873 and in the 2-week upswings of the 1880s. The price increase began 5 times in lockstep with the general price level, twice the price of the income god moved ahead and once it lagged behind. The stronger increase started 5 times after the iron consumption. 47. Had reached the peak, twice this happened without it having occurred, and once it occurred before the peak. The larger price increase was largely associated with a larger increase in consumption. The average rate of the upswing from 1852 to 1913 compared to the previous downturn was 122, 99, 122, 91, 1880 to 1882, 98, 1888 to 1890, 94, 1895 to 1900, 95, 1903 to 1907, 106. So here too, the decades of generally declining price movements exerted their influence, and this even extended to a further upswing. Wood prices also fit into the framework and show the same general tendencies as exceptions. The average yield of the Württemberg state forests has been traceable since 1855 and the upswing is clearly noticeable, even if there is no complete regularity. The increases begin sometimes noticeably late, 1872, or early, 1892, show strong buoyancy until the end or give way to a depression in the last year, 1866, 1912. The amount of wood felling decreased in part during the upswing. Due to long-term contracts with handlers at the mines, the mine wood fluctuates considerably less than in the forest. Here and there, forest prices also show movements that do not correspond to the upswing. In the 8 upswings from 1852 to 1913, of all price groups, the foodstuffs of the first class of needs, cereals, vegetables, potatoes, cheese, lard, herrings, dried fish, had the lowest connection with the upswing. Only the average of the first and last upswing had a figure noticeably above 100 compared to the average of the previous downturn. The first upswing is one of the two with a marked increase in grain consumption, during the last 3 years, 1855 to 1857. The averages of the 6 subsequent upswings remained at around 103 times, and those of the 3 others fell to 97 and 96, 90. The upswings of the 1860s and 1870s, which preceded the general price reduction, also had no increase in the upswing. The foodstuffs of the second consumption class, meat, milk, butter, eggs, sugar, rice, are completely different. They are at the top with 5 increases in the 6 upswings from 1850 to 1900. The increases, which were never significant, are reflected in the average measurement numbers 111, 104, 109, 101, 101, 98. Here the rise was almost without setbacks. We are dealing here with a pronounced sequelae, and that is why it is particularly characteristic of the impact of the upswing on the general condition of the people. 48. Business. It is therefore not surprising that this consequence of the increase in the price of foodstuffs of the second need class usually begins in the year in which, even after the interaction of the causal phenomena, the turn from stagnation to upswing can be seen. It will be noticeable that the uniformity of the upswing phenomena is not greater, that the irregularities are so considerable. The diversity will seem so diverse to some people that they will be surprised if the upswing still occurs and continues. The supporting phenomena are not entirely without deviations from the uniform progression that one would mentally assume. But their deviations are small compared to those of many other circumstances, which can increase to such an extent that they can lead to a reversal. There are 2 things to say about this. The image of the upswing presented is rich in color, and it also has tones that seem wrong and seem to tear the unity apart. Purity is maintained when a tone is found that eliminates adversity. The decrease in note circulation during the upswing ceases to be perceived as a disruptive element as soon as a balancing phenomenon is recognized in the deposits. The errors are ineffective for the course of the upswing if they are compensated for, and many such compensations are still left for the refinement of research to find. But unbalanced errors are also possible, as long as their disturbances are overcome by stronger forces. The supporting pillars of the building, which are able to overcome some of the adversities of the structure, are the increasing capital investment and the increase in indirect consumption. A historical explanation of the deviations in the upswing must be placed alongside this. Historically, the upswings are by no means the same. The above presentation of the individual phenomena shows how unequal they must be in detail. History shows how unequal they can be as a general phenomenon. They can lack essential upswing phenomena, be short or long, weak or strong. They can have the preponderance over the stagnation and frame insignificant stagnations. They can be framed by serious stagnations and take a back seat compared to them. The differences in the individual phenomena can be explained by historically changing causes that stand apart from the causal connection of the changing situations. The particular course of the upswing, as well as the changing situations in general, is a historical phenomenon with a special historical causal connection in each case. 49. Let us try to establish the basic lines of the upswing. The hallmark and main cause of the upswing is the increase in fixed capital investments. At the beginning of the upswing, after the stagnation, there is an extremely large amount of liquidity on the capital and money markets. The conversion of high interest into lower interest bonds that began at the end of the halt can still continue. A decrease in cash and an increase in bills of exchange at the central banks are signs of an upswing that occur gradually, and later, an increase in market interest rates and a fall in the price of interest-bearing securities follow even later, and the latter is one of the slowest signs of an upswing. All of these signs show how capital is stagnating at the beginning of the upswing and is at a loss to realize its value. This is a first stage of the upswing, which is characterized by a surplus of capital, second rise. This is followed by a second one in which the difficulties in realization cease, but raising capital does not cause any difficulties either. After all, the capital demanders during this time are the ones who have to accept interest rate increases on both the long-term and short-term lending capital markets. Boom. A third stage is that of lack of capital. Starting out quietly, it escalates to outright embarrassment about raising capital. Corresponding to and similar to the capital and money market, consumption and production have a sequence of stages that primarily affect the goods of indirect consumption. Initially, in the second part of the downturn, the existing, not fully utilized generation facilities will be used more heavily, and indirect consumption will increase. The increasing capital investment increases this. The pronounced upswing begins at its first stage, second rise. It exploits the production facilities to their full potential and brings domestic indirect consumption up to the level of the previous boom. Up to this point, the indirect increase in consumption can occur without an increase in prices. This indirect consumption had already served to expand the production of indirect consumption goods, production facilities for indirect consumption goods, so that at the next stage an increase in the highest consumption of the previous upswing can occur. The upswing begins. Across the board, productive goods, production facilities and long-term useful goods of all kinds, are rapidly increasing and require ever-increasing indirect consumption, which leads to a pronounced shortage of goods and labor. Spiethoff, Wxalagen I4. 50. Can lead. While the new systems for the production of grids cause a large indirect consumption, their production initially does not exceed the demand. But in the end this result does not happen. A surplus of indirect consumer goods occurs and their prices begin to fall in a free market. What does the upswing look like at the final stage of capital shortage, when it slows down and gradually comes to a standstill? The capital market as a market for permanent investments and long-term loans has historically experienced a change in the external manifestations of the shortage. In previous centuries and decades, before the big banks regulated the demand for capital reaching the stock market through the issue of securities, mass failed securities issues were evident at the end of the upswing. The securities bore obligations to make far-sighted installment payments, and these accumulated towards the end of the upswing, causing embarrassment to the owners of capital and giving rise to embarrassing forced sales. The gatekeeping activity of the banks and the practice of allowing deposit installments to follow subscription quickly have changed the external picture and have the effect of making the capital market's lack of capital less noticeable. The reporting and nature of the capital market also favor this. The requests and rejections for business and long-term loan capital are not made publicly and are not the subject of daily newspaper reports, but the facts cannot be overlooked. The property mortgage gradually becomes so rigid that it can come to a standstill, and the same applies to other long-term loan and business capital. Under all circumstances, there is much greater scrutiny and mass rejection from investors. The interest rates on various types of bonds are also rising on the capital market, but in the case of long-term loans, not several hundred parts, but only fractions of such can come into question. The additional expenses and one-off payments, referred to as commission and damno, increase considerably, and the conditions for taking over shares and bonds become so strict that the word usury can be heard. A strong external sign of the capital market is the fall in security prices. The intrinsically best and safest securities go back. For those with a small market, a price is often not possible for weeks, and an urgent offer to sell pushes the price down disproportionately. Without the intervention of big finance, the decline in prices would often be even greater. The most urgent needs. SL. Differences from the capital market flow into the money market and exacerbate the situation there. The capital equipment of the companies, which cannot be achieved in its entirety and in a final, permanent form on the capital market, comes to the money market with its currently most urgent partial needs. The slowing sales of goods increases the need for working capital. Securities speculation comes to the fore with great demands, which are referred to as report hunger. The money market has the strong double signs of the lack of capital in the interest rate increases, which make the situation obvious to the whole world. In addition, there are commissions of various kinds and explicit restrictions and refusals of credit by banks to their customers, and in some cases even by central banks. These are all manifestations of the upswing that is coming to an end. Just as capital stock-seeking investments build up at the beginning of the upswing, there is a lack of capital at the end. His sitting down forms the final stage, that of the ending upswing. These are not yet symptoms of a crisis, and they do not necessarily have to lead to a crisis. The demand for capital during the upswing appears as a desire for money and circulating funds. The increased sales and the increased prices require increasing means of exchange. But the demand for capital means something else, and it cannot be covered by money, and the ultimate lack of capital cannot be cured. New issues of securities, sales of bills of exchange, loans against collateral, loans on current accounts, etc. are immediately signs of an ongoing need for capital, and if they are ultimately not carried out, as a sign of a lack of capital. For the use of the capital and money market and its exploitation, it is irrelevant whether the owners of capital grant money, notes, credits or acceptances. In addition to the special economic need for capital, which is ultimately clearly perceived as a lack of capital, an economic need ultimately arises which the individual does not interpret as a lack of capital, but is very aware of as a lack of buyers. This is the belief that marks the end of the upswing. Some of the goods that rely on capital purchases remain unsold because there is a lack of capital. It would therefore be impossible to use money to remedy the shortages that regularly appeared on the capital and money markets towards the end of the upswing, a situation that must be distinguished from the possible later crisis where money matters. Capital investments decrease, as does indirect consumption, and with free market price formation, the prices of indirect transactions decrease. 52. Consumer goods back. The upswing has begun to slow down and its transition to stagnation is decided. Persuasion. The belief begins at the last stage of the upswing, the stage of capital shortage, and it fulfills the slump. Because of this overlap between upswing and downturn, the conviction requires independent treatment. Above, p18ff, different types of belief were mentioned when describing the basic phenomena. Either there must be pure non-gain or adaptation generation or full belief with its two partial contents. In contrast to belief, there is profitable equilibrium production. Production and production facilities are in balance with consumption with at least the national profit of the companies. This is a very short-term condition that can only be a reality in moments, second half, of the high swing. But perhaps it is also a purely ideal situation. Only when the boom begins will the peak production of the previous upswing be exceeded, and at least until then, generating facilities that were used in the previous upswing must remain unused. But since the production facilities are constantly being strengthened, apart from the decline in the first and second upswings, and since there has been an increase in the production facilities beyond the earlier upswing, the peak must be possible before all the production forces are fully employed, and must therefore last until during the upswing, some of them lay fallow. However, this ideal, profitable creation of equilibrium is only one type of opposition to belief. The word belief is incorrectly formed from the standpoint of modern theory. If the term had been to be created by her, it could only have been the creation of imbalance. We see the imbalance in overproduction in the fall apart between production and consumption, namely in the latter's lagging behind. This state most strongly satisfies stagnation. There are also two other types of imbalance generation. Production and consumption can be further imbalanced by consumption exceeding production by consuming old supplies or, from the point of view of an individual economy, by importing from abroad. This is a rising state, i.e. the first and often also the second rising. A third imbalance exists in the fact that production lags not only behind consumption, but also behind demand. The demand remains unsatisfied, and the part exceeding production can be covered neither by old stocks nor by imports. This is a state of upswing, i.e. one of high momentum. The imbalance definitely dominates the economic fluctuations, not only the stagnation but also the upswing. In stagnation, the special economic as well as the national economic phenomena of overconfidence tend to prevail. With the upswing, the lack of profit disappears and turns into its opposite, but the imbalance between production facilities and consumption often remains until the boom becoming increasingly weaker. However, this predominance of production facilities is now irrelevant for the profitability of the company and for the employment of personal productive forces, and that is why one no longer speaks of overconfidence during the upswing. The various causes of belief can coincide in many different ways, but forming special concepts for each of these possibilities is out of the question. It is useful to consider the possible causes in order to be as prepared as possible for the dissection of the decisive phenomena in the course of the changes, but the formation of possible causal connections cannot be an end in itself. Our goal is to clarify the most important species-specific belief phenomena associated with the alternating positions. Only the really significant and species-specific connections of causes can be grasped conceptually. First of all, there is the causal connection that causes the upswing to break off, and that is called overinvestment, saturation of needs and lack of capital after a previous expansion of the production facilities in the area of income goods. A phenomenon that goes beyond this and is not yet dominant, but is taking hold for an increasing number of businesses, is the belief in economic growth. Despite increasing demand and growing consumption, there is belief because the expansion of production facilities goes beyond this. These are industries that are unable to overcome overconfidence even during an upswing and suffer from constant overconfidence: sugar, flour, potash, cement, bricks, motor vehicles, fuels, artificial silk, artificial nitrogen, some iron and coal. Only the type and degree of belief change with economic changes. 54. During the upswing, only the special economic excess production, unprofit production, moderates and disappears. The economic conviction may be weakening in the income goods industries, but it will not be overcome here and especially in the income goods industries. This generation of upswing stands apart from the economic changes that characterize the heyday of the style of high capitalist economics. The belief in an upswing indicates that the free market, high capitalist economic style is weakening. A very different causation can be effective for a distinction that amounts to degrees of the extent of economic surplus, unconsumable and uneconomical production. The characteristic of unconsumable production is that the existing goods or production facilities exceed the needs and are therefore simply unconsumable. The demand for goods is inexhaustible. The peculiarity of uneconomic production is that it is not in itself unconsumable and unsaleable, but only under uneconomic conditions, i.e. usually below cost. The demand for goods is expansive and the size of sales is largely a question of the price level. In theory, the imbalance between production and consumption should be able to be eliminated through price reductions. If this actually doesn't work, it's because these prices were uneconomical for the entrepreneurs and thus the entire production. The recognition of a state as an unusable or uneconomical production is important for the behavior to be adopted towards it. In the case of non-consumable production, the main focus should be on creating new needs and new uses. In this way, for example, the free market, high capitalist economy has so far been able to overcome demand saturation through ever new inventions, e.g. steam, gas, electricity, gasoline engines, in their effects on the large production industries. If this does not succeed, the only option is to shut down or limit production. This is an insight that is essential for assessing antitrust policy. When production is unconsumable, no price reduction whatsoever can stimulate demand. Recognizing a situation as uneconomical production also shows the way to remedy the situation. If it were possible to reduce the production costs so that the prices required for sales would cease to be loss-making, then the belief in both its economic and special economic aspects would be overcome. dd. A series of causes of overconfidence make every overconfidence an unconsumable generation: changes in fashion, changes in technology, changes in location, satisfaction of needs. These are causes on the consumption side that kill the needs themselves. As a rule, the designs subject to fashion are those of minor needs, those of expense. These goods tend to have a great deal of flexibility in demand and are susceptible to an increase in demand through price reductions. Very often this has been accommodated by replacing noble raw materials with base imitations. Completely new industries emerged in this way: talmi, shoddy, leather, cardboard, etc. However, if these goods, which in themselves have a very flexible demand, are affected by the change in fashion, the need simply disappears. The same decline in demand is the result of the change in technology, the change of location, and the saturation of demand. Another series of causes of overproduction turns overproduction into uneconomical production: lack of capital, underconsumption, overpricing. These are causes on the consumption side that are based on income and price relationships. An existing need is only curbed by restricting purchasing power, lack of capital, underconsumption, or by increasing prices, overpricing. But it would immediately come to life if price reductions could compensate for the reduction in purchasing power or the price increase. Even goods whose demand is considered inexhaustible, such as iron and bricks, could be subject to uneconomic production if their overproduction was caused solely by a lack of capital. The causes on the production side: natural influences, technical inventions, expansion of production facilities, are able to give the belief both the characteristics of unconsumable and uneconomical production. What matters here is the extent to which these causes occur, which goods they encounter, and at what level of demand the goods are at. The demand for elementary foods, e.g. potatoes, is so heavily covered that bountiful harvests must lead to unconsumable production. Reducing the price of potatoes will generally not result in an increase in demand. Most of the means of enjoyment of the effort, e.g. coffee, can only be demanded by those with higher incomes up to the limit of need. With all other incomes there is a large unmet need that can only be satisfied by means of income. 56. Requires a price reduction corresponding to the circumstances. If an increase in production occurs under these conditions due to poor harvests or expansion of the cultivated areas, the fate of this additional production is purely a question of costs and prices. If prices can be reduced so that the entire production can be sold without harming the national profit, then this represents a new equilibrium price and any kind of overstimulation is avoided. If prices cannot be reduced so that the entire harvest can be sold, but sales still only depend on prices, then uneconomical production occurs. If the increase in crops becomes so great that it becomes unsaleable even at prices adjusted to the lowest incomes, then this would be unconsumable production. The demand for the most important means of production, such as iron and bricks, is considered inextensible. As a rule, the demand for them does not increase when their prices fall, but rather when the income goods they create, products of production and long-term use, promise profit. The demand for them can only be stimulated by a price reduction to the extent that the profitable use of new goods to be produced with them depends on this price reduction. This is not usually the case on a large scale. If the production of these means of production is increased through technical inventions or expansion of production facilities to such an extent that overproduction occurs, this production will mostly be unconsumable and no price reduction of any kind can increase demand. In all of these discussions aimed at the cause of the belief, the distinction between the economic and the special economic aspects played no role. The rule is that both coincide. To the extent that it is possible to eliminate one, it will be at the expense of the other. However, this does not depend on a specific cause, but rather on the objectives of the entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs' entire efforts are aimed at combating the production of unprofitable profits, and it is therefore not surprising that the purely special economic belief, to the exclusion of the national economic belief, appears to be primarily a way of thinking that, as far as can be seen, has not yet been observed in the literature. The question therefore comes to a head as to whether certain causes force the generation of loss of profit, while others are particularly favorable for overcoming it. Changes in fashion, changes in technology, changes in location and saturation of demand mean that the economic side can be completely eliminated. Dill. Impossible and force it? A similar constraint could be exerted by these causes on the production of unprofitable profits, because it is difficult to imagine that, given these severe shortfalls in demand, such an adjustment of production and prices could succeed that the unprofitable nature disappears. In all of these cases, reduced supply is an ineffective means for entrepreneurs. The other causes are more promising, but certain of them are unlikely to offer particularly favorable possibilities. Success everywhere depends on the stratification of incomes and prices and on the extent of production restrictions necessary to attract powerful buyers or the necessary expansion of production to achieve lower costs. These circumstances are not given by certain persuasive causes, but by the social and technical conditions of the individual branches of production. Crisis. In the free capitalist market economy, the fate of the upswing has always been one of belief. In addition, towards the end of the upswing, a sudden, stormy collapse, the crisis, can occur. Conviction and crisis both have their roots in the upswing, but they are independent of each other. The crisis usually came earlier than the expressed conviction, but it can only occur when the conviction is already there and the national economy has already entered into a stagnation, or it can be absent completely. The crisis arises less than the conviction from the innermost parts of the national economy. Indeed, it can affect such special areas that it remains a superficial phenomenon and falls outside the national economic cycle. It is not inseparably linked to the alternating layers. Long before high capitalism went through a cycle of booms and busts, crises appeared as special phenomena, and after they had become the constant companions of the ending boom since the 1820s, they have become more and more frequent since the end of the 19th century been avoided. The crisis consists in the sudden collapse of the credit and causes numerous payment defaults. There is no need for this dramatic conclusion in the upswing, rather, strong exaggerations must have occurred, culminating in overspeculation and credit overextension. The economic circle that is guilty of credit abuse gives the crisis its special appearance, and the types of crises differ in the particular causal connection that led to the credit overextension. But every crisis is a credit crisis. We therefore have, in addition to the appearances, essentially always the same credit. 58. Crisis to distinguish their sphere of influence according to areas. This results in the securities market crisis and the commodity trading crisis, which form a narrower group as speculative crises, as well as the startup crisis and the capital crisis. There is always a credit crisis associated with all of them. If the various crises occur together, a general economic crisis occurs. Speculative crises. The two speculative crises, which focus on prices, affect the securities or goods market. If these markets succumb to overspeculation, the crisis is set. Overspeculation is not simply a misguided speculation, but rather it is based on assumptions that, upon clear consideration, turn out to be palpably impossible for anyone with any reasonable knowledge. The people responsible for a particular area judge future events in a way that can be seen as a lack of judgment. Securities market crisis. Every upswing is accompanied by an increase in stock prices and an expansion of speculation. However, it is not necessary to end up in the overspeculation that causes a crisis. The overspeculation manifests itself in the price increasing to infinity. The securities are not purchased for the purpose of long-term investment, but rather to make a capital gain from the expected price increase through early resale. The income from the securities is not taken into account when determining the price, and the price increase has no limit as long as there is hope for buyers who expect to find their money's worth when resold. This is why the most insane price increases occur, which are completely unfounded in terms of the intrinsic value of the securities. The overspeculation finds its focus in certain areas and papers, the so-called leading speculative papers. In particular, shares in companies that benefit from the upswing and shares in start-ups that can benefit from profit opportunities that are difficult to verify are preferred. This may result in a connection between the stock market and the startup crisis. Overspeculation is not possible without facilities that allow the speculator to operate even without possession of capital and especially without possession of available money capital. The most common form of this is the current affairs, and where it is missing there is a substitute. Just as important as making a purchase without owning capital is borrowing capital so that you don't have to sell the securities you bought over time in the hope of a price increase when, given the actual price, this is only possible at a loss. 59. The food shop offers this opportunity. Since the speculator is dependent on the loanable money capital to wait for a favorable price level, a connection is created between bullish speculation and the money market and a dependence on the latter for the maintenance of the former. This results in a connection between the stock market and the credit crisis. The possibility of speculating without owning capital is the prerequisite for the size of the market. If every speculator had to have his own capital to cover his entire turnover, a large speculative market would never come into being. A certain size of the market is essential because speculation depends on being able to buy or sell any item at any moment. This is the importance of the stock strangers, and if these increase greatly during over-speculation, when waiters, tipsters and high school students take part in the stock game, then this is a condition for the over-speculation. But this group of inexperienced people is also of fundamental importance, because the price increases, which have been driven to the point of absurdity, are largely due to them. The eternal continuation of over-speculation is impossible, and a downward trend in prices gradually arises. The impetus for this is threefold. The financial power, originally a promoter of speculation because of its securities issuance, should be slowed down. But even independently of them, the money market stiffens and makes credit more expensive to such an extent that prices suffer as a result. Cost rates of 40 to 50% per year have occurred. Finally, the discrepancy between the price and earnings of the securities must also become apparent. This starts with a small number of people, but soon it increases. This means that the two cornerstones of speculation, the size of the market and the ease of obtaining capital, are shaken. As long as the situation has not completely changed, a lot of desperate speculators are trying to counteract the collapse in prices. But the money powers have made it impossible to hold on. They are interested in restricting credit, in preparing and securing themselves for the storm, and so they pushed for the obligations to be released. The prices are already starting to fall in spurts by many hundreds of %. Small but numerous payment settings are causing a preliminary crash here and there. Now all it takes is a major shock, the fall of a leading company or a major bank, and the collapse is there. This finds its focal point in the phenomena of the credit crisis and is also presented in connection with this for the securities market. 60. Commodity trade crisis. The price increase occurs like on the securities market because an even further increase is expected. But this over-speculation in the commodity market tends to be linked to certain, extraordinary events rather than affecting the entirety of the entire market. Here it is less a general speculative movement that ultimately gets lost in over-speculation, but rather the exploitation of very specific, historically changing events that leads to unhealthy exaggeration. Trade blockades, privateering wars and bad harvests, the duration and extent of which are always uncertain, the opening of new markets and sales areas, the power of which is impossible to overlook, were the starting point and more or less the permanent focus of commodity over-speculation. The speculators' efforts are not only aimed at increasing prices, they strive to get their hands on as large quantities of promising goods as possible. For the majority of goods there is no excessive time trading, but speculation is dependent on the purchase of tangible goods. The task of the speculating trader is often to obtain the goods. In this procurement of goods speculators commit the greatest exaggerations. The quantity of goods is of crucial importance due to the connection between prices, production, and consumption. The price increase is affecting even the gravedigger on the goods market. It attracts goods from distant markets, stimulates production, and tends to retard consumption. In short, it creates stocks, which to make ineffective for price formation is an extraordinary, even impossible, and suicidal task in the long run. Tackling this represents the climax of over-speculation. The means for maintaining and increasing prices is credit, particularly in the form of bill of exchange credit. Initially, Speculation probably resorted to keeping goods off the market in order to drive up prices. Soon it will have to do the same to stop the price decline. Credit tension reaches its peak when high prices are threatened by stocks that cannot be sold at current prices. The credit now becomes the real driver of the market situation. Its tension occurs under similar phenomena as in the securities market. What are the cost rates there, which rise to the point of being unaffordable, are the bill of exchange interest, the deposit interest and the storage fees on the goods market. 61. So it happens that the overspeculation of the goods market culminates not only in the unsustainably driven prices, but also in the excessively large inventories of goods. The outbreak of the commodity trade crisis can take two forms. There are events that trigger the crisis suddenly and with all its force. This includes the unexpected arrival of large quantities of goods as a result of the lifting of trade barriers, the ending of wars or the replacement of a poor harvest with a very good one. When such events coincide with a market situation that is already suffering from overspeculation, the outbreak of a crisis is the immediate consequence. The crisis is gradually being prepared when it arises from the causal connection between price increases and the accumulation of inventories and is triggered by the collapse of credit. This occurs by means of the same decline in the prices of those who hold out in speculation and those who continue to enjoy credit, as described by the securities market. The latter form is the newer one. The former predominated in the past mainly because rapid adaptation to sudden events was not possible due to poor transport and communications, and orders over long distances could only be carried out with a great deal of time. The outbreak of the goods trade crisis, the mass suspension of payments by trading houses and the fall in prices coincides with the credit crisis and will be presented together with it. There is little prospect of the securities market crisis completely disappearing in the foreseeable future, even though the effects of speculation have decreased. The goods trade crisis is partly a thing of the past. All those crises that previously occurred as a result of sudden events have disappeared. The only thing that can bring about the collapse of commodity trade today are passions combined with a completely wrong assessment of market opportunities. Grinding crisis. Numerous and even excessive start-ups are part of the picture of the upswing and do not cause a crisis. But this must occur when too much coincides with particular problems in the individual undertakings. These tend to be of three kinds. The companies are so heavily burdened by their founders or are so inadequately equipped that successful development is impossible. In other cases, despite the best intentions and unimpeachable honesty of the founders, the fundamentals are fantastic, or they ultimately turn out to be technically inadequate despite careful testing. A third GE. 62. The problem is the lack of capital, and in the case of the capital crisis, in contrast to the capital crisis, this is not due to an economic lack of capital, but rather to the conditions of the individual companies and the startup and financing system. Where the startup system, especially of larger companies, is not based on strong capital powers, an unbearable number of companies can suffer from a lack of special economic capital. If these individual failures coincide with an excess of foundations, competition becomes so difficult that mass collapses, i.e. the startup crisis that results. The outbreak of the startup crisis occurs in such a way that, due to individual causes, some of the sick companies initially collapse in quick succession and in a conspicuous manner. These bankruptcies lead to credit shock and, in certain circumstances, to economic fear, and in connection with the credit crisis, one of the poor start-ups is now collapsing in quick succession. Over the decades, the grinding process has improved enormously. The worst riots and the blatant robbery and fraud are stopped, the worst abuses are avoided. But this does not completely eliminate the startup crises. If there had been a real crisis in Germany in the summer of 1901, the phenomenon would have had to be described as a grinding crisis. Capital crisis. At the end of every upswing there is a lack of capital. However, a capital crisis is only brought about when commitments to the implementation of new or the expansion of existing ventures are so large that they exceed the power of the capital market. The collapse of companies suffering from unfinished financing takes the entire market with it and triggers the crisis. The overloading of the capital market with financing obligations is the result of a lack of market organization and imperfect financing systems. An unlimited number of capital demands that have no connection to the investment-seeking circles are storming the market. Since everyone acts for themselves, the movement as a whole takes place without taking into account the capacity of the capitalists. There is no viewing of the plan, but anyone can come to the open market with a request to subscribe for shares, without this being anything unusual. In addition to this independence of the financing transaction, there is a special way that capitalists have to fulfill. 63. Of their drawings. The subscribed capital is not required in a few, rapid, specific installments, rather, one makes do with a small first deposit and then pays the following without certain deadlines, or sets the subsequent installments small and distant. The easy subscription conditions encourage a large number of speculators to participate who do not plan to pay the subsequent installments. If these are finally called in, this will require the sale of these or other securities and will cause their price to fall. In this way, a connection and a causal relationship emerges between the capital crisis and the stock market crisis. The outbreak of the capital crisis may be related to the stock market crisis. This brings down a larger number of those obliged to make capital payments. Now the half-financed companies also find themselves in financial difficulties, as the lack of capital no longer only affects their shareholders, but themselves. As soon as numerous payment defaults occur, the credit industry collapses and the capital crisis breaks out, involving all companies that suffer from unfinished financing. The capital crisis has lost considerable ground due to advances in financing, and if the advantages of this new order are secured, it may perhaps be possible to overcome it completely. The effects of the capital crisis, like those of the founding crisis, are particularly severe and cause permanent economic losses in the sense of unconditional destruction of capital. Due to the capital and start-up crisis, a large number of systems remain in a half-finished state without the invested capital ever being used. Credit crisis. Whether the situation on the stock exchange, the commodity market, the new companies and the capital market escalates into a full-blown crisis depends on the maintenance of credit. Its abolition means the outbreak of crisis for all areas that have fallen victim to overspeculation. The credit collapse is caused by credit abuse, and this is rooted in overspeculation in certain economic areas. Every upswing leads to a state of capital shortage, but the crisis presupposes an unusual development of credit during overspeculation. Three things come into consideration here: the credit tension and ultimately the overstretch, the deterioration in the coverage of the loans, which leads to the fact that the credit transactions are based to a considerable extent on fictitious values, and finally, in connection with this circumstance, the disparity between one's own capital possession and the use of credit, that the property ownership. 64. Falls far short of the credit obligations when the true nature of the fictitious assets is revealed. The outbreak of the credit crisis can be triggered by individual events or a cluster of them, such as those that occur even in quiet times, without causing drastic effects. Special economic losses lead to a larger number of bankruptcies. The effect on the steady course of the economy must change if the bankruptcies occur at a time of overspeculation and credit overstrain, when the number of companies sensitive to disruptions and losses is unusually increased. This is how it happens that bankruptcies, which initially only represent individual cases of special economic activity, develop into a general state of economic disruption. The bankruptcies lead to the collapse of trust and credit transactions and thereby trigger a fall in prices on the securities and commodity markets. The first bankruptcies in large numbers can come from the area of each of the crises presented. The impetus for the credit crisis can also arise from foreign relationships. If, at a time when credit is at its most tense in an economy, the exchange rates have risen for some reason to such an extent that precious metal is flowing out, this and the subsequent sharp increases in interest rates often signal the outbreak of the credit crisis. To the extent that the causes of the crisis come from the area of the commodity trade or securities market crisis, i.e. to the extent that there are causes that are largely subject to inter-country influences, the crisis usually seems to first break out in a country with unfavorable exchange rates. However, the credit crisis can also be triggered from within by the fact that credit extensions either prove impossible or cost an interest rate that swallows up any advantage. In order to raise money, sales must be made, these bring down prices, and now the signal has been given for the general sale of stocks. The fall in prices can no longer be stopped, and this, combined with the numerous bankruptcies that occur as a result, is now causing the actual crisis. The price and price decline is of particular importance for the outbreak of the crisis if it arises from the context of the securities exchange or commodity trading crisis. If the price level was driven up by overspeculation and credit overextension, the fall in prices means the onset of the crisis. The disruptions that initiate the crisis are often caused by special external events. This happens especially when 65. The focus of the crisis lies in the area of the goods trade crisis, which has already been mentioned. In the vast majority of crises, individual events only have an additional influence. They are only decisive for the timing, severity, or complexity of the crisis, but not for it itself. In other crises, the triggering event does not even have this significance. The general situation here is so developed that any and all incidents can serve as a starting point for the crisis. So it happens that there is often astonishment when everyday phenomena form the cause asterisk of a crisis. In this context, the outbreak of crises often occurs in the fall. This is where the greatest use of the money market occurs, and when needs converge, an impending crisis provides the most fuel. For every crisis, the focus is on the outbreak of fear, the general lack of trust. Its economic characteristics lie primarily in the changes in money and credit transactions and, subsequently, in those of price formation and sales of goods. With the onset of general fear, the crisis has broken out. With the onset of fear as a social phenomenon, the collapse of credit is a given. The outbreak of fear is a mass mental state that suddenly spreads with extreme violence. Not just merchants, but all people with financial obligations want to gain strength. This addiction to strengthening is initially only expressed secretly, by collecting debts under the pretense of harmless circumstances and avoiding new grants of credit, but taking advantage of them whenever possible. As soon as secrecy can no longer be maintained and a lack of trust appears openly, the outbreak of fear occurs. It is particularly worrying when the banks also succumb to the addiction to strength. The behavior of the banks is of great importance for the overall mental state. Even those who do not need help at the moment will be struck by fear if the banks turn their backs on the loan request. A strengthening policy of the banks aimed at their own security is an infallible means of causing an outbreak of fear if it does not yet exist. The banks are doing themselves the worst service by doing this, because the population immediately turns the tables and organizes a raid on the institutions in order to reclaim their deposits. The means of circulation undergoes a revolution, which consists in the exclusion of a mass of monetary substitutes. The prerequisite of the banking industry, the giving of money through a mere varies Spiethoff, Wxalagen is. 66. Being able to replace speaking of the same is no longer possible. The climax occurs when money itself disappears and traffic is replaced by stagnation. The exchange of money is almost eliminated, no one accepts bills of exchange, and even the best houses' acceptances are rejected. Things are similar with exchange transactions. Under all circumstances, the number of acceptances considered to be eligible for private discounting is shrinking considerably. At 100% discount it has proven impossible to accommodate bills of exchange. The stated interest rates on the open market should not lead to the assumption that there were any significant amounts of money on the market. It is not uncommon in such times that the central banks are the only buyers of bills. Contrary to all expectations, this was occasionally the case in Berlin during the collapse of the Leipzig Bank in mid-1901. The The Reichsbank was the only institution that was really willing to buy bills, while the large mixed banks sometimes held back and sometimes refused. The notes form a sharp contrast to the bills of exchange, although there is a certain difference between those of the central banks and the smaller ones. A fearful presentation of banknotes in the context of an economic crisis should not be detectable at a central bank. With regard to central bank notes, one can generally say that in times of crisis and fear they circulate unchallenged and without suspicion and are treated like currency. While notes are the most fear-proof means of replacing money, the same is not true of deposits, although they do not fail as regularly and almost completely as the exchange rate. A distinction must be made here between payment and capital contributions. In contrast to the latter, the former have no tendency to descend during the upswing and during the outbreak of fear, but rather follow the opposite movement. The influence of the outbreak of fear on deposits therefore varies according to their type. The Bank of England generally shows an increase in deposits. The same thing happened at the German Reichsbank occasionally during the impending outbreak of fear in mid-1901, whereas previously here as in France a decrease was the rule. But this was very minor, did not actually weaken the banks and was not a result of mistrust. All other institutions are exposed to the ban, including the large, even giant, deposit-taking banks and the mixed banks. Based on the experience of 1901, the large German mixed banks are by no means immune to mass withdrawals of deposits, although one might have assumed that they were generally trusted by us. 67. Have achieved a similar position as the Reichsbank. The savings banks are also subject to the mood of fear and denial. There is no example of the failure of rewriting traffic to be seen in the crisis literature. The same applies to billing transactions. The counterpart to holding back credit is holding back currency. The focus of the crisis is money, obtaining it is the goal of all measures. The fear of revealing oneself and the often exclusive recognition of it to the exclusion of numerous alternative means is the cause of the traffic standstill. An addiction to money breaks out, which reverses the relationship between money and goods that prevails during the upswing and especially in overspeculation. Money alone is safe from the fall to which all other grids are subject, only having money protects against the unpredictability of the situation. Interest rates are skyrocketing to lure money out of hiding places, and yet it doesn't show. The impossibility of obtaining money does not only apply to distressed speculators. The peculiarity of the situation is that nobody and nothing can be trusted, that everyone is watching the money. The hunt for money leads central banks to try to bring in precious metals from abroad. This is often successful and becomes a means of relaxation. The difficulty of obtaining funds reaches its peak when the banks are closed. It is the real focal point in the crisis. Nobody dares to speak of it, but everyone fears it and tries to prepare for it. An impending fire is actually equivalent to the banks ceasing to grant credit, i.e. the loss of the last place of help. In addition to the denomination, there is also the outflow of money abroad in the form of precious metals. The prerequisite for this is an unfavorable exchange rate, which fluctuates unusually quickly and strongly in times of crisis. There is no need for reassurance, since an outflow of the precious metal abroad at the same time as a hunt for money at home would make the situation extremely tense. This could very directly mean that it becomes impossible for banks to grant credit. Domestic denomination increases interest rates to such an extent that an influx of precious metals from abroad usually follows. When the credit crisis breaks out, no special phenomena arise from the area of the financing and capital crisis that stand out from other types. Due to their own causal connection, mass bankruptcies arise, which are caused by the Cray 5 *. 68. The crisis will be triggered to an increased extent and at a closely coincident time. Whether this is a start-up crisis or a capital crisis cannot be determined from the external phenomena, but can only be found out by examining the causes. However, in the case of the securities stock market and commodity trading crises, a similar picture of external phenomena is given, which makes it easy to see how the credit crisis is related. The focus of the securities market crisis is of course the prices. When it comes to price declines and falls, a distinction must be made between speculative securities at one pole and bond securities at the other. The more a paper was the subject of speculation and was subject to over-speculation, the more its price fall is a natural necessity. This emerges most clearly and undoubtedly when the stock market crisis is accompanied by a grinding or capital crisis. When companies that were previously thought to be gold mines collapse, when stock corporations that had just decided on high distributions are unable to honor their bills of exchange, the fall in their prices has no limits. The further back, the worse the riots, and the falls in the price of speculative securities during the crisis of 1720 are therefore probably unparalleled. The situation is different with bond securities whose prices are not driven by profit. Experience has shown that these gain capital value due to the impending deterioration of other profit opportunities during the stagnation and due to the fall in the interest rate. If these securities fall in price during the crisis, this is only due to the turbulent demand for money and is more a phenomenon of the credit crisis than of the stock market crisis. Even the most undoubted values must fall significantly in price if they are to provide an incentive for the fearful owners of money to purchase. The fall of first-class bonds with the complete rigidity of the capital and money market represents the most severe form of the crisis. In contrast, there are mild forms where these phenomena are missing, and also abundance where large and gigantic overspeculations were buried with a loud noise and still for good values a willing market existed. The external picture can be quite changeable. From this follows the ability to influence the process. Moderation of the passion for speculation, correct banking practices and good reserves can take away a large part of the devastating effect of the crisis. The phenomena that the credit collapse causes on the commodity market, which is in a state of over-speculation, are similar to those on the securities market. Here too there are serious and 69. Easy trap. But if, as is the rule, the prices were systematically driven up by withholding goods from the market and by increasing credit, with the collapse of credit a quantity of goods suddenly appears on the market which necessarily causes a sudden fall in prices. The fall of the crisis does not necessarily extend to all goods, but the peak of overspeculation is a very strong crest. The price does not fall consistently to below the level before the overspeculation. Although this was also a result of the upswing, there remains an increase for a number of goods. As in the securities market, some goods, especially those most affected by overspeculation and therefore most severely affected by the crisis, are able to recover soon afterwards. Others continue the price decline under the influence of the stagnation and only reach the lowest point during this period. The general economic condition must suffer considerably as a result of the crisis. The standstill of money and credit transactions, the elimination of a more or less large part of the banks and bankers, the bankruptcies that occur every day and the fall in prices must have an impact on all economic areas. The lack of money makes it impossible for some businesses to pay wages or even to continue, and bankruptcies create large numbers of unemployed people. In some crises, the most inventive natural economic and other methods are reported, through which small traffic is maintained in the absence of money. Some things eventually turn out to be less bad than they initially seemed. But this does not make the crisis itself any more harmless. The national economy is poorer by many of the companies that were swept away by the storm, but which could have been preserved if the crisis had been avoided and the excess speculation had been dealt with more calmly. As impossible as it is to maintain the valuation of the grid world made in the time of over-speculation, as naturally as the overstretched credit must eventually fail, the collapse of the entire economy and in general the outbreak of the crisis with fear, monetary restraint, and bankruptcies are not an inescapable fate. The oft-heard praising words about the cleansing effect of the crisis overlook how the hyenas of the battlefield drain the lifeblood of thousands and fail to mention how much each crisis unnecessarily destroys. Preventing and alleviating the crisis is always worth the sweat of the noble. Stagnation. Capital gains stall or decline. The total amount of income from assets and businesses becomes 70. necessarily smaller or making little progress. It is not uncommon for the stagnation here to begin with a decline that can continue to increase for several years and is then followed by a gradual increase. The average distribution rate of all stock corporations and that of the companies in the indirect consumption grid follows the same line. That of other business groups can deviate from this in a favorable or unfavorable direction, even more so that of individual companies, which often succumb to lack of distribution and losses. The prices of interest-bearing securities rise, often even during the upswing. If the stagnation takes a long time, the interest rate will be reduced. The market rate falls for a long time, lows of 1% and below have often been recorded. The bank rate has been gradually reduced since a planned procedure was implemented during the stagnation. Only if a country's unfavorable balance of payments and exchange rates threaten its holdings of precious metals can the bank rate receive an increase that does not correspond to the exchange rate. In these cases, the leading central bank exposes itself to the danger that the banking world and the stock market will not follow it, since the surplus of capital during the stagnation makes it independent of the central bank and encourages interest rates to be undercut. At such times, interpretations of the movement of the bank rate on the economic situation would be misleading. The issue of securities as a whole gradually falls over the course of the stagnation, and this line runs with a few spikes. The first year of stagnation is sometimes close to the last year of upswing, but the lowest year of stagnation accounted for only 1/4/ of it in the interstate statistics. In Germany the tensions were much lower, but the irregularities of the movement were greater. Public bonds follow the overall movement less evenly than during an upswing and show strong irregularities and fluctuations. Towards the end of the slump, conversions of high interest into lower interest bonds begin to pile up, which extends into the beginning of the upswing. The capital investments in the form of shares used by newly founded stock corporations and by existing transport, commercial, and banking companies fall in the peak year of the upswing and continue to fall during the stagnation. Generally from year to year, the reduction goes down to 1/1/, The decline is greatest at banks. The decline is followed by a slight increase. The issue of bonds increases during the stock market and can outweigh that of shares in power. In Germany, this sometimes occurs at the end of the upswing. 71. Increase in the issuance of bonds continued without interruption into the stagnation. Over the last few decades, Pfandbriefe in Germany have regularly started to rise in the first year of stock market. The decline or remaining low level of capital investments as a whole in income-producing goods is probably the most infallible sign of stagnation. The central bank's bill holdings are declining with constant fluctuations, and the tensions between the highest and lowest annual levels are decreasing. The peak of the upswing fell in the next downturn at the Bank of England to around 1/1/1/9, at the Bank of France to 1/2/4/19, at the German central banks to 2/4/, Averages fell from the 1870s to for the Bank of England to for the Bank of France to 2/1/, at the Reichsbank these differences are much smaller. As a rule, the low level of the bill of exchange stock remained to 2 years linger, when this line continued when issuing shares. The cash holdings of the central banks increased during the stagnation, and this often continues even when the granting of loans is already growing. The metal stock rose from the low point in the peak year of the upswing to the peak in the stagnation at the Bank of England to 11/11-fold, at the Bank of France to 11/16-fold, at the German central banks to 11// up to 4 times. Since the 1870s the very great tensions have disappeared, but doubling and tripling continue to occur. Since the 1870s, the annual averages have increased by 1/0.5 to 2/yen/ equals to 12/fold. The dichotomy of the note and down movements has already been reported in the presentation of the upswing phenomena. The increase in the upswing is generally opposed to a reduction in the stagnation and vice versa. the driving force behind the increase in notes, but it was often so large that even during periods of increasing note circulation during the upswing, this grew in a stagnation, and then an increase in notes spread over decades arose. This can be found particularly in Germany until 1873 and here as well as in France since the 1890s. The deposits and creditors of the German mixed banks have largely increased during the stagnation. Since the interest subsidies tend to fall low, this indicates a strong excess of capital and difficulties in realizing them. 72. During the stagnation, the acceptance loans of the German mixed banks regularly fell into decline, followed by a gradual increase to the extent of the previous upswing. This movement is not so regular among debtors. In line with the decline in capital investment during the downturn, indirect consumption also falls. This was most evident in Germany with iron. With the exception of 1858, iron consumption fell every time with the onset of the stagnation. This decline usually lasted 1 to 2 years, only once lasting 6 years, 1874 to 79. The extent of this decline in consumption varied in magnitude and amounted to 42%, 25%, 4%, 52%, 13%, 15%, 11%. The reduction of 52% occurred gradually from 1873 to 1879, but the difference from 1873 to 1874 was already 30%. This pronounced decline was followed by a second stage, which is characterized by the cessation of the decline and the beginning of a gradual rise up to the height of the peak of the previous upswing. This level lasted 1 year in the 1860s and the 20th century, but in the other periods since 1848 it lasted 4, 2, 3.5, and 4 years. If there was a decline lasting several years, the increase initially remained below the consumption of the first year or years of decline and only approached the previous upswing in the last few years. In the very severe slumps of the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s the increase did not reach this approximation at all. The decline in iron consumption is, along with the corresponding processes in the capital market, the decisive stagnation phenomenon. The German stagnation was expressed in iron consumption, not in iron production. The stagnation was less noticeable in German consumption of coal than in iron. More often than not, the first year of stagnation still had an increase, but the Rückgang that began in the last year of the upswing also occurred. The decline lasted up to 2 years, and several times the increase was followed by another year, which remained below the previous peak of the upswing. The extent of the decline is less than that of iron and is usually 6 to 7%, never more. In some stagnations, however, a setback-free rise takes place, which differs from that of the upswing by the more modest magnitude, and a continuous line of ascent then emerges. This applies even more to lignite than to hard coal. The same applies to the recording of immediate consumption in a slump as to that of an upswing, and as there is no specific line that dominates the slump. Unmistakable reductions. TKS. Rations of grain food in Germany show the stockpiling years 1858 to 1860, 1901, 1908, but the reverse can also be found in 1841 to 44 and 1848. Meat consumption in 1848 was lower than ever in the previous 11 years and rose only slowly in the following 2 years. Rice consumption fell significantly in 1848 and 1849, and sugar consumption fell slightly. In the subsequent slumps, rice and sugar fell as often as they rose, but the periods in question only partially coincided. With the exception of the 1870s, the price movement in Hamburg for these second-class foods was declining. Among the common foods, only cocoa suffered a significant decline of 20% in the second half of the 1870s. The following silk consumption is independent of the stagnation and has had high and highest consumption figures especially during individual stagnation years. The stimulants brandy and beer have risen in stagnation, especially in earlier periods, 6 times more than they have fallen. Tobacco consumption showed hardly any significant movements in the stagnation. At least the clothing did not suffer any obvious deterioration during the stagnation. A specific line of movement that dominates the stagnation is also missing here, but in most cases a uniform judgment is possible as to whether the fiber consumption was bad or good. Wool consumption in Germany was low during the downturns of the late 1840s and late 1850s, and cheap during the downturns of the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s. Cotton consumption was generally high during the stagnation. During the stagnation of the 1870s it was first higher and then lower. If the lines of movement of goods production and consumption showed considerable differences during the upswing, there are even more differences during the stagnation. In many cases, the stagnation in German goods production is hardly or not at all noticeable. The progress of iron production during the stagnation in Germany was very uneven. We find the line we are already familiar with, decline in the beginning and a quiet rise in the second part of the stop. This happened 3 times, each of these periods lasting once for 3 years, 1874 to 1879, once for 2 years, 1848 to 51, and once for 1 year, 1908-09. However, the slight increase did not occur at all and was replaced by an immediate overtaking of the earlier peak of the upswing, 1902. When describing the upswing it was already mentioned that the increase can extend beyond the upswing into a stagnation. Under certain circumstances occurs. 74. Only towards the end of the stagnation in 1 year does an insignificant setback occur, so that the alternating layers disappear and a single large proliferation arises. From 1850 to 1873 the unstoppable rise was only interrupted by very minor setbacks in 1860, a third year of stagnation, and 1870, year of the war. Likewise, from 1877 to 1900, the increase experienced only one minor setback in 1886, a fourth year of stagnation, and once a standstill in 1891, a first year of stagnation. For these 24 years it is completely impossible to read the German changes, let alone the stagnations in iron production. For those in the know, the slumps can be identified by the fact that the annual increases are lower than during the upswing. This relative lack of major declines in production during the stagnation, given the simultaneous sharp decline in German iron consumption, was only possible because the fluctuations in demand could be largely transferred from domestic production to abroad. German iron consumption in 1847 equals 181% and 1849 equals 121% of production, 1858 equals 154% and 1860 equals 119%, 1865 equals 115% and 1868 equals 9497, 1873 equals 1329 and 1879 equals 689, 1890 equals 3427 SMD SVN 68.6%, 1900 equals 89% and 1902 equals 62%. Until the mid-1870s, only in exceptional cases was no additional import needed to cover domestic needs, and the passing on of consumption fluctuations abroad culminated in the rolling off the coverage of the additional consumption of the upswing. When from then on production was no longer regularly absorbed by the domestic market, the underconsumption of the downturn had to be rolled off. Since then, increasing excess exports during the downturn became an important means of maintaining and increasing production in the downturn stagnation and to combat the persuasion. Since that time, the persuasion has been expressed in increasing export figures of the stagnation. In France and England the rule was that the stagnation began with a decline in iron production and that an increase followed in the context of the previous upswing. In France the decline usually lasted 1 year and twice 3 years, in England twice 1, 3 times 2, once 3, and once 4 years. In the United States of America the changes sometimes fall in slightly different years, but every increase in production has so far been followed by a decline, which lasted 3 years in the 1870s and 1880s, 4 years in the 1890s, and 1 year each in 1904 and 1908. In 1878 to 1879 and 1909 there was an increase, while in the other booms the decline immediately grew into an increase. In the 19th century the delays were considerably longer than in the 20th. A.D. The characteristic of American iron production during the stagnation is the severity that the decline tends to assume. It was 30% in the 1870s, 28% in the 1890s and 38% in 1 year in 1908. The greatest decline in German iron production was only 18% between 1873 and 1876. The stagnation in German coal demand is even less noticeable than with iron. Only once, in 1848, did coal fall below the previous year, and a year of increase was necessary before the previous peak was exceeded. All other stagnations do not appear at all or bring about a halt in reproduction in 1 or, exceptionally, 2 years, dh. Despite the reduction, the unconditional support remains above that of the year before last. In general, the stagnation increases were smaller than those of the upswing. In France and England the stagnation in coal was also less pronounced than in coal. The same applies to the United States of America. The sharpest declines there were in coal demand of 12 and 13%. The increases in production due to the stagnation of coal should no more obscure the existing belief in production than that of iron. As shown, the consumption line runs differently. However, even apart from this, we know from industrial history that increases in production are a means of reducing costs and combating the special economic consequences of excessive production, and that with these increases in production there are fierce battles for the existence of the cartels, for prices, for participation figures and for the foreign market went hand in hand. German lignite had the most rapid development. In the western area, however, the boom year of 1910 still had stocks of 11% of the annual production despite a production restriction of 15%, as did 1911, and it was only in 1912 that stocks fell to a third while the restrictions remained in place. The same applies to iron. While there was a steady increase in heat production from 1877 to 1900 with a slight setback in 1886, the blast furnace statistics at the same time show not inconsiderable declines in the total operating time in weeks, namely, 1876 to 1879 from 92:19 to 89:52, 1882 to 1886 from 12:087 to 9,445, 1890 1,893 from 10,480 to 9,747. The stagnations that were not reflected in the production of pillowcases in these decades are clearly reflected in the overall operating life. The production volume did increase, but even more increased due to the 76. New construction of enlarged blast furnaces increased the production capacity, so that during the downturns the operating time decreased and the number of furnaces that were not in operation increased. Because of the cartels, the beliefs are changed in their nature. Stock production has decreased, production curtailment, surplus exports and cost reduction production have increased. In the 1870s and 1880s there were huts that had stocks of 25 to 33% of annual production during the stagnation, e.g. despite a production restriction of 50%. But even under the rule of the associations, the stocks rose to 10 to 15% in the stagnation against 1% to 1% and less 1m upswing. The food harvests have already been reported when describing the upswing. What has been found regarding the upswing applies to the production of stimulants. In Germany, the stagnation was most noticeable in brandy production, and this occurred in tobacco until the early 1890s. The production of the fiber industry shows even greater irregularities during the slump than during the upswing. The decline in German wool yarn and wool goods production generally began in the last or second to last year of the upswing, and in the course of the stagnation the most diverse lines can be found. On 3 occasions the decline was followed by an increase lasting several years as part of the previous upswing. But this may be absent or last only a year, or the decline and the rise do not occur. Similar to iron production, this was the case after 1882, so that a rise took place from 1875 to 1889, interrupted only in 1885 and 1887. The 1890s experienced strong fluctuations from year to year. There was no uniform development, the contrast between the two alternating situations was missing, and the stagnation had an increasing production that overtook the previous upswing. Cotton yarns and cotton goods in Germany have often had an increase in production that extends far beyond the stagnation or completely fills it. The overall price movement, general price level, in Germany generally fell during the slowdown. The setting of this RIC course began 6 times in the first year, once in the second year, and once it stopped altogether. With fluctuations, the price level fell or remained low until the beginning of the upswing and, exceptionally, even the boom. The decline was notable in the slumps during the Great Price Decline from 1874 to 1897, but it continued into the upswing year. 77. 1897 through. The average of the stagnation, compared to the average of the previous upswing, was 100 to 103, 108, 91, 92, 96, 94, 100 from 1852 to 1909. Similar irregularities to those in the upswing can also be seen here. The belief finds its most general expression in the reduction of the general price level. The prices of goods for indirect consumption began to fall in Germany in the 19th century without exception with the first year of stagnation. Only in the 20th century did this only happen during the short stagnation of 1901 to 1902 in the second year. The goods of indirect consumption are the only group that experienced a price reduction during all 8 periods observed in Germany. This downward trend sometimes lasted until the time when iron consumption increased. After the stagnation of 1891 to 1894 and 1901 to 1902, this extended well into the boom. With exceptions, the decline was uninterrupted and without any hitches. The average of the stagnation was related to that of the upswing from 1858 to 1909 like 100 to 92, 95, 88, 83, 88, 100, and 24, 100. The high average comparison price of the 1901 to 1902 boom is explained by the low upswing prices of 1895 to 1898. The stagnation is therefore expressed without exception in the price formation of indirect consumption. Of the 7 German downturns that I can compare in groups with the previous upswing in terms of price movements, 2 of the first class of foodstuffs show a decrease, while 5 show increases and remain the same. Of these 2 reductions, one occurs during the long period of generally rising prices, the other during the generally falling prices. The average number of the stagnation compared to the average of the previous upswing was 94, 111, 100, 83, 103, 116, 109. 5 times out of 8 stagnations a price decline coincided with the onset of the stagnation, but generally 6 times prices remained high or even rose. The price movements often overlap the changing positions, but without a particularly distinctive line appearing. The foodstuffs of the second need class show the synchronization with the slump in that 5 out of 6 times a price decline coincided with the onset of the slump and that it also extended 5 times until the last year of the slump, including once until the first year of the upswing. But these movements contain strong fluctuations. In the second year of the stagnation, 1867/8, there was even a notable increase, and only 2 of the 5 stagnations had lower measurement figures as a whole, 100, 106, 119, 94.97. 78. This certainly confusing abundance of individual phenomena, which intersect each other and seem to be unrelated, could not be dispensed with. They illustrate the intricacy of the state we call belief. The facts must be so contradictory if the diversity of belief that was presented in detail above is to be made probable. All of these different types of belief coexist. They cross and combine to form peculiar structures within the individual branches of production, and these latter appear before us with very different faces. The beliefs about individual goods and about the same good in different countries and at different times differ from one another. What a change the Cardinals have brought about in this respect. For the country-by-country differences, just one example from the important branch of iron to show how each of the leading capitalist economies has a peculiar trait in the iron surplus production. In Germany, production was largely maintained and increased while forcing exports. In England it was stored for a long time of pig iron and pledging against warehouse receipts. Severe production restrictions in the United States of America. Only individual research, which is still very much in doubt, can provide real insight. The previous theorists have generalized far too much from individual observations. Many supposed opposites are not contradictions at all, but arise from this generalization of partial phenomena. Ks are small stones that have to be put together to form an all-encompassing picture and thereby stripped of what is supposedly contradictory. We think of the ideal upswing in a uniform way, and we see all deviations as inhibitions and disruptions. Stagnation and conviction cannot be uniform, counterparts are part of their essence and their development. Overproduction can be linked to falling, constant and increasing production, to falling, constant and increasing prices, to decreasing and increasing consumption, to stockpiling and increasing exports. None of these, which may appear to be a deviation from the original, represents an irregularity, but is a different, more recent design and effect. But here too, as with the upswing, a different interplay of phenomena makes the downturns very different. We know of downturns that lasted only 1 or 2 years, which were a stop in the development of the upswing that surrounded them, and we know of downturns that lasted 2 decades and were interrupted by slight upswings. The economic circle. Change positions. The change stages and the change ranges. The alternating positions run in the form of a circular line, and it therefore does not matter where you start hitting this line. If one looks for reasons that speak in favor of one passage or another from the point of view of doctrine or expediency, the following may emerge. In teaching, the upswing is at the beginning. In the free capitalist market economy it would be almost impossible to keep the production of income goods in exact step with the formation of capital and the development of needs. Rather, the overconfidence in income goods and indirect consumption goods is unavoidable. This conviction, which concludes the upswing, inevitably leads to the stagnation. However, it is not absolutely necessary that the slump be followed by an upswing. We observe that this has been the case so far, but we can imagine the lack of an upswing. From here it is doctrinally advisable to develop the phenomena starting from the upswing. There is also a reason for expediency. The core question is belief. This arises at the end of the upswing and continues into the stagnation, and is therefore best shown when an upswing is assumed. This advantage is offset by the disadvantage that the transition from the slump to the upswing is disrupted, which is all the more disruptive since this is actually a more gradual transition and the lack of completely fixed boundaries than the other change the economic situation. To compensate for this, the following overview registered B of the movement sections begins with the stagnation, after the upswing was assumed in the main illustration. The crisis must always take its place behind the upswing, since it only arises from its exaggerations. Using the circle line in a crisis is therefore inexpedient without offering other advantages. The previous presentation has described the species-specific phenomena of the alternating positions in detail. The following outline forms 80. The cycle of economic change. The attempt to specify the phenomena that are decisive for the individual stages. This is a doctrinal overview that represents a kind of model cycle, which of course cannot be done without generalizing and equalizing. However, it is formed in close connection with historical experience and is also intended to help determine what stage the national economy is at a given point in time. If the statement is correct, conclusions can be drawn for the future. However, the diversity of reality is so great that it sometimes remains doubtful which stage of change a particular year should be assigned to. The diversity that needs to be emphasized again and again also extends to the subsections of the alternating situations and the interaction of the individual phenomena and the time of their arrival. It is also an increase in size to assign closed calendar years to a specific change level. However, a more precise demarcation would often have to be arbitrary, especially for the earlier decades. Pattern cycle of economic changes and stages of change. Decline in capital investment, iron consumption, the rate of production of iron, and the lending rate. 1. Increase cessation of the reduction in iron production, iron consumption, capital investment, and the beginning of a weak upward movement. Stagnation. 2. Increase significantly increased capital investment, particularly in stocks. Iron consumption is approaching the peak of the previous boom. High rising lending rates, peaking of capital investment momentum and iron consumption. Capital, difficulty in raising capital, decrease due to lack of capital investment, high lending interest, decline in stock prices, decrease in housing construction, decrease in iron consumption, beginning of overproduction. Upswing. The stages of the first increase and the lack of capital correspond. The former is a stalled decline that is beginning to turn around, the latter is a stalled upswing that is beginning to turn around. Both are not the turning points themselves, but they announce them, they are advance signals. Crisis. Credit collapse, increased payment defaults. 81. The sample circuit is briefly explained. Neither the upswing nor the stagnation are uniform processes. The stagnation breaks down into two stages, the decline and the first rise. The recovery breaks down into three stages, the second rise, the boom, and the capital shortage. In addition to the three alternating stages of stagnation, upswing, and crisis, we have to distinguish between the five alternating stages of decline, first and second rise, boom, and lack of capital. The stagnation is not simply a decline in economic life. This only applies to the first part, which I therefore call the decline. Here we find the most important causal feature is the decline in capital investment, most clearly visible in the securities statistics through the decrease in the issue of new shares. It is also easy to see the decline in lending rates, iron consumption, and hisen production. This pronounced contraction of the economy has often only lasted a year, but it can also last longer, because we know of a 5-year decline. A second stage of stagnation is that the pronounced decline stops and turns into a weak upward movement. If one observes this change in share issuance, heat consumption, and heat production, then the stagnation has passed the low point and there is a prospect of an improvement. But it's only a prospect, because this first increase is not strong enough to change the stagnation as such. There is still a belief that keeps economic life under pressure. This initial increase usually lasts 1 to 2 years, but it has once lasted 4 years. A real upswing can be seen as imminent when the issue of shares and the increase in iron consumption begin to increase significantly. The level below these signs is the beginning of the upswing, which I call the second rise. It can also last for 1 to 2 years. At times, however, the upswing has been so stormy that the start was very brief and quickly turned into a boom. The full upswing is the stage of the high swing. Its characteristic is that the lending rate begins to rise. During the entire stagnation, the lending rate falls, and during the second rise of the upswing it continues this movement or at least remains unchanged low. If this movement reverses, this is the sign that the national economy has moved to the highest level. Unfolding. Another reliable sign is that iron consumption is beginning to exceed the peak reached in the previous upswing. In the case of very weak oscillations, such as be those of the 1880s, the boom may only last for a year or may even be missing altogether. With strong upswings it lasted 2 to 4 years. The most important thing for the entrepreneur is to recognize whether the upswing is nearing its end, because he has to prepare himself as early as possible for the conviction and the increase in sales. The reason for the collapse of the upswing is the lack of capital, and I therefore use this word to describe the last stage of the upswing, at which its end is being prepared as conviction takes hold. The pattern cycle names a whole series of characteristics that can serve as storm signs and from which the coming end of the upswing and the onset of conviction can be read. Decrease in stock issuance, high lending interest, decline in stock prices, decline in housing construction, decline in iron consumption. All of these characteristics have the common denominator, difficulty in raising capital due to a lack of capital. If these signs appear, all the oft-heard speculations that this or that circumstance will ease the situation and restore the old brisk upswing are vain. The beginning of a lack of capital inevitably means the impending stagnation and extreme overconfidence. The deadline until then is not long and is half a year to a maximum of 1 year. The most important point for the entrepreneur has been completely clarified. The duration of the entire cycle fluctuated between 7 and 11 years until 1913. The crisis exists outside the regular cycle. It is not necessary and can be avoided. Its cause lies in insane exaggerations, in overspeculation on the stock exchange, in commodity trading, and in the start-up system. Overspeculation and crisis cause unnecessary special economic losses and economic damage. They may accelerate the end of the upswing and make the stagnation more difficult, but even without them, overconfidence and stagnation are necessary, and even without them a new cycle begins with the stagnation. Graphical representation of the alternating stages. 1. Decline, 2. First rise, 3. Second rise, 4. Boom, 5. Lack of capital, 6. Crisis, 10. Culmination of the previous boom. If we look over the past century, it becomes clear that the cycle not only has a very specific rhythm within itself, but that it itself is a member of an even greater rhythm. With the help of the weather signs of the pattern cycle, as I have shown, it is possible to determine the level at which the national economy is at and to derive the fundamentals of future development from this. A shortcoming of the weather science presented so far for the economic leaders is that nothing definite can be said about the duration of the individual changes and stages of change. Not an elimination, but a not unimportant weakening of this imperfection now conveys the discovery of the great rhythm. See Overview p. 145. The first column of the overview lists every single year from 1822 to 1913. The second column labels each individual year according to the alternating stages of the pattern cycle as decline, first and second rise, boom, lack of capital, crisis. The third column summarizes how many years the upswing and downturn lasted, and the last column does the same for the entire cycle. The period from 1822 to 1913 is divided into 4 sharply contrasting periods, 1822 to 1842, characterized by the predominance of years of stagnation, 12 years of slump and 9 years of upswing. 1843 to 1873, characterized by the predominance of boom years, 21 boom years and 10 stagnation years. 1874 to 1894, characterized by the predominance of stagnant years, 15 stagnant and 6 upswing years. 1895 to 1913, characterized by the predominance of boom years, 15 boom years and 4 stagnation years. It can therefore be seen that periods of predominantly slump years have alternated with periods of predominantly upswing years, and that a cycle of upswings and stagnations has dominated the past century. For meteorology, this means that long downswings and shorter upswings are to be expected when one is in a stagnation range, and conversely, long upswings and shorter upswings are to be expected when one is in an upswing range. An example is given of the usefulness of the large rhythm. In 1903 the German economists discussed our subject at their Hamburg meeting. In the autumn of 1903 the clearest signs of an upswing were present, but people were generally suspicious of a new upswing. People were impressed by the long and severe slumps of the 1870s to 1890s and therefore considered it impossible that such a turbulent and long upswing as that from 1895 to 1900 should only be followed by a 2-year slump. People didn't yet know the big cycle, because otherwise they would have known that the long upswing from 1895 to 1900 had opened up an upswing range, and that it was precisely from this that one could conclude that there would be a short stagnation. The impending end of the upswing and the overconfidence can be foreseen. As already emphasized when explaining the pattern cycle, there are clear characteristics available for this. But something else is even more important. The end of the upswing and the outbreak of belief occur regardless of the will of the individual economists. In the current economic climate, it is virtually impossible to guide the behavior of individuals during the upswing in such a way as to avoid overconfidence. But it is useful for the business world to recognize the approaching conviction. This knowledge can protect them from incorrect capital investments, and the psychological moment for successful warnings is now here. It's completely different when it comes to the transition from a slump to an upswing. This transition must be brought about by individual economists through the fervent pursuit of profit opportunities. This independent finding your way around is allowed. 85. Not be paralyzed. If entrepreneurs were to wait until the economic weather forecaster announced an upswing before making new capital investments, it would never come about. The sun rises independently of people, but recovery is not possible without the entrepreneur. The economic weather station serves the entrepreneurs well by announcing the conviction, but the announcement of the increase must not be waited for, the entrepreneur must get up earlier. The historical process of economic changes. As shown in the demonstration of the species-specific phenomena, the crisis usually occurs before the conviction is expressed. In terms of development history, the crises are also earlier. Long before the cycle of change, there were, independent of it, over-speculation and crises. If you want to try to build up the phenomena in terms of their evolutionary history, you might end up with the following series. 1. In the first real crises that we observe in Western Europe, as well as in the first crises that appear in countries newly entering the capitalist economy, the focus is on the speculative crises, the commodity trading crisis and the securities stock market crisis. The speculation revolves around one or a few objects, the tulip bulbs, the Mississippi and the South Sea companies, or, as in the trading towns, around some staple goods. The abundance of profits is unlimited, and the excesses of speculation are beyond measure. Wildness and inexperience run wild. Either these crises occur at this first stage in their pure form and alone without any other crises as special crises, or they are so predominant compared to the others that the general economic crisis primarily bears their effects. These groups of phenomena are not missing at later stages either, but they do not dominate the overall picture to such an extent. The urban economic style has given way to the landscape economic style. The early capitalist landscape economy style is a transitional style, and the features and circumstances that cause and enable the changes are still developing. At this stage, the species-specific form of belief in the superdisposition is also missing. The lower economic levels and the production processes that run without major capitalist detours also have convictions, but primarily in the Genevieve grids. These are roughly characterized by the fact that they do not repeat themselves regularly at short intervals. This stage extends until 1821. 2. The following stage of development is characterized by the alternating situations of upswing, crisis and stagnation. 87. Specific high capitalist belief, the overinvestment, and with regard to the narrower crisis phenomena under the image of the founding and capital crises. This stage lasted from 1822 to 1873. High capitalism had arrived. Individualism, self-sufficiency, and the goal of earning a living are fully developed. Rationalism, scientific and revolutionary technology begin their triumphal march, the population increases and grows rapidly, and the free market economy becomes more and more established. Economic development has advanced and capitalism has expanded from trade to include goods production and transportation. The companies working for the large market are gaining wider space, and therefore the conditions are available for more numerous such start-ups. An extensive banking system emerges with a mostly decentralized constitution, which spreads the credit-based forms to a wide circle, attracts and puts to use considerable capital and the right to issue banknotes. A start-up system that takes place in primitive forms but is already expanding is putting its stamp on the general economic crisis. The high capitalist belief in the pronounced form of overinvestment is becoming increasingly and decisively important. the growth of the income from the available earning capital and the needs. This belief is only possible when the capital goods play a significant role in the budget of the national economy, and this possibility increases and becomes a regularly repeated fact as soon as the capitalist economy becomes independent of the organic growth processes and arbitrarily with the help of iron and coal begins to expand. 3. In the third stage, the crises take on ever more tamed forms and are increasingly avoided altogether. The transition from upswing to slump takes place mainly under the sign of overconfidence in the form of overinvestment. This stage began in 1874 and is still ongoing. The newer convictions with the focus on the income products are a historical phenomenon insofar as they only appear at a certain economic stage and are probably tied to this. But they are also a historical phenomenon, insofar as they are hardly allowed to live out their lives in an unchanged form. As already shown, P18FF, P52FF, a number of causes come into consideration for the explanation of belief. Their meaning probably changes. We are far from being able to say anything definite about the strength effects, but there are signs of a direction of development. There are two reasons in particular. 88. This is the case. The belief breaks, among other things. 1. Because there is a lack of capital for the construction of additional production facilities, and 2. Because the needs are covered. In terms of development history, the first cause was more effective in the early stages of high capitalism, and the second in the final stages of high capitalism. The first appears to be more pronounced the smaller the capital resources of a country are, and the second the more complete it is. Is it a sign of this development that France, England, Germany, and the United States of America stood out from one another at the end of the last upswing? The lack of ready capital was most pronounced in the United States and was also evident in Germany. France was able to act as a capital lender, and England fluctuated between the conditions of France and Germany. The saturation of cash crops appeared to occur in the reverse order of steps. Do these different states represent stages of a unified development? In addition to this gradual sequence of forms, there is a development of the group of people involved, which follows the general national and global economic development. As the circle of special economies and national economies that become dependent on one another in terms of the division of labor expands, more and more numerous economies and people become intertwined in the changing situations and become increasingly dependent on them. 4. The First World War may mark the turning point to a fourth stage of development. Some economies have changed their economic style by weakening their capitalism through impoverishment and significantly restricting their free market economy through government intervention. Perhaps the lack of capital and the paralysis of the market economy are temporary phenomena. However, the emergence of a new form of belief indicates a profound stylistic change, the upward belief. The need saturation that increased at the end of the upswing in the pre-war upswing grew into a surplus generation in the post-war upswing. It perhaps indicates an aging and a withering of the previous economic style. The prehistory of the highly capitalist economic changes. Antiquity. We owe the first insight into economic fluctuations in antiquity to an excellent study by Fritz Haeckelheim, which covers the period from Alexander to Augustus. 89. Almost half of the book is taken up by a very valuable history of currency. Their most important result may be the demonstration of the close inter-country integration of the economies of the Mediterranean basin. Haeckelheim is absolutely right when he speaks of a capitalist mode of production, but it is an agricultural and perhaps commercial capitalism, but not a commercial one. Such conditions cannot be expected from the outset, but rather crop fluctuations and the presence or absence of political disruptions must dominate the picture. The fluctuations observed are therefore very similar to those observed by Schmaler in early capitalism of the 17th and 18th centuries. The curve and then the table of wood prices also show no similarity to the current role of iron in this building material. What we see are external disturbances and long-term development tendencies. Mommsen uses the term crisis, and Rodbertus occasionally notes that even antiquity had known monetary and credit crises. That is entirely possible, but the factual descriptions given by both of them do not allow us to speak of crises in our sense. The most likely scenario for antiquity is commodity trade crises, but we have no information about them, let alone an adequate account. Given the nature of the men leading the Roman trade and even more so of their followers, speculation as well as over-speculation are certainly within the realm of possibility. Early capitalism. Speculation in letters of exchange and in government bonds of the 16th and 17th centuries. From Ehrenberg we are better informed about the two world stock exchanges of the 16th century, Antwerp and Lyon, which had extensive securities trading. One part of the capital movement was linked to the inter-country exchange traffic. The speculation took place in bills of exchange and was aimed at fluctuations in the value of money between countries. But although in the second half of the century it included wider circles of non-stock exchange traders beyond the professional money lenders and exchange dealers, there were no speculative crises. The other part of the capital movement took place in first-in bonds, which were also predominantly short-term loans. This capital movement was not speculative and aimed at capital gains, but rather at interest. Other circles could only gain access to the bonds indirectly through the large banks and retailers. 90. Companies in which this capital movement of the two world stock exchanges was organized in a strict manner. This period of primitive centralization, which hindered the development of capital movements, until around the middle of the 16th century, was crisis-free. The centuries of decentralization that followed were no longer so, although the collapses that occurred initially cannot be viewed as crises. Since 1542, all sorts of tools and forms emerged in Antwerp and Lyon that enabled a direct connection between governments and smaller capitalists, and after a few years decentralization of the most alarming kind prevailed. Nevertheless, the essential content of the collapses that Ehrenberg described as financial crises are not crises, and especially not to address what could be considered in this context as capital crises. These are accidents of the capital market that were not due to the capital situation, but rather to the mismanagement and insolvency of the princes. The events that followed the iconoclasm and Alba's entry into Antwerp in 1566 and the Second Spanish national bankruptcy of 1575 should be judged in exactly the same way, even if they took place with an outbreak of fear and severe credit contraction. The development was not yet ready for a capital crisis. The English crashes, with outbreaks of fear, of the years 1640, 1667 and 1672, which Bouniation described as credit crises, also belong in this context. Like the mainland events of the 16th century, they were caused by first-rate mismanagement and coercive measures and are not crises, but credit crunches. The phenomena from 1695 to 1696 in England represent a money squeeze. The current technique of stock market speculation was developed in the 17th century in Amsterdam, where speculative trading in securities took place for the first time, first in shares of the Netherlands East India Trading Company and later also in 1672 from onwards took place in Dutch government bonds. Commercial stocks were first traded in England after the overthrow of 1688. From Amsterdam, Ehrenberg reports crashes as a result of unusually violent price fluctuations in which the smallest speculators find their obligations unfulfilled, but there were no more serious collapses there in the 17th century. The Dutch, tulip, goods trade crisis 1634 to 1637. Rodbertus denies the occurrence of commodity trade crises in antiquity. This is doubtful, especially since Rodbertus seems to equate the terms commodity and production crisis and, in the main, persuasion means. The conditions for this type of crisis are present early on, namely as soon as a large-scale trade in goods based on credit emerges. In any case, the first real crisis known from sources in crisis literature was a commodity trade crisis, the tulip speculation from 1634 to 1637. Its center was a dozen Dutch cities, but branches are said to have extended as far as London and Paris, while German cities remained untouched. This first crisis is notable for a number of peculiarities. There was no natural trading in tangible tulip bulbs for cash, but rather developed exchange forms that were adopted from the Amsterdam Stock Exchange were used. In order to offer half and quarter lots, trading was carried out by weight. For the less well-off there were cheap varieties, for the rich there were extremely rare and high-quality ones. The speculation took place on the basis of small quantities of property. The extreme price gouging did not stimulate the cultivation of onions in Holland or their import. As unlikely as this may seem, it becomes self-evident when one considers the increase in speculation over several years, which would have been impossible with adequate supply, especially since there is no report of credit tightening to keep supply out of the market. Beckmann's German account says nothing about the nature of the collapse. The main cause was probably a decline among those participating in the speculation. This almost seems to be a case of a crisis that occurred without credit abuse and without a credit crisis. Of course, it was also a crisis that was only loosely related to the regular trade in goods and economic activity. For this reason, one can hesitate to speak of a tulip madness instead of a crisis, as often happens. The extent of speculation was so great that it can be described as a popular movement. Not only monetary but also in-kind calculations took place. The wealth shifts and consequences in Holland were long-lasting and profound. The securities market crisis in England and France in 1720. The first crisis in the securities market took place in 1720, as a special crisis. As is so often observed, at the beginning of the development there are incidents of the kind that have never been observed again. This creates an image that is not only unique but also meaningful. This rise also does not disappoint with regard to the inter-country connections. Although it is at the beginning of the historical securities market crises and falls at a time when the economy 92. Although the countries' dependence on one another was only superficial, it still has a powerful impact. There are several reasons for this. The large capitalist and state credit business had an intergovernmental constitution, although not as strong as in the 16th and 17th centuries. In Amsterdam and London there were two stock exchanges with strong speculative tendencies and inter-country traffic. And finally, there was a general state financial crisis, which made governments open to ventures that could act as a trigger for over-speculation. An inter-country influence and not just a coincidental coexistence with regard to the use of credit money and the founding of the large companies that are the focus of speculation is certain. It began with Swedish copper credit money, and it is assumed that Law's French paper credit money followed on from this. It is certain that his successes stimulated the English loan business. Conversely, Anderson explains that the French company was founded in 1717 as an exact imitation of the English design of 1711. In addition, suggestions were made from other sources. There are detailed descriptions of Holland and Hamburg, and things will have been similar in other similarly developed places. At the end of the 17th century, England began, as had happened earlier in Italy, to transform floating debts into fixed debts through the association of creditors. By giving such creditor companies privileges and monopolies as an incentive for their creation, the Bank of England came into being in 1694, in 1698 a trading company later united with the old East India Trading Company and finally in 1711 the South Sea Company, which employs us here. Like the Mississippi Society in France, it was the focus of speculation, but here it was only the main object, even if it was the absolutely dominant one, not the only one, as on the other side of the canal. Their share capital was invested in a state pension debt. Inspired by the successful unification of the French national debts with the Mississippi Company, the plan arose in England in 1719 to convert various debts into a single bond. In the competition with the Bank of England, the Staatsgesellschaft remained the winner and received approval to take over the national debt from the creditors in exchange for cash or shares. The company's trading activity was small. In contrast to France, small businesses developed alongside this large company. Since around 1691 there has been a significant upswing, particularly in the trade. 93. Ben turned to him. Until then there had only been 3 stock corporations, exclusively trading companies, but by 1694 the number had grown to 53, among which there were many doubtful things. The movement slowed until a new flood began in 1698, particularly caused by French Protestant refugees. In addition to their good reasons, the fraud plans played a significant role. During the war that soon followed, things became quieter again, but in 1717 there was a new wave of founding enthusiasm. As before the first attempt, the situation on the capital market, typical of times of large capital investments, was now evident: capital abundance and interest rate reductions. By mid-1720 the number of new businesses had grown to over 200. From the beginning dizzying planes appeared, bubbles. These enterprises were built on disreputable or forged licenses, they lacked any economic and technical basis, and they were sometimes of such an adventurous and fraudulent nature that everyone had to see through the clumsy intention of cheating the draftsman. The events were hair-raising, and one can say with the greatest certainty that they were only possible in the early founding period. When bad undertakings arise in more recent upswings and the conclusion is drawn that people had learned nothing, then reference must be made to this time of soap bubbles. Not only is their quality unmatched, but also their quantity, which has given them absolute preponderance on the market. The object and carrier of the speculative movement in France were the 2 Scottish law foundations, the Compagnie d'Inns and the Banque Royale. The trading company, founded in 1717, was dedicated to settling state debts. It acquired the national debt and the least state income and obtained a number of overseas trade and colonization monopolies, partly through grants from the government and partly through the takeover of older trading companies. The most important was related to the Mississippi Valley, Louisiana, which is why the company is also called the Mississippi Society. As the owner of the national debt, it should grant the state lower interest rates than it has since. It should be enabled to do this humiliation and to achieve large profits for the shareholders through better collection of royalties, revenue and the proceeds of foreign trade. The company therefore represented a mixed company whose share profits were to flow from the proceeds of the national debt, the rent of the state income and the operation of the colonial enterprises. As a foundation it was good, and in view of the considerable initial deficit, it could be called very good. For financing. 94. Was the bank that was founded in 1716 and was endowed with the right to issue notes. The state should pay its debt with loaned notes, the capitalists looking for investment should then purchase shares in the company, and the company should redeem the notes in return for a large state pension debt from the proceeds of the share issue. This plan was technically inferior to the English one, which envisaged the purchase of the national debt directly by society. The trading company and the bank were supposed to exercise the management of the French economy, direct the circulation of money and capital investments and provide the money supply necessary for the development of economic forces, regardless of the expensive precious metals. The bank initially performed excellently. In Holland, the founding activity took place as a sign of a kind of church envy among the cities and provinces. Almost without exception, the societies were under their supervision, originated from them and had sound foundations. In the spring of 1720 around 30 companies were founded. In Hamburg, the grinding activity did not go beyond a vain attempt, because the 2 insurance companies, whose papers were the subject of speculation in May 1720, were not approved by the Senate. The reason may have been to eliminate the opportunity for further or renewed stock speculation. In addition to the English grind, another characteristic of this crisis is the course of speculation. In France, the Mississippi Company, founded in August 1717, took a long time to gain trust, despite the bank's good effectiveness. Shares fell by half by the end of 1718, and did not return to parity until May 1719. This was followed by a few price increases justified by the actual development, 200% at the end of July, but then the pure price driving began. After about 2 months the price was 1,200 to 1,600%. At the beginning of December it reached 2,000%. After the general meeting, 40% dividend, held with great solemnity on December 30, 1719 under the chairmanship of the Regent, the share price jumped from 2,200 to 3,036% in one day, and on January 5, 1720 it reached its highest level of 3,600, according to Tier 4000. The 40 degrees dividend declaration may not have been, as is usually claimed, a dizzying trick on the part of law, but it did not justify the last issue price of 1,000 or even the stock market increases. The last increases were caused by the repugnant big speculator. The exaggerations in which the whole thing took place are only significant in the history of speculative crises and the history of their development. 9. The necessary size of the market had already existed since mid-1719, but in the following months it expanded into a true popular movement. The gathering place for speculators was a street where mainly bankers and brokers had their businesses. Soon the whole street was stock exchange. Not only were all corners of the houses rented at the most ridiculous prices, but the street itself also served as a boursignal. In some hours of the day the excessive urge to be active could not be satisfied, rather, activity took place from early to late and even at night. To protect the residents, in November 1719 the meeting was limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and the street was provided with iron gates on both sides, which were closed in the evening. During the flood, from around September 1719 to the beginning of 1720, the crowds in the streets were such that there was a real crowding. A special court had to be set up to deal with disputes arising from stock trading. The participants came from all walks of life, not only from Paris, but also from the provinces and abroad. The princes and the high nobility were at the top. The provincial nobility sold Schlesser and noble ladies sold their family jewelry in order to participate in the speculation. Law was besieged by noble gentlemen and ladies, foreign princes applied for stock allocations, and law's servants acquired wealth through the gifts of those seeking admission. All other classes, not excluding the clergy, participated en masse. The flow of foreigners was enormous. In Lyon, Aix, Strasbourg, Bordeaux, Bristol, all seats on the trolleys had been booked 2 months in advance, and the stamps were subject to price gouging. A decree had to order the provincial officials to return under pain of losing their positions. The number of foreigners was estimated at 50,000 at the end of 1719. The rush was so great that it was difficult to get an apartment in Paris. Foreign countries were primarily represented by Flemish, Swiss, Italian, and Dutch people. The crimes that accompanied every speculation were also present in a way that has rarely been observed again. The fact that notes were forged on a large scale and tricks were used should not be considered particularly strange. In addition, a formal murder epidemic occurred. Murders of bankers, brokers, and capitalists who were robbed occurred daily. Within a week, 11 were recorded in Paris. The mania for enrichment had become so widespread and had reached such a boiling point that those who had no other options open to them did not shy away from committing even capital crimes. The rush to the drawing offices upon issue. 96. New shares was a murderian one in the truest sense. The business premises were literally besieged, so that the individuals, provided with supplies, waited for several days without sleep or rest. Many people were crushed, others had their limbs broken. The consideration was so lost that on the subscription days the old shares were neglected and sold, so that they fell. In London speculation took place in similar external forms. Anderson's favorite expression when describing them is frenzy. It began at the end of 1719, when the flood occurred in Paris, although the shares of the South Sea Company had had to fall just then because of the conclusion of unfavorable bonds with the state. Despite the decline that began in Paris at the beginning of 1720, over-speculation continued until July 1720. Price increases of 500 to 600 points occurred several times. The Stützee shares, listed at 77% in the year they were founded, reached a high of 1,100. Just as Law was showered with dignity and awards, so were the directors of the Stützee company. Most members of both houses of parliament are said to have been involved in the speculation. There were plenty of people of rank involved in the bubbles. At the head of one of them stood the crown prince. All other classes were equally represented, and the total number of speculators was so numerous that they filled Bersenges from early to late. In Holland, too, the widest circles took part in the speculation, and here too a speculative wave of a higher order can be observed. The land was all the cheaper because speculative securities trading had existed in Amsterdam throughout the entire 17th century, and since 1680 the lowest classes had also been given a share through their own procedure and constitution. The movement began in August 1720, when there was already heavy news of mourning from Paris and London. Even if the most serious riots did not occur, the price gouging was still great enough to bury numerous lives when it collapsed. There had previously been no excessive securities trading in Hamburg. The move only lasted 41% days because the Senate banned stock trading. But in this short time the allocation certificates had risen to 250% and had the whole of Hamburg in a state of excitement. The Chronicle describes the conditions just like in Paris and London. In addition to this contagion from country to country, which created its own focus in each of them, there was inter-country participation in the individual large securities. The emphasis here was not on the introduction on foreign exchanges. From a very passing remark by M. Sink it seems to follow that Mississippi stocks were traded in Holland, but in 97. It is not said that excessive trade took place in Amsterdam. What appears to be the first surviving Amsterdam exchange rate sheet is from 1747 and contains 13 foreign papers out of 44. However, it appears that these are issued in Amsterdam and are only listed there, not on other stock exchanges. The form of inter-Indian participation was probably that foreign capitalists either obtained shares through local agents in the main towns or that they went to the Börsenplätze themselves. A small migration of peoples took place in Paris. The Genoese, who had previously invested a large amount of their capital in the French debt, were also heavily involved in the Mississippi Company. The major houses of all countries had had their representatives on the London Stock Exchange for decades, and with their help international participation in speculation took place. Even foreign government money was invested in the speculative securities. Every speculation needs help. The crisis of 1720 also shows dimensions that are larger than life. And not only this. The speculation ultimately served the purpose of regulating the state bonds through the share issues of the two trading companies, and so the state's means of power finally came into play as an aid to speculation. Law had an army of agents who exercised supply and demand according to his instructions and through whom he ensured constant fluctuations in prices. Law is also a pioneer when it comes to the design of the drawing invitations and the processing of public opinion. Through publications and pictures he tried to make people believe in fairy tale treasures of the Mississippi Valley. Criers and bands marched through the city, and 10 savages and a woman from the banks of the Missouri gave performances in Paris. Law also cultivated his folklore on a large scale. The company's offer to replace the first 4% pension debt with a 3% pension debt was made with the request to eliminate the tax on oil, tallow, and cards for the millions saved in interest. The company left the tax on fish imports unlevied. A more immediate aid to speculation was that the payments for share subscriptions were set in 10 to 20 monthly installments and extended under certain circumstances, so that the South Sea Company also bought up its own shares in the open market at high prices at critical moments. The most important thing is always the guarantee of credit. The South Sea Company did so through large share loans. In total, 11 million LST were borrowed, while the deposits on the shares may have only amounted to 12 million. But Law's greatest achievement in terms of artistic means was the complete transformation of the money and pay Spiethoff, Wxalagen I7. 98. He put the system of education and an enormous edition of music entirely at the service of speculation. The credit excess associated with the overspeculation in Mississippi stocks is peculiar in that it was not a movement originating from individual speculators, but that the whole thing was directed by one body and was carried out with the power of the state. Although there was no shortage of individual credit transactions, there is no indication that any difficulties arose from this. The focus was on law. As soon as the speculation encountered obstacles, law stepped in to remove them. The main tool for this was the music press. As already shown, after an initial decline, shares did not reach parity again until mid-1719. Until then, there is no apparent connection between the issue of notes and stock speculation. The situation is different with the expansions of the law on banknotes that have taken place since the second half of 1719, which are apparently connected to the issue of shares, although the relevant decrees are not at a loss for other reasons. In order to be able to quantify the relationship between the issue of banknotes and the requirements for share subscriptions, one must take into account that an issue of 530 million banknotes in the months June to October was offset by subscriptions of 1.6 billion livres, but that this was the case in the period up to the end of November only 172.5 million could have been deposited. So law put about 3 times as many notes into circulation at the time of the subscriptions as he drew on the stock subscriptions. On December 29, 1719, a new additional note issue of 360 million was approved, which was probably used to lend on shares. Law had already made serious mistakes by encouraging overspeculation. But the worst was yet to come when he tried to stop the collapse of prices by all means possible. He linked the fate of the company and the bank to the prices and thereby destroyed the former too. As important as the measures mentioned here are for the history of Law's company, they must be discussed very briefly here. In our context, they are an example of the variety of means available if a bold man with state power takes advantage of speculation. In general, what is particularly important is that Law's policy prevented an actual speculative crisis, the outbreak of fear associated with credit collapse and a sudden fall in prices, and instead resulted in a gradual, albeit rapid, fall in prices. The reason may be that there is a large-scale credit tightening. 99. Speculators themselves were missing, and there was also no credit linkage. Therefore, the beginning fall in exchange rates could not bring about any payment suspensions, in any case numerous and time-consuming ones, which would have resulted in a collapse of the credit and thus a sudden fall in the exchange rate. The real crash did not occur immediately after the stock overspeculation, which was able to wind down quietly, but in the wake of the flood of bank notes. The notes were placed in front of the rib and their cancellation paid the bill. While in other, so to speak, individualistic overspeculations, the costs are mainly borne by those directly involved. In this case, which was carried out under state support and direction, the costs were partly passed on to the whole through the middle link of note devaluation. The price reduction began in January 1720 despite strong advances and other help from law. The fall in exchange rates had a detrimental effect on the value of the notes, whose premium disappeared. A series of measures aimed at favoring notes over metal money failed. The selling of shares by speculators continued. In March 1720, the first major recovery plan was initiated. An automatic regulation of the circulation of notes and consolidation of the value of notes and shares was to be brought about by ensuring that both papers could be exchanged for one another at a fixed price. It was hoped to reduce the circulation of banknotes through a kind of giro transaction. On the contrary, the success was a strong proliferation of papers. Since the shares delivered infinitely exceeded those demanded, notes had to be issued for around 1.5 billion livres during March and April 1720. Their value fell by half, despite attempts to forcibly eliminate the precious metal money. Law saw that keeping stock prices artificially high was impossible, that it could not be carried out even with the strongest coercive measures and with the use of all the state's powers, even the sacrifice of the note value had been in vain. But he still couldn't decide to leave the share prices to their fate and to focus on the value of the notes. A second recovery plan from May 1720 again benefited the shares. A gradual reduction in the value of shares and notes was announced. According to this, on December 1, 1720, the speculative paper was still worth 10 times its face value, while the notes lost half their face value. Although the reduction in the value of the note only confirmed an existing fact, the plan caused an uproar. A financial crisis broke out, i.e. a sudden strong good 7*100 price increase. The whole thing is a strange manifestation of a sudden, widespread lack of trust, in accordance with circumstances that differ from other credit exaggerations. Since the cause of the collapse of credit was not an excessive use of it as a replacement for currency money, but rather the currency money, as the notes are to be regarded, was itself the subject of devaluation, there could not be a contrast between credit papers and currency money, as in usual credit crises arise, which results in the holding of money and the fall of commodity prices. When currency was devalued, the contrast had to arise between this and the material goods that appeared to have value and therefore to be desired. The regulations were now literally chasing each other. They were found to contradict each other. They were just as uniform as before, but had changed their sign and resulted in a reduction in the circulation of notes. For this purpose, there were also no share issues, with dividends still being promised. Speculation was still lively, although it had died down since the flood. Through the continued decrees, the stock issues and the fluctuating value of bank notes, it continued to receive new nourishment. In June 1720 the shares were worth 800,1000 in notes worth 60 to 70%. More and more rapes of shareholders, additional payments, forced loans, stamps, forced consignments, declarations of invalidity pushed the price down, but there was still speculation. In the end it was 36 livres, and the end was a visa operation. The final goal, the elimination of grade devaluation, was not achieved under law's system. In England, the insane over-speculation lasted until the middle of 1720. The first sign of the end was that prices no longer wanted to rise, but instead collapsed. When the South Sea Company noticed this in its shares, it believed it was due to the unfair competition of the bubbles and, similar to France, it resorted to the state and its coercive measures. In June and August, the Bubbles and Spiethoff Acts were passed, which declared the companies established on invalid letters of indecency to be null and void, made trading in these securities a criminal offense and, finally, announced the legal prosecution of all those who traded in the previously prohibited shares had done. The result was a reduction in the value of the securities in question, but also a sharp decline in all other prices. Contrary to the expectations of the South Sea Society, the masses were suddenly made to think. The fall in the price of South Sea shares was spread over about 6 weeks and was pronounced 101. More crisis-like, because it moved from 850 to 175. The collapse was different in England than in France because the Bank of England's note law prevented the misuse of notes. But here, too, things might have happened in a similar way to France if one of two planes that occurred intermittently had been realized. Namely, if the bank had remained the winner in the competition with the South Sea Company for the state bond business, or if the company had succeeded in absorbing the bank. Apart from the lack of grading law, the Society's credit assistance was, as already shown, very similar to the law. In addition to this activity, there was heavy use of credit from the bank and the goldsmiths. Finally, a credit collapse occurred, which was manifested by the fearful withholding of money and numerous payment suspensions. Not only the speculators, but also the lenders collapsed en masse. What is characteristic here is that this situation only occurred at the end of the price decline. The speculative crisis did not break out because of the failure of the loan. The situation had not progressed to that point, because there was no time left for speculators to attempt to hold the prices any longer by making loan commitments. The price collapse occurred prematurely by the Spiethoff before the last loan reserves were called up, and it was only 6 weeks later that a more general cessation of payments broke out as a result of the resulting losses. Just as in France, in England too the unification of state power was the cause of the deviation from the natural course. But here as there it failed to have the intended effect. The inter-country context of this first securities market crisis is also special. As shown, it is present for the emergence of speculation, but is missing for the outbreak of crisis. The Paris collapse was not caused by foreign mistrust or withdrawal of capital, although despite the lack of explicit news it can be assumed that at the end of 1719 and 1720 the foreign bankers, especially the Genos, may have played a significant role among the repulsive and profit-securing large speculators. These would also have played a significant role in the demand for precious metal and its export, against which Law tried to defend himself using various means of coercion. This did not cause the price to fall. What is even more strange is that the crisis in Paris had no influence on the prices in London, and the London conditions left Amsterdam and Hamburg untouched. On the contrary, the individual failures are reflected in the great price volatility. 102. If it collapsed on one, it started on the other. The reason may have partly been the poor transport service. A certain degree of closure in price formation and market sentiment was also ensured by the fact that only the company's own securities were traded on the various exchanges, not foreign or international securities, and the individual exchanges were therefore not directly dependent on one another. However, the main cause is likely to be the lack of strong individual credit linkages and the absence of an actual credit crisis. The situation of the individual countries was dominated by the measures taken by their state. This first securities market crisis differs significantly from the more spiteful type. This is due to the lack of experience and protective bodies as well as the behavior of the state. In this respect we have a mercantilist crisis before us. The over-speculation and its collapse shook entire economies. When speculation began to spread in Paris and greater profits arose, wasteful expenditure arose, which brought about the first noticeable price changes. In the same direction, price driving deprived a larger number of people of their previous employment. The more the profits increased and the more they were transferred to those not directly involved, the more widespread a revaluation of all goods became. The fortunes, some of which were large, acquired in the game brought about considerable changes in property. The Prince of Conti used the winnings from the game to buy the Duchy of Mercœur, which he later had to give back. Significant price increases seem certain. In order to control the price of food, Law eliminated the financial equities that rested on it. He tried to secure this relief for consumers by fixing prices. But the general situation was only one-sidedly characterized by the emphasis on naked price increases. This, it seems, was accompanied by all the pleasant consequences peculiar to it, so that there was a kind of economic upswing. The rate of interest had fallen to 114% through Law's influence, and Law promoted industry, commerce, and traffic in the manner of Colbert, and pledges fell to a minimum. There was brisk construction activity and the number of manufactories is said to have increased by 3/5. This is how things had progressed under the rule of price increases until the end of 1719. Now a second stage began, which was influenced by securing profits. A hunt for property broke out. First and foremost, the precious metals were sought after, which came in large quantities, not least from those from abroad. 103. Bankers were taken abroad to safety. In order to obtain any tangible assets, one acquired everything that could be obtained. Land and houses had risen in price fourfold. Daily necessities also continued to rise despite the price fixing. Wood and coal doubled in price, candles rose from 32 sous to 9 livres, coffee from 50 sous to 18 livres. Strong price differences between Paris and the provinces led to speculation. The third and worst stage was that marked by the devaluation of grades. Separate prices for metal and notes emerged, and all relief measures for the notes were ineffective. Yes, the conflicting regulations turned the monetary system into an area of arbitrariness and overturned any orderly price formation. Grocers no longer sold for notes, and street riots marked the level of anger and desperation. The most severe shifts in fortune were a permanent consequence. Nobody who was involved in the transport industry could remain unaffected, and an economic crisis is unlikely to have ever had more profound consequences for the entire national economy. But the most effective thing about it were the attempts to preserve it, even if there was no financial crisis because of the great expansion of stock speculation, the collapse of which had to affect an unusually wide circle. Since there was no such connection between speculation, government, and finance in other countries, the consequences of the movement were smaller. But apart from these crucial differences, conditions similar to those in France were noticeable in England. Here too, other circles were involved in the activity. Speculation drew many forces from professional work, and here too the whole thing was a popular movement. The number of bankruptcies, including among merchants and goldsmiths, was very large, and changes in the value of money and extraordinary shifts in wealth were the result here too. But as a result of the founding movement, the country had not only been enriched by fraud companies but also by a not insignificant number of good companies, so that there was also a permanent profit. For English industry, the time of the Stidsee soap bubbles represented an important period of development, which brought it a significant step forward on its world-conquering path. Ehrenberg says, "It suffices to point out that Manchester and Birmingham, the headquarters of the English cotton and iron industries, experienced their first tremendous boom during this period." Anderson reports significant capital gains. 104. England withdrew from speculation at the expense of foreign countries. In Holland, the consequences do not appear to have gone beyond the scope of an extensive stock market crisis. A large number of bankruptcies, including of noble families, were recorded, but the status of a national disaster was not reached. Regarding foreign bankruptcies as a result of over-speculation in the four main places, there is a comment for Bremen, where as a result of the Dutch collapse a whole series of the largest and most respected trading houses fell. Northern European credit crisis and credit crunch in 1763. This phenomenon also has its own characteristics. While the credit crisis in the narrower sense is missing from the crises described so far, we now see a credit crisis without a link to another type of crisis. This is possible because the phenomenon is only half a crisis and the other half an economic accident, i.e. a credit crunch. Since a number of the first trading centers were the focal points, and the outbreak coincided with the end of the 7 Years' War, it should be emphasized that there was no crisis in the trade in goods. Pricing was not even significantly influenced. The war had brought about a great deal of what we now call financial exchanges. We owe Buysch an excellent account of this. England's subsidies were carried out on a large scale through transfers to Dutch places and Hamburg. The war contributions imposed on Saxony by Frederick the Great forced the use of the bill of exchange credit. The war supplies created a large exchange mass. In themselves they were reliable transactions that did not lack finite cover. This circulation of exchange did not carry on bad demands or precedents, and those without assets or owners of capital who contributed beyond their own strength were not the carriers, and rotten carriers at that. However, with the large profits that war business usually yielded, the business was so extensive, the dependence of the money exchanges so strong, and all the deposits so used up, that the smooth settlement depended on the absence of any incident. In addition, there was a circulation of bills due to the depreciation of the mint and speculation in foreign currencies. Mint deterioration was an important tool in warfare, for which new metal was also procured. The purchases were largely made with bills of exchange. In addition, there was speculation in currencies, for which the Hamburg Girobank's e-facilities, which cannot be described here, provided the opportunity. As a result, Hamburg came into possession of numerous Dutch bills of exchange, which means that it received a considerable amount of money from the Hollande. 105. Depended on the current credit situation. The size of the credit transactions is evident from the fact that the bill of exchange interest rate in Hamburg was ultimately 12%, whereas at that time 4% was the very constant and only rarely changing rate, and 5 to 6% was already considered unusual. In addition to this inherently strong tension, the peace agreement created a new complication in the form of a money squeeze. After peace, Hofer worked to create an orderly currency situation. However, the delisting of the bad coins created such a shortage of means of payment that people were once again forced to increase the amount of bills in circulation. The situation was dangerous in itself, but did not necessarily cause a crisis. The credit rested on sound foundations and there was no need for major losses. In this extremely tense situation, 2 Amsterdam suspensions of payments occurred for isolated reasons. In one fell swoop, credit transactions were destroyed because the chain of exchanges had to result in numerous other payment arrangements. The incident had occurred that was not allowed to happen. The collapse was partly the result of this accident and the other half was a consequence of the general credit strain and lack of stability. Without the accident, the collapse probably would not have occurred, but without the excessive credit conditions, the accident would not have brought about the severe general shocks, and that is why the whole thing has to be described as a credit crisis. This characteristic, the absence of unavoidable large losses, which necessarily result from incorrect price formation, pricing and excessive accumulation of stocks, made itself felt in the most advantageous way during settlement. Bush says, the order was brought about in 2 to 3 months. The losses ended up being considerably smaller than had initially been feared. England was spared from the crisis, although bankruptcies increased. Yes, England was able to provide support through additional loans and remittances. Prussia and Berlin were hit sustainably. The focus of the phenomenon here was the collapse of the patriotic merchant Gotskowski, and years were necessary to overcome the consequences. The disequilibrium nature of early capitalism. Schmaler, Grundrisse B2, 481, believes that he can distinguish between certain periods of prosperity and decline for England and Prussia from the end of the 17th to the middle of the 18th century. For the Prussian state he means, 1680 to 1705 an upward trend, 1705 to 1715 stagnation, years of hardship and death, 1715 to 1735 general improvement, 1736 to 1743 again crisis and stagnation, 1745 to 1756 again an upward trend. 106. To be able to prove economic cycles. However, these phenomena obviously fall outside our scope. These good and bad times each lasted 8 to 25 years and had essentially external causes, changes in the World Trade Constitution, the start and outcome of the various trade wars between Holland, France and England, epidemics, bad harvests. Early capitalism also had its own economic imbalance, a belief known as the translation of craftsmanship. However, it does not run in shorter wavy lines, but rather occurs chronically. Their causes have not yet been a problem for economic historians. An important contribution comes from Karl Becher, Handwerderbuch, article Gewerb, who seeks to prove that it was not, as in the high capitalism of the 19th century, the capitalist forms of business that oppressed the craftsmen and made them unemployed, but that these newly emerging forms of business used new raw materials to people who had not previously been part of the craft sector. There could only be an indirect connection here if the new raw materials, cotton, put pressure on the old ones in the craft. The translation of the craft was mainly given vent when it was possible to expand the market, publishers, a thoroughly capitalist phenomenon. The most important circumstance is probably what Franz Oppenheimer called a ground barrier. Werner Sombert's depiction of this era also follows this path. For most writers, most notably Joseph Schumpeter, the search for the early epochs of capitalism is a search for early traces of high capitalist phenomena. Another task, which is not directly related to the high capitalist changes, but belongs to the broader framework of economic imbalance, is called specific forms of imbalance of the pre-capitalist economic styles. A first attempt in this direction came from Gustav V. Mahler in the second volume of his Outline of General Economics. His object of knowledge has a broad scope: fluctuations in economic life. His preference for longitudinal cuts results in a developmental line in connection with a systematic order. The idea of development turns out to be fruitless here. The task requires cross-sections. 107. The transition period from 1790 to 1821. In the short term, crises and short economic fluctuations follow. The cycle of economic changes is believed to have begun at the end of the 18th century at the earliest. First of all, we identify a series of short-term crises. A crisis had already broken out in London in 1772, which resulted in numerous bank failures. A focal point of the credit exaggerations was Scotland, and the mainland was also subsequently affected. The interaction of the phenomena is not entirely clear, but it appears to have been mainly a crisis in the trade in goods. The English crisis of 1793 after the American War of Independence was probably primarily a goods trade crisis. This was particularly the case in 1799, when, following the Revolutionary Wars, we experienced a real goods trade crisis of the older type described: over-speculation promoted by keeping goods away due to barriers, and collapse and crisis caused by a sudden collapse in goods and the closure of old markets. Their area of activity was northwestern Europe, their focal point was Hamburg. The Revolutionary Wars had directed many tasks that had previously been carried out from other places, especially in Holland, to Hamburg, and also led to relocations there. High prices, a large influx of goods and extensive alternating use ultimately jeopardized the situation. The outflow of goods was hampered by the occupation of Switzerland and Italy, and the natural attempt to maintain high prices through stockpiling and credit overextension led to the crisis. The Hamburg Reporter compares the bankruptcy epidemic with that of 1763 and describes it as twice as severe. The Hamburger Bank proved to be a rock in the surf. Due to the continental blockade and the transfer of the newly opened South American markets, a goods trade crisis occurred in England in 1810, which also seems to have been linked to elements of the founding crisis. The same thing happened in England in 1815 as a setback to the regained exports to mainland Europe and the United States of America. However, it does not seem certain whether there was a real crisis in England. The same applies to England in 1819. For France, Clement Huglar shows the years 1804, 1810 and 1818 as crisis years according to the bank statements. For England, Bouniation believes that the Great Crisis of 1793 marked the entry into the new industrial era. He is 108. But far from showing a cycle of alternating positions, rather, he describes individual crises or crisis-like phenomena with the speculative movements that initiate them and the setbacks that follow them. As members of the cycle, these phenomena remain completely obscure, and not even an attempt is made to describe the specific course of upswing and stagnation in the English economy. But one thing is certain. Since 1790 we have found short-term ups and downs in the leading economies of Western Europe, and especially in those parts of them involved in inter-Indian trade. Speculative movements and their setbacks appear at new, short intervals, and the statements from the leading central banks collected by Clement Huglar show unmistakable, short-term wave movements. In England in particular, the national economy worked under strong stimuli throughout this period, that of great technical inventions, the profit opportunities of wars and the constantly changing foreign trade opportunities. Particularly large fluctuations in harvests, the capital requirements of warfare and the disorder of the monetary system increased these external influences on the national economy. The fluctuations in economic activity apparently resulted from the war economy, the transition economy, the necessary changes in foreign trade and the harvest conditions. In addition, these were violent speculative movements that were fueled by the circumstances mentioned and were dependent and led to correspondingly strong swings. The persuasive image of the classics. At the beginning of the conviction, in the high capitalist alternating stage of the lack of capital, a visible disproportion of the types of goods was sometimes observed, i.e. a belief in goods that were counteracted by a lack of other goods. For example, in Germany, before the general belief began, a shortage of coal was observed in 1899, and also of coal and ironmongery in 1906 and 1912, which made the utilization of the supplementary goods more difficult. The fact of a partial overconviction, which corresponds to a partial underconfidence, is the accusation of the classical theory. Like E.V. Bergman, p. 66 ff., reports that the idea that every purchase is a sale and every sale is a purchase is an old physiocratic concept that was used as early as 1795 in an unnamed English text in connection with the discussion of beliefs. J.B. Say first presented his theory of sales channels in 1803 in the first edition of his Traité d'économie politique ver. 109. 6 Public. James Mill, Elements of Political Economy 1821, p.193, assumes as an observation that the commodity with which the market is overfilled falls, and that of which there is a shortage rises in price. Also J.B. Say in the Trade of 1841, p. 142. Was the stated condition really observed back then? A more detailed report on this is not given. In particular, it is not stated which goods were observed to be in the belief and which were to be in the underconfidence. We are also not informed about the facts of the case from other sources. The classics probably came to the state simply by derivation. In any case, we are not in a position today to determine whether there was an inherent belief in early high capitalism, in which a partial belief corresponded to a visible partial lack of belief. The visible underproduction, in the increase in the price of the missing goods and the decrease in the price of the overproduced goods, guarantees the balance and the impossibility of a general conviction and thus a long-lasting stagnation. The balancing power of the price shift emphasized by the classics makes it unlikely that the specified imbalance will result in beliefs that are more damaging to the economy, and therefore the specified belief must be doubted. The only thing they would say is that very short waves determined the economic situation from 1790 to 1821. However, observation from the 1820s onwards absolutely had to show that price equalization did not occur, that overconfidence as the visible, disproportionate production did not equalize in the short term, but turned into a general overconfidence and stagnation. This refuted the assumed initial observation as a decisive fact of the high capitalist belief. The peculiarity of the belief dealt with by the classics is that too few goods appear visibly, that a visible disproportion, a visible imbalance, appears. In high capitalism, the visible lack of coal and hardware is a consequence of the lack of specific skilled labor. The situation is an exaggeration of the boom that only lasts for a short time, and one could speak of a boom, based on the very latest term that has appeared in newspaper jargon, boom. It does not prevail for a long time, as in the classics, but only lasts as long as the satiation of needs and lack of capital do not have a decisive effect. The one-sided increase in the price of the missing goods with a simultaneous decrease in the price of the overproduced goods, as assumed by the classics, occurs. 110. Not a. In the highly capitalist money economy, as soon as needs and a lack of capital become effective, the prices of the surplus goods initially fall unilaterally, and under the effect of the monetary context, this price reduction is transferred to all other goods. The partial price reduction becomes a general one, the partial overconfidence does not balance out but becomes a general one. The species-specific high capitalist conviction of excess is also a disproportional one, is a creation of imbalance, but this disproportionality is not externally visible, but is a result of the theory and is only determined by it as a disproportionality that stands invisible behind the visible world of goods. This invisible disproportion is an interpretation of the visible world. The changing situation in the free market, high capitalist economic era. Static period 1822 to 1842. Tagan Baranowski says, if you want to relate the Industrial Revolution to a specific historical epoch, you can with greater justification place it in the second quarter of the 19th century than in the end of the 18th century. In any case, it seems to me that the real high capitalist cycle of change only began in the 1820s. If we assume the first cycle from 1822 to 1831, it consisted of 4 years of upswing and 6 years of stagnation. The second cycle then covers 1832 to 1842, of which 5 were years of upswing and 6 years of stagnation. The entire 2-year period from 1822 to 1842, containing 2 full cycles of 10 and 11 years each, had 9 years of upswing and 12 years of stagnation and is therefore characterized as a period of stagnation. The upswing and stagnation were like 1:1.33. Since around 1822 there has been a real, unique upswing in England, capital accumulation, low interest rates, capital investment in productive assets, mines, iron works, factories, shipbuilding, candles, gas plants are particularly mentioned. As an additional stimulus, reports are made about good harvests from 1820 to 1822 and about the Spanish and Portuguese North American states gaining political independence. Speculation took hold of these new markets and the founding system, including South American precious metal mines. Initially, the capital-seeking investment had no place to stay in the businesses, and an unusually large number of bonds issued by various states dominated the London capital market. The increasing English exports were accompanied by these measures. Loan paid. Securities speculation took on great expansion in unbridled forms. While prices had only risen slightly until 1824, in 1825 the trade in goods also fell victim to over-speculation. Raw cotton in particular was affected. Under the influence of this price change, imports increased sharply in 1825 and exports decreased. With unfavorable exchange rates, a general economic crisis broke out. In June 1825 the prices began to collapse. In October the bank failures and payment cessations of large trading houses began. December was filled with an outbreak of fear and frequent bankruptcies, and in January 1826 a goods trade crisis followed. Poor banking policy had encouraged speculation and led to the exhaustion of reserves, and further aggravated the crisis by refusing to lend. A reversal to generous granting of credit immediately had a calming effect. The Bank of France had come to the aid of the Bank of England through a larger loan. The effects of the crisis continued to affect the first half of 1826. The perseverance and stagnation appear to have been long and severe and were exacerbated by poor harvests from 1828 to 1831. In 1829 there was a significant increase in bankruptcies. The reduction in prices and profits was attempted in vain by improving the production facilities, iron production, spinning mills, mechanical looms, and increasing production, and production restrictions were therefore imposed on the iron works in 1829 and price agreements in 1832. In France, the development according to the bank statements was similar, but was weaker and was crisis-free in 1825. The July Revolution of 1830 brought its own disruption. The existing representations do not reveal exactly when the new upswing began in England. The decline in prices lasted until 1832. The peak began in 1834. Extremely good harvests from 1832 to 1836 marked the beginning of the upswing and accompanied it throughout its entire duration. English and American railway construction, the spread of the mechanical loom and the extraordinary increase in exports to the United States of America are mentioned as great inspirations. This was made possible by English investments and loans. As in the previous upswing, the rush for capital was initially so strong that foreign bonds were able to access the London market in large quantities. They soon fell victim to over-speculation, and this led to a pre-crisis on the stock market in May 1835. The founding system found centers in railway companies, including American ones, and in the newly permitted deposits. 112. Stock banks, degenerated into overspeculation and fraud and was combined with price driving. Trade in goods, especially exports to the United States of America, also fell victim to overspeculation with credit abuse and bill writing. However, the excesses of speculation remained behind those of the 1820s in all areas. In 1836 the time of capital shortage began. The newly founded banks, as well as the Bank of England, had in turn promoted speculation through unreasonable granting of loans. But the Bank of England remained fully efficient despite its severe weakening and was always willing to lend. It even undertook 2 large-scale support measures with wavering major banks and later with the leading trading companies exporting to America, thereby preventing the actual outbreak of fear. Only in Ireland did a bank failure in November 1836 cause fear and the banks to be closed. The upswing received strong stimulus from the capital investments and railway construction in the United States of America and from the export of goods there, and this country also provided the external impetus for the collapse. Extensive speculation had taken place there in state-owned companies, which was mainly carried out with credit. The speculators borrowed the capital required for the required cash payment from the central banks, which immediately received it again as a state deposit. English capital and a huge issue of notes, not least from the then central bank, the Bank of the United States, also fueled speculation in all other areas. The President of the United States of America stopped the credit exaggerations by withdrawing government deposits from the central banks in July 1836 and not renewing the central bank's note privileges. The resulting credit restrictions led to an outbreak of fear and the purchase of precious metals from England. Since the exchange rates had already been unfavorable for this, the Bank of England now increased its discount, and this also caused credit difficulties in England. The second half of 1836 was filled with the stock market and founding crisis and the difficulties of the provincial banks. In March 1837 prices began to fall on the goods market, which lasted until the middle of the year. Thanks to the Bank of England, this commodity trade crisis, which culminated in Anglo-American relations, also remained without an outbreak of fear. The stagnation became more severe, but the capital situation did not improve. The situation in America showed a clear picture of a capital crisis, which is also characteristic of England, since the foundations there were based on English capital. The flood. The supply of new American papers to England continued until 1839. However, all of this did not prevent the consols from rising slightly in price. The stagnation and the capital and money market in England were made more difficult by the bad harvests of 1838 and 1839, by the continuation of the crisis-like conditions in the United States of America and by a new cotton speculation that developed there. This made the raw material, which was important for England, so expensive that there were production restrictions in the cotton industry. In the autumn of 1838 the Bank of Belgium collapsed. At the beginning of 1839 an outbreak of fear broke out in Belgium and France. In the summer cotton speculation, which was burdened with huge stocks, collapsed and led to almost 1,000 bank failures in the United States of America. In England the precious metal reserves were depleted. July was so weak that the Bank of England had to borrow $2.5 million in Paris, Amsterdam, and Hamburg. As a result of the crisis and the stagnation, English bankruptcies continued to rise sharply in 1840, and in the United States of America from August 1841 to March 1845 almost 34,000 bankruptcies involving $441 million had to be dealt with in court. The stagnation lasted until 1842. While England, France, and the United States of America were at the end of a great upswing and high levels of overspeculation from 1836 to 1839, Germany's slow development along traditional lines did not show any such major movements. It is true that the free internal market was essentially created, some branches of industry arose, such as the rib sugar and brandy industries, others perfected and expanded, such as the iron, cotton, and cigar manufacture, trade expanded, and a general rise is unmistakable. But there was no widespread relocation. An upswing, however, without any significant entrepreneurial spirit, but rather associated with a considerable surplus of money capital, is expressed by the state of the banks. In the same way, the capital market is characterized by interest rate movements. From the mid-1830s onwards, the interest rate on numerous public bonds was reduced from 4% to 3%. This movement is all the more remarkable because it was not disturbed by the world market crisis of 1836 and 1839, which temporarily raised the exchange rate for the best papers to 15 to 18% in London. It is an unmistakable sign of Germany's poor connection to world market movements and of the foundations on which its economy existed, belonging to a different stage of development. However, Germany did not remain completely uninfluenced by Spiethoff, The world market situation. The crisis years of 1836 and 1839 were clearly felt in the bank statements, and the external conditions were also reflected in changes in interest rates. But no crisis occurred. This even applies to Hamburg, although this place, as a suburb of Germany, has suffered more. Thanks to the restraint in credit transactions, Hamburg only suffered from external influences from 1836 to 1837, without itself causing a crisis. The losses from the fall in commodity prices and from foreign bankruptcies were significant, but no house of importance fell. In 1859, the strong English grain imports caused significant transfers of money and bills of exchange, most of which went via Hamburg and caused a quickly passing crisis here in August. Even though on some days the best bills of exchange were unsaleable, there was still no fear or deep lack of trust. The beginning of the fifth decade had the same external appearance of economic prosperity in Germany as among the world trading powers, but while there was deep stagnation and decline here, the slow upward movement continued there, here a reversal of major riots, there the calm of unhurried development. Upswing period 1843 to 1873. This period is characterized by the predominance of upswing years over downswing years, and was therefore an upswing range. Measured against German conditions, 21 of the 31 years were characterized by an upswing and 10 by a stagnation. These 3 decades begin with an upswing in 1843 and end with one in 1873. They include 344 cycles, namely 4 upswings and 3 stagnations. The upswings lasted 5, 6, 5, and 5 years, the slumps lasted 4, 4, and 2 years. If we reduce the 21 years of upswings according to the ratio of upswings to downturns of 4:3, then the ratio of upswings to downturns is 1:0.57. The predominance of upswings meant that the period as a whole was characterized by rising prices and interest rates. From the outside it was accompanied by an increase in gold production, which began between 1848 and 1849. The stormy advance of high capitalism filled them. The conversion of spinning to the new technical production bases had already been largely completed in England, but not in the other countries, and it was still achievable for weaving. The same applied to mining and iron extraction and processing, to railway construction and steam shipping. Agriculture was on the rise. The newly emerging large-scale commercial cities made a significant contribution to housing construction. Tasks, no less the old trading and princely towns through renovation, all had to be provided with water pipes and gas. The new upswing began in 1843 with good harvests and the opening of the Chinese market brought about by the Sino-English peace. However, this did not meet the expectations placed on it and was of no importance for the course of the upswing. The big task was European railway construction, which was recommended by the good results of the first railways and became the dominant area of capital investment. Very quickly the movement degenerated into over-speculation. The start UPS collapsed and increased, and the share prices were driven up. As early as the fall of 1845, the overspeculation collapsed into a real crisis, which, however, remained a special crisis and had little impact on other areas. The boom that began in 1845 is notable in that it was accompanied by poor harvests and serious harvest errors. In 1845 a potato disease broke out, causing an unprecedented crop failure in the first year and a weak harvest in the second year. The grain harvest was poor to average in 1845 and a poor harvest in 1846. The situation of the working classes became extremely difficult, and conditions often occurred that are described as famine. Recently, cotton also experienced a bad harvest, which made this important raw material much more expensive and led to production restrictions. The result was severe pressure on the immediate consumption of not only food but also industrial consumer goods. In many cases it declined markedly, most notably in Germany. But indirect consumption was not reduced by this, but continued to rise. An important historical example of the independence of recovery from immediate consumption. Up to this point, the course throughout Western Europe was essentially the same for all the subject areas described, although the degrees of severity differed. Likewise, the capital shortage that began in 1847 was general, and everywhere the situation was dominated by it and ultimately by conviction. Only England experienced overspeculation and crisis this year, and these arose from special, external causes and were not an offshoot of the boom. The initial excess encouraged by the Peel Bank Act and the subsequent failure of the Bank of England to grant credit caused a credit crunch there in April. A crisis followed in the fall. The grain shortage had encouraged overspeculation since January 1847, and in May this movement, associated with credit overextension and stockpiling, began to collapse. 116. Chen. The slow communication and traffic conditions meant that large quantities of grain were still arriving when supplies, the prospects of a good new harvest and ultimately this themselves had already brought prices down. The rich harvest was powerless against the lack of capital and overconfidence, but had an effect on the outbreak of the commodity trade crisis. The fear that prevailed in September and October was conjured up when the bank file was revoked at the end of October, thereby giving certainty that the loan would be obtained. In 1847, Germany was spared from overspeculation and crisis, although minor disruptions occurred, particularly in southern Germany and Hamburg. But it participated fully and with particular strength in the upswing of this time. This state of ascension is of a very special nature. It is characterized by a decline in immediate consumption in terms of quality and quantity. The increase in population slowed down increasingly as a result of mass emigration, apart from the decline in the birth surplus that became apparent in the years of inflation. However, the number of savings banks increased constantly and rapidly, far outpacing the increase in population. The production of goods was not put into the service of immediate consumption, but rather into the production of cash crops. The goal was to convert and build new generation and transport facilities. A comparison with other countries shows how magnificently this happened. Railways were in operation in 1845, in Great Britain and Ireland 3,277 kilometers, in Germany 2,315, in France 883, in Austria-Hungary 728. It should be taken into account here that the Germany of that time was more of a capital-poor than a capital-rich country, and that the large capital investments are mainly made from your own funds. The capital powers of this time, primarily England and France, were not behind the development in question, but were in the midst of it. England in particular is unlikely to have made any significant investments in these years. The English history of this upswing speaks of investments in America, East Asia, and even France, but not of those in Germany, and the domestic news does not mention any help provided by England. In any case, the large capital investments and the strong indirect consumption would not have been possible without de-emphasizing direct consumption. Capital formation resulted in part from a reduction in immediate consumption. In some places there has been evidence of a decline in real wages. Therefore offers NNIE The situation from 1843 to 1847 only half represents the picture of the upswing, in which indirect consumption develops magnificently, but the improvement in the immediate satisfaction of needs fails, and on the contrary gives way to a deterioration, and population growth slows down. The stalemate since 1848 was complicated and burdened by the political revolution. The decline, which was in full swing at the beginning of 1848, was exacerbated, particularly in France and Germany. In March and April, real credit crunches occurred in both countries. In France, the obligation to redeem banknotes was lifted and the compulsory exchange rate was declared. In Hamburg, a discount association had to be formed. In Berlin, Rhineland and Westphalia, larger quantities of banknotes were presented for redemption, and the Preußische Bank felt compelled to take advantage of state credit in order to be able to meet its extraordinary needs. In June, the bank was able to begin paying off the loan, and at the end of the year the emergency business was wound up, as was that of the discount association in Hamburg. In France, the compulsory exchange rate lasted until August 1850, but the bank had already partially resumed cash payments in July 1848. The stagnation lasted 4 years, the first 2 of which were marked by decline. In connection with the political uncertainty, there was an outflow of capital, particularly from France and Germany to England and even more to the United States of America. It only stopped with the beginning of the boom in 1854. From England there are reports of particularly large exchange rate and other losses among railway companies. The price drop was not great. The general measurement number in Germany was 1847 equals 194 in 1848 and 1849, 98 in 1850, 97 in 1851. The entire period from 1843 to 1851 was filled with economic and political upheaval. He was burdened with elementary misfortunes, potato disease, grain crop failure, cotton crop failure, and went through pain and deprivation and sheer dissatisfaction. It should be understood in terms of developmental history, because it does not represent an illness, but rather represents a transition to a new stage of life for Germany. The discovery of gold deposits in California, 1848, and in Australia, 1851, was seen as a major external stimulus for the upswing that began in 1852. Even before the crisis of 1857, Newmarch had made a careful study of the phenomenon and placed the main emphasis on the need for gods in the new territories, not on the transformation of the monetary system of the Old World by gold. 118. These deserted areas attracted a stream of immigrants, had to be fully supplied with luxury goods and gradually provided with income from the ground up. Tugan Baranowski puts England's exports to Australia on average in the 1850s at over twice those to France, so that only the markets of the United States of America, Germany, and the East Indies were more important. Strengthening capital through good harvests is out of the question as a way to promote the recovery, because Schoefel describes the first harvests of the decade as bad harvests. On the other hand, this and the subsequent cut-off of Russian supplies due to the Crimean War resulted in high prices, and Schoefel attributes considerable causal significance to this unprecedented prosperity of agricultural circles. A preferred investment area was the United States of America, which was greatly stimulated by the Californian discoveries, the construction of railways and the grain exports caused by the Crimean War. In the Old World, railways, steamships, and telegraphy were the most mentioned, but the whole grid generation was raised in fits and starts, both technically and organizationally. On the mainland, the first large mixed banks arose based on the model of Credit Mobilier, founded in Paris in 1852. In Germany, numerous central banks also came into existence. The Crimean War that broke out in 1853 challenged rather than hindered the boom that began in 1854. The lack of unfavorable effects on the money market was attributed to the new gold. Apart from the stimuli and profits of the war economy, the shift in world economic relations and the cultivation of new territories contributed not a little to expanding the scope of the upswing. This is precisely why this upswing represents a historic stage. KR expanded the geographical scope for the cycle of economic change no less than it was profound for economic transformation through advances on the path of high capitalism. In its 6-year impact, it was of a length that had not been observed before and was only experienced again after almost half a century. The lack of capital began to make itself felt as early as the summer of 1856 and led to a collapse in prices, which continued until the end of 1857. The causal connection between the start-up and capital crisis was clear, in part. Dizzying shape, to light. The greatest damage was again in the railway system, especially in the United States of America. Paris was the high point of stock market speculation. Good European harvests and po. The peace treaty weakened America's purchasing power, which had been fueled by grain exports. Sales of goods fell sharply, and from the end of 1856 to July 1857, over-speculation in goods developed, which drove up the prices of goods through stockpiling and misuse of credit. As in 1847, the good European harvest was powerless to avert the lack of capital and overproduction, but in August 1857 it triggered the precipitous fall in prices by lowering grain prices. The founding and goods trade crisis broke out in the United States of America. Bankruptcies and fear reached the highest levels by the end of October and led to the purchase of gold from Europe due to the increase in interest rates. As a result, bankruptcies and fear began in England at the end of October and in Hamburg at the end of November. Peel's bank file had to be repealed in its provisions restricting the issue of bank notes, and in Hamburg one aid measure followed another. Norway, Sweden, and Denmark also had a 4-week scare, Vienna a shorter one, while in the rest of Germany there were no centers of over-speculation in goods, although bankruptcies broke out in numerous places. In Paris, the accumulation of stocks and over-speculation were relatively less, so that the goods trade crisis did not occur. Switzerland and the Netherlands were free from credit chaining and credit overstretch. In contrast, the crisis ultimately hit South America and Australia. The spread and severity of the crisis had reached an unprecedented extent. The upswing up to 1857 represented a turning point in the handling of bill interest rates. After the usury laws with a maximum interest rate of 5% were abolished in England from 1833 to 1859, the Bank of England increased its rate to 6% in 1839 compared to 4% in the previous year, 1847 to 8% against 24% 4-3% in previous years. It was only in the 1850s that the rate was raised to 10%, after, what was most important, it had already reached 7% in the previous 2 years. In fairness, the repeal of Peel's Banking Act was always subject to a high minimum interest rate. The Bank of France thought it was doing something extraordinary in 1847 when, following the Bank of England's increase, it increased the rate from 4 to 5% for the first time in 27 years, in 1857 it went to 10%. The Prubisque Bank, which had only raised its rate from 4 and 4 yen% to 5% in 1848, also increased it to 744% in 1857. The stagnation lasted 4 years from 1858 to 1861, 3 of which were seen as a decline and 1 as an initial rise. The years 1861 and 1862 appear in one for some crucial features. 120. Twilight, but it would be correct to count the first as a first rise and stagnation, the other as a second rise and upswing. Immediately after the crisis, England was able to find a replacement in the East Indies for the weakness of the North American market. The general price level of the stagnation was higher than that of the previous upswing and was 103 against 100 in Germany. The upswing began in 1862 at the beginning of the American Civil War, 1861 to 1865. Like previous wars, this one brought about major shifts in the world economy, but the blockage of some routes and markets was more than offset by the creation of new relationships and the awakening of dormant areas. The lack of American cotton, the cotton famine and the price increase from 534 to 22% during 1860 to 1864 brought Egypt, the East Indies and Brazil up, which began to supply raw cotton in 1863. In the beginning they were able to live on supplies. Nevertheless, the cotton industry was forced to make severe restrictions on production, but this did not stop the upswing. In some cases compensation was made by the other fabric industries. The triumph of free trade was beneficial for the upswing. Grinding, construction, and production expansion began violently, and foreign trade grew to an unprecedented extent. The railway companies in turn played a leading role and financed their buildings in England with bank loans. The demands placed on the money market were so great that it ran into considerable difficulties from the second half of 1863 onwards. The Bank of France rate rose to 7% in November 1863 and to 8% in May 1864. The Bank of England rate reached 8% as early as January 1864 and stood at 9% from May to July and September to December. In October 1864, the Prussian bank set the interest rate on bills at 7% for 3 months. A real war broke out between the major central banks. As far as can be seen, it was the first of its kind. In 1865, after the end of the Boer War, the renewed contact with the United States of America provided new inspiration. At the same time, however, poor grain harvests in Europe and cotton harvests in the United States of America and India made the situation more difficult. The year 1866 showed the usual picture of the upswing coming to an end, and in England pig iron production that year even showed a decline. But in no area was there overspeculation that would inevitably result in a crisis. What was most affected was the start-up system. Nevertheless, a credit crunch broke out in London in May 1866. Because of the lack of overspeculation, there is not a crisis but a squeeze. On May 11, 1866, one of London's largest exchange houses had to stop payments due to excessive acceptance of bad bills. The failure of a supporting pillar caused the loan building to collapse. A general fear broke out and the Bank of England had to be freed from the shackles of the Banking Act in order to restore confidence, the third time since its inception. Germany had experienced a great upswing and as early as 1865 there was a lack of capital. Heavy investment in foreign securities and adverse harvest conditions adversely affected exchange rates, and in the second half of the year the reopened American market increased industrial needs. The Prussian bank's bill interest rate was 7% continuously from October 1865 to February 1866. The banks were considerably weakened when mobilizations began in May 1866, and this and the English outbreak of fear caused the Prussian bank to increase the bank rate to 9%. But there was no outbreak of fear in Germany. Distrust arose. Prussian notes from central Germany were presented en masse to private banks such as the Preußische Bank, rates fell, capital fled abroad and drove up exchange rates, and numerous bankruptcies occurred in the provinces. But none of this was so strong and sudden that traffic came to a standstill. The increase in interest rates and the stiffening of the money market caused an immediate sharp fall in exchange rates. The economy had spent weeks preparing for all possibilities, and when war broke out in June 1866, the adjustment was over. No collapse occurred, only a shrinking of business and traffic, as military operations in one's own country must inevitably bring about. The rapid progress of the war brought liquidity to the money market in the next few months. By the end of the year the interest rate on bills fell to 4%, there was complete calm and the stagnation was complete. The stoppage was short and easy. Its duration of only 2 years, 1867 to 1868, had no counterpart until then. Prices continued to rise. The average rate of the stagnation compared to the previous upswing in Germany was 108:100. In 1867 the Credit Mobilier collapsed in France. In 1868, under the influence of low lending rates, the first English investment company was founded. The upswing from 1869 to 1873 was a continuation of the previous one, because the stagnation from 1867 to 1868 was only the interruption of a single major upswing. In England it overtook 122. Pig iron production reached the peak of the previous upswing as early as 1868. In Germany, the increase in pig iron production was not interrupted at all by the stagnation, rather, the reduction in iron consumption was complemented solely by a decline in imports. The increase in growth was immediately enormous in both countries and had never been observed to this extent before. The details that I can examine more closely in Germany show that here the second rise was the actual stage and that the first rise in 1868 was immediately followed by the boom in 1869. The United States of America was also involved in this movement, not least through the importation of capital and goods from Europe, especially from England. A very big task was the construction of railways, which was carried out without hesitation and, for example, dizzying founderism empowered. New York experienced its infamous Black Friday on September 23, 1869. The currency that had been put on paper as a result of the Civil War had led to huge speculations and frauds in gold, one of which came crashing down that day. The spirit of wild speculation and men with predatory instincts dominated the New York stock market and much of the railroad system. The London Stock Exchange was given a special character by extensive loans from small states in the Mediterranean and America. The Franco-Prussian War brought an interruption of several years for France. In Germany this lasted less than a year and was more than compensated for by the stormy course that the boom took with the import of capital and money as a result of the French war compensation. Iron consumption rose dramatically in 1873 to 71.5 kilograms compared to 32.6 kilograms in 1866. These years are the founding days of Germany. It was promoted by the new stock corporation legislation, according to which only railway companies and central banks were subject to approval. Overseas relations were increased and banks of all kinds were established. Speculation focused primarily on railways, urban land, and house building, but hardly any other area was free. The shares of a new type of bank, the broker banks, became a particularly popular playing paper. As can be seen from the dividend statistics, a very large fraction of the new businesses, in some businesses the vast majority, disappeared from the stock market listing as early as 1874. Germany and Austria had not yet experienced over-speculation in the founding system and the securities exchange, and this therefore took on the primitive, unbridled forms that are characteristic of the first appearance of these phenomena. Although the United States of America looked back on an experienced past, it was still a new territory and remained the land of games and bets. So these three areas became the playground of one of the most serious crises. The peak of stock market speculation was in the spring of 1872 and in September to 1872. The decline in prices began in October. In January 1873, a large American railroad bond issued by the first bank suffered a serious failure on both sides of the ocean, making the lack of capital obvious. The stock market and start-up crisis, combined with fear, first broke out in Vienna and led to outbursts of despair and anger of the most severe kind on the stock exchange there on May 8 and 9, 1873. The crash and fall of the securities lasted 5 months. The movement naturally had an influence on all other places, but initially did not cause any outbreaks of fear. But New York followed suit in September. In Germany, over 2 months, all kinds of enterprises collapsed en masse, but there was no outbreak of fear. In all three countries it became clear that there was also a capital crisis. Strong gold purchases from England led to a few days of consternation on the London Stock Exchange in November 1873. A bad harvest had a detrimental effect. In all capitalistically advanced economies, with the exception of France, there had been more or less severe exaggerations in the start-up system, and therefore there was a setback everywhere. The goods market, on the other hand, was uninvolved in the over-speculation. In business circles and in the press, the point of view of one-off tasks was already put forward at that time, and it was regretfully emphasized that these had been taken on in a rushed manner and without taking into account the failure of the production plants that would be expected in the future. Particular attention was drawn to the urgent government orders to cover temporary needs. Static period 1874 to 1894. In 1874 the movement that dominated the cross-country race changed. It was not the years of upswing but rather the years of stagnation that predominated in the next 2 decades. Of the 21 years, measured against German conditions, only 6 are in the upswing, but 15 are in the stagnation. The period begins in 1874 with a stagnation and ends in 1894 with one. It includes 24% cycles, 3 stagnations and 2 upswings. The stagnations lasted 6, 5, and 4 years each, the 2 upswings lasted 3 years each. If we reduce the 15 years of stagnation according to the ratio of stagnations to upswings of 3:2, this is how they behaved. 124. Upswing to stagnant years like 1:1.7. The upswings were not only short, but also weak, and many important upswings were lost. Apart from details that can be noted about the upswings in question, in general the prices of government securities remained unaffected by the upswings. The declines did not occur in the upswing years and were actually only less severe increases or easing after particularly large increases. This indicates moderate capital appeal in the upswing. The weakness of the movements also meant that they moved less in step in the various countries than before. This is shown in particular by iron production and market interest rates. Extreme speculation and crises became exceptions. The prevalence of stagnations meant that prices and interest rates fell overall over the 2 decades. From the outside there is also a reduction in gold production, which began between 1871 and 1875 and lasted until 1881 and 1885, and the displacement of silver as a monetary metal. The agriculture of Western Europe was subject to fierce competition from agricultural states, which caused prices to fall sharply with virgin soil, devalued currency, and cheap shipping costs. There was indeed a lack of major commercial initiatives and tasks, such as the implementation of the Thomasgill Christian process in iron extraction, the city sewage system, the intercity railways in the United States of America, and the capitalist equipment of many small overseas economies. But their weight was apparently too light. The stagnation from 1874 to 1879 was, at 6 years, one of the longest that the economic cycle has experienced, and at the same time it was the deepest. Strictly speaking, the entire 6 years can be described as a decline. In Germany, iron consumption fell to less than half between 1873 and 1879. Only the reduction in iron production stopped in 1877 and that in the founding of stock companies in 1878. The exchange rate losses were huge, real estate, houses and rents suffered significant losses, and unemployment among employees and workers increased to a large extent. Judging by the collapse in distributed dividends, this stagnation was the most profound in history. In Austria, state aid intervened to complete the railways that were stuck under construction. The average of the stagnation had a price reduction of 9% compared to the previous upswing. England suffered from the fact that the vast majority of foreign bonds, which had been largely secured during the previous upswing, became non-performing. The English economy had come to an end. 125. Had to pay with debt securities, and now it turned out that the debtors had paid the interest from the capital and could not raise it without new capital loans. English exports now had to do without the English capital investment abroad that financed them. Bankruptcies increased sharply in England by 1879, and in 1878 several leading banks collapsed. However, the decline in iron production stopped as early as 1874, but the slight increase in the following years did not really develop, and in the last 2 years of stagnation production fell back to the low of 1874. The United States of America also had a sharp decline until 1877, decline in iron production, and only a reasonable increase from 1878 to 1879. Not only the exaggerations of the last overspeculation had an impact on this severe slump, but also the entire sharp upswing that preceded it. This shows the different development in France. For this country, the last 4 boom years had been missed, as pig iron production had only reached the level of 1,869 again in 1873. This increase continued slowly with a slight interruption from 1876 to 1878. However, in 1879 there was a decline here too, almost reaching the level of 1,873. The country overcame the consequences of the war and the hugely exaggerated war compensation with the greatest speed. As early as 1873, government securities prices began to rise significantly. Although the compulsory exchange rate for banknotes existed until the end of 1877, it could have been eliminated earlier, as cash payments had already started in part at the end of 1873 and completely at the end of 1874. Note cancellation only existed for a short time and to an insignificant extent. The bonds initially granted from abroad began to flow back after a few years. The upswing from 1880 to 1882 was the shortest ever experienced and was just as weak. Iron consumption in Germany rose so little in 1880 and 1881 that it remained below that of the boom years 1874 to 1876, and in 1882 it remained 30% below that of 1873 and was approximately the same as in 1874. Even if it is taken into account that 1872 and in 1873 the import of Hissene and thus the consumption of iron had grown by leaps and bounds, the year 1882 can hardly be seen as a boom. The capital requirement for newly founded stock corporations had doubled in 1881, but had dropped completely again in 1882. A real upswing was only evident in the production volume, especially in coal and iron, then in spinning, protective tariff. Prices were lower on average during the upswing than on average during previous ones. 126. Stagnation, because the general measure of stagnation and upswing was like 194. Emigration began to increase. This is largely based on the good prospects of the immigration areas, but the hopelessness at home is not missing. The consumption of cotton and woolen fabric goods fell noticeably, especially in these boom years. Stronger suggestions again came from the United States of America. Here again, railway construction posed major tasks, which speculation and over-speculation took over. European capital investment and goods exports grew rapidly here. This was primarily attributable to England, but other economies and Germany also took part. The United States of America's own iron production did not remain unfertilized, but doubled between 1878 and 1882. In Europe, over-speculation had to do with France, as if this country wanted to make up for aversiveness. Pig iron production increased by almost 50% between 1879 and 1883. The wave of over-speculation came primarily from a man who sailed under a political banner and, under the auspices of the clerical parties in France and Austria, wanted to offer a counterweight to the Jewish financial powers. Just as Law had founded the Mississippi Society in the 18th century and the Purrier brothers had founded the Credit Mobilier in the 1850s to implement an economic organization plan, so Bontu founded the Union Generale in Paris with political intentions. He set up the Österreichische Länderbank in Vienna as a cartel bank. He, like Law, succumbed to price driving in their own shares. The possibility under French law of issuing new shares before full payment of the old ones and of purchasing own shares proved to be a pitfall. The stock market crisis occurred on the stock markets of Lyon, Paris, and Vienna in 1882. The embarrassments of the money market were so great in France that the Bank of England, responding to previous similar services, had to provide assistance with 2 shipments of gold. The crisis followed in the United States of America in 1884. The 5-year stagnation from 1883 to 1887 was also unusually long. Although the stagnations of the 1820s, 1830s, and 1870s lasted 6 years, those of the 1840s and 1850s did not last longer than 4 years. But while the previous stagnation, measured by German standards, consisted of 5 years of decline and only 1 year of increase, the current one consisted of 1 year of decline and 4 years of increase. This time's peculiarity is given primarily to way due to the rapidly increasing price fall. Measured against German conditions, the average rate of the stagnation compared to that of the previous upswing was 90/100. As mentioned, this upswing, 1880 to 1882, already meant a fall from 100 to 94, and the stagnation that preceded it, 1874 to 1879, from 100 to 91. Belief in all its forms dominated the field. In terms of pig iron production, England performed worst during the stagnation from 1883 to 1887, with a reduction from 8.73 to 7.12 million tons. France had this from 2.07 to 1.52 million tons. In the United States of America, pig iron production rose from 4.69 to 6.52, as did in Germany, with an interruption in 1886 during the entire stagnation, namely from 3.4 to 4 million t. Wool and cotton products have also had a significant increase in production. Even more important for Germany is the albeit uneven increase in iron consumption from 51.5 to 57.7 kilograms per head of the population. Nevertheless, emigration was large, under the determining influence of price pressure and deterioration in income. The dwindling entrepreneurial profits gave rise to the Eisardel and trusts. In the first days of February 1887, military mobilizations and the threat of a Russo-Austrian-French-German war caused an outbreak of fear with a sharp fall in prices on the European markets. The rapid political calm calmed down the stock markets just as quickly. But towards the end of the year, new political incidents once again severely shook the Börsen. The Schneebeli, Boulanger, Grevy affairs, and the discontinuation of the Reichsbank's lending of Russian government securities formed a continuing series of unrest that had an impact on government securities prices in France and Germany. The increase began at different times and to different extents in different countries, but it seems correct to expect the stagnation to last until 1887. The upswing from 1888 to 1890, which lasted only 3 years like its predecessor, was for some countries more lively than this, but for others it was still lagging behind. The inter-country statistics of securities issuance had already shown a doubling in 1886, but in 1887 the investment fell sharply. In 1888 it increased strongly again, and in 1889 it doubled again compared to 1886. The last year of upswing, 1890, had already shrunk to less than half, a sign of the regular lack of capital, which was also reflected in investment securities prices and interest rates. 128. Pressure came. The capital requirements of newly founded German stock corporations showed a similar relationship in the 3 years of the upswing. The total issue of securities in Germany doubled in 1888 compared to the previous year and then slowly fell. In the capital transactions of this time, foreign investment played a significant role for all capital-rich countries. Portugal, Greece, Mexico, Argentina, and Venezuela were the leading import areas. In Germany, this had already started during the previous stagnation and was now experiencing an increase, which, however, was only half as powerful as the total capital investment. The stocks everywhere became highly speculative. The start-up system of the Newlanders was sometimes worrying. An over-speculation involving fraud in Argentina particularly affected England, but Germany was also involved. The foreign capital investment had brought about a large participation of small savers and pensioners in Europe due to the depressed lending interest on domestic investment securities. These were damaged when most of the papers became non-performing. As in earlier, similar situations, these loans were used to equip the young areas with capitalism, which posed major tasks to the old economies and whose business of indirect consumption was very welcome, especially in these decades of predominantly stagnation and difficult convictions. But it was partly at the expense of the European capitalists, both small and large, Baring Brothers Argentina, Discount Company Venezuela Railway. Pig iron production increased everywhere. However, neither in France nor in England did it reach the level of the previous upswing, so that there was no upswing for these countries. The United States of America, on the other hand, had more than a doubling between 1885 and 1891. Since 1887, Germany has experienced a considerable increase in coal and pig iron as well as in the textile industry. But the most important thing was that his own iron consumption grew so rapidly since 1888 that by 1889 it had already exceeded the figure for the year 1873, which had not been reached until then. The consumption of fabric goods also experienced an upswing, although its peak was in 1889. The general price level indicates that the prices of the upturn fell from 100 to 98 compared to the average of the previous downturn. By 1888 the general price level had fallen and only from 1889 to 1891 did it show an increase. In November 1890, the upheaval and crisis in Argentina brought down the London bank Baring Brothers, which was a leading bank for foreign exchanges, so that only with help could the outbreak of fear be prevented. But the situation was such that an example was given. How, when the capital and money markets are healthy, the fall of a leading bank can cause a credit crunch. The stagnation from 1891 to 1894 meant in the first year in some countries only a slight decline due to some phenomena, sometimes with overall prices rising. But it quickly deepened. Of the 4 years, the first 3 must be described as declines. The securities losses were enormous. Some of the largest foreign bonds had fallen to /3-1/ the issue price. The decline shown by the International Statistics of Securities Issuance meant a fall to 4/ in 1892, and was not far behind after 1873. The number of new German stock corporations fell to less than 1% by 1894. The unusual abundance of capital and the pressure on capital returns were also reflected in government securities prices and market discounts. Both reached their greatest aggravation in the slump and at the beginning of the subsequent upswing, exceeding the levels that had prevailed at the end of the first major period of predominantly slumps, low prices and falling interest rates. The 3% English console reached 101,144% in 1844, 113,144% in 1896, the London market discount fell to 134% in 1844, to %, in 1894. It was similar in all other highly capitalist economies. The increase in American, 1,890, and Russian, 1,891, German-Russian Customs War 1893-94, high protection tariffs made exports more difficult. In 1893, general economic crises of the worst kind broke out in Australia and the United States of America, which further put a strain on the stagnation in Europe. Persuasion in every form rested like a nightmare on economic life and was probably unrivaled in terms of severity. The price reduction continued in full force and, according to German standards, ended at around 2/ of the price level in 1872/73. The ton of rye in Germany stood at 169 m in 1870/79 and 154 m in 1880/89. It remained at 204 m in 1891 due to harvest conditions, but fell to 118 m by 1894. Pig iron production fell in the United States of America in 1890/94 from 9.4 to 6.8 million t, in England in 1889/92 from 8.5 to 6.8 million t. In Germany it rose from 4.7 to 5.4 million tons in 1890/94, but this was an expansion of production to combat overproduction, because iron consumption fell from 79.3 to 71.7 kilograms per head of the population in 1890-95. At the beginning of the lockdown, there were 40,000 empty apartments in Berlin and rents were under pressure. The brickworks were drowning in supplies and some were at a standstill. However, in the wool and cotton industries, production and consumption continued well. As with the previous stop, the interaction of the Spiethoff, alternating positions I9. 1380. The end of the stagnation and the beginning of the upswing are not uniform. The occurrence of the same phenomenon does not coincide in different countries. Upswing period 1895 to 1913. The upswing that began in 1895 ushered in a new period of predominantly upswing years. It cannot be determined whether it had found its natural course in 1913. This year an upswing ended and a stagnation began to develop. The World War violently interrupted the cycle. The war economy and the transition economy have their own causes and are foreign bodies in the cycle. Measured by German standards, the 19 years from 1895 to 1913 are 15 years of upswing and 4 years of stagnation. They contain 3 upswings and 2 stagnations, i.e. 21 cycles. The 2 stagnations each lasted 2 years, the upswings decreased in duration from 6 to 5 to 4 years. Since the slumps of the period 1873 to 1894 shortened to the same extent, the same decline in the upswing years during 1895 to 1913 perhaps indicates that this period of predominantly upswing had reached its natural end, or was approaching it. If we reduce the 15 years of upswings according to the ratio of upswings to downturns of 3:2, the ratio of upswings to downturns would be 1:0.4. The upswing period from 1895 to 1913 can be viewed as a single major upswing, which was interrupted by short downturns in 1901-02 and 1908-09. The predominance of booms increased prices and interest rates during the period as a whole. At the beginning of the second upswing in 1903 and to a greater extent in the third in 1909, the upswing range became apparent. A capital shortage weighed on the upswings, which was probably a consequence of the short previous slumps and the lack of stronger capital accumulations. External influences include an increase in gold production since 1886-1890 and a decrease and eventual disappearance of the oppressive competition between agricultural states. Major tasks were the implementation of the electricity industry, the consolidation of the transport system, small, express, elevated and underground railways, and a magnificent new construction of the mines and the iron industry, especially in the United States of America and Germany. The upswing from 1895 to 1900 began at different times in the different countries, and the individual phenomena also differed in their succession. T depends on the rule. In Germany's iron consumption, the year 1895 did not bring any approach to the peak of the previous boom, but rather remained at the same level. The stagnation, even something fell off. On the other hand, the significantly increased capital investment in shares and the increase in debtors and acceptances at the credit banks undoubtedly made 1895 a year of upswing, and this is true based on the interstate and German securities statistics. In November, a special crisis occurred in a stock market crisis in South African mining stocks. The rise in market interest rates began in England and Germany in 1896, and the movement of government paper prices reversed in Germany in 1897. In 1896 and even more so in 1897, considerable increases in production and consumption occurred in Germany. In pig iron production, the United States of America and France reached the lowest point of decline in 1894 and 1895, while in Germany and England the increase had already begun in 1892 and 1893, a considerable increase occurred in Europe from 1896 onwards. German pig iron production increased by not quite 1 million t between 1868 and 1873, Between 1894 and 1900 it increased by 3.1 million t, and for hard coal the two figures were 11.7 and 33.6 million t. In Germany, the increase in annual iron consumption per capita was 40 t and 62 t in the same periods. The German textile industries fluctuated in production and consumption. What characterizes this upswing is the difficulty with which the price increase came into flow. In Germany, the general price level continued to fall until 1897, and in 1900 it remained below the 1890 level. It was also the same until 1896 and 1897 according to the Gellhoff Index in England and the United States of America. Even the prices of indirect consumption rose only slightly in Germany from 1896 to 1898, so that until then they remained below the peak of the previous stagnation, only approached it in 1899 and only exceeded it in the last year of the upswing in 1900. But the peak price of the upswing this year did not reach that of the previous upswing in 1889. The prices of this group of goods were even lower until 1897 in England and especially until 1898 in the United States of America. In both countries there has only been a significant increase in the prices of indirect consumer goods since 1899. The depressed overall price level up to 1898 appears to be mainly due to the United States of America's lagging behind in the upswing and its strong exports. When this area entered the boom in 1898, it increased greatly. There was a severe shortage of coke and skilled workers. Prices, which remained low for a long time, made the upswing pleasant for the population. The population increased in Germany, particularly through a decline in mortality. Considerable, and the earlier loss of emigration turned into a gain of immigration. The consumption of wool and cotton goods rose until 1898, but then fell noticeably between 1899 and 1900. The success of the Central European trade agreements certainly came into consideration as an external stimulus for the upswing, especially for Germany, which was thus freed from the pressure of the German-Russian customs war. However, the export of goods to the new Transvaal gold country was so insignificant for the leading industrial states that this could not have been a stimulus. The difference compared to the importance of the gold states of the 1850s is enormous. The lack of capital became noticeable as early as the end of 1899, and in England pig iron production fell as early as 1900. There was no marked and general over-speculation, but there were strong exaggerations in important areas, particularly in the electricity industry and small railways. The collapse of electricity groups, which took their banks with them, and numerous distressed small railway companies bear witness to this. In the German mortgage banking industry, overvaluations and overlending had become so large that serious bankruptcies and a shock to the entire branch were the result. The stagnation from 1901 to 1902 was characterized not least by the fact that the upswing that had started late in the United States of America lasted there until 1903. If the previous upswing in the first 4 years was weakened by this country's failure to follow suit, the stagnation is now also happening. Europe's overconfidence was tempered by the American market. Pig iron production there increased sharply until 1902 and also increased slightly in 1903. The price movement continued to rise sharply, especially in 1902, only that of indirect consumer goods suffered a setback in 1901. In Germany the stagnation was made more difficult by the fact that some of the largest bankruptcies were only now occurring. In particular, the collapse of one of the most respected and oldest provincial banks, the Leipzig Bank, which was founded in 1839 as a central bank, in June 1901 raised the risk of a credit crisis. This was prevented by the energetic intervention of the Reichsbank, which was reflected in their ID cards for a long time. The natural population increase continued to increase, but marriages fell in both years. Pig iron production only fell in 1901 and, due to forced exports, increased again in 1902 to such an extent that the peak of 1900 was overtaken. Pig iron consumption, however, fell sharply until 1902. Investment in stocks fell in Germany. 133. 1901 to plus/comma, while the world investment only fell to yen%. According to the Gelhof index, the general price level and the prices of cash crops continued to rise in 1901 and only fell in 1902. In England the rickety price movement was general and strong. The decline in pig iron production there also stopped in 1901, but then only increased slowly. The long-term recovery of the United States of America coincided with wheat harvests in 1901 and 1902, as well as oat harvests and good corn and cotton harvests in 1902. But even when the upswing declined and reversed in 1903 and 1904, they remained very good, and cotton even had a harvest in 1904. The upswing from 1903 to 1907 was clearly noticeable by contemporaries in the first year, but there was no evidence that an upswing had begun in 1895 and that the upswing that had just taken place would continue in 1903 after a short interruption. At that time, people were not yet paying attention to the fluctuation ranges, but rather were under the impression of the long stagnations of the previous stagnation range, which made the upswing from 1895 to 1900 appear to be something unusual and not something that could be expected again quickly. After an interruption of only 1 year, government securities prices immediately continued their downward trend in 1903. Given the weakness of the capital and money market, it was clear that the stagnation had only lasted 2 years and the capital market had not had sufficient respite to regain its strength. In the discussion of the changing situation of the Association for Social Policy in Hamburg in the autumn of 1903, I expressed doubts that the weak capital would allow a new upswing on a par with the one that had just taken place. That was a mistake, but I was following the right course by emphasizing the capital market situation. The new upswing is a continuation of the one that ended in 1900, and the old driving forces continued to work. Germany had good and very good harvests throughout the entire period, with the exception of 1905 and 1907. The price pressure from the new grain countries eased, and the increasing building activity of farmers was noticeable. The birth rate fell somewhat, but the population increase remained large while the mortality rate continued to fall. The Russo-Japanese War that broke out in February 1904 increased commercial demand and led to strange shifts on the capital and money markets. Large war bonds put a strain on the capital market, but since their returns EGT were borrowed on the money market, which received a favorable influence. The preparation for the new trade agreements on March 1, 1906. 134. The tariff increases that came into effect resulted in increased imports and exports of stocks, which took up capital and initially stimulated production and traffic. The upswing in Germany started so stormily that the year 1903 as a whole appears to be a boom, and just like 1867-68, it was a year of the second upswing. In Germany, pig iron production immediately surpassed that of the year 1900, the issue of industrial shares and their capital requirements increased in spurts, the stock market interest rate rose, the Prussian stocks fell as early as 1904, just as immediately, England, the government securities prices began to fall, and these movements to a special extent everywhere continued. In France this year also brought about an overhaul of 1900 for pig iron production. In England the slow increase initially continued within the scope of the expansion already achieved in the earlier upswing, and in the United States of America the upswing continued with a small final increase and by far the strongest movement was in Germany, which in 1903 exceeded English pig iron production for the first time. In 1904, a stagnation occurred in the United States of America, which also noticeably slowed the European upswing that year. In Germany the increase in iron production stopped, and in England it even declined. The American stagnation only lasted a year and gave way to a new upswing in 1905, which took on a stormy pace across the board. American pig iron production rose by almost 40% this year. From 1906 onwards there was again a shortage of coal, iron, and skilled labor, and the profits were very large. The increase in the price of private goods remained behind the increase in wages, at least until 1906, and direct consumption was able to increase. The general measurement number of the Gellhoff index fell in Germany until 1903, in the United States of America until 1904, and in England until 1905. The increase in Germany in 1904 was small and, as in the other two countries, only became stronger in 1907. The number of indirect consumption goods in Germany even fell until 1905, but then rose above the level of 1900/01. In the United States of America and England, too, the increase only took place in the last 2 years. The development of German iron consumption differed noticeably from production. Although there was a significant increase immediately in 1903, this was only able to slowly overcome the very strong decline of the previous downturn in 1901/02 as it continued, only reaching the height of the previous upswing in 1906 and only peaking in the last upswing year of 1907. The share prices. 135. In Germany they reached their peak in 1905 and have been declining since 1906 under the influence of rising interest rates and the lack of capital. Different in the United States of America. Overspeculation developed here, which led to a pre-crisis on the stock market as early as March 1907. However, the overspeculation had spread much further across the ocean and had once again taken hold of the railway system. The overstretch of credit in America was enormous, and under the onslaught of American capital needs, there had been a shortage of capital everywhere since the fall of 1906. As early as the end of 1906, the gold reserves required for issuing American notes could only be obtained by placing large amounts of financial bills in Europe. The impetus for a serious crisis with an outbreak of fear and numerous bank failures that occurred in the United States of America in October 1907 was the collapse of overspeculation in copper. The banks stopped making cash payments on a large scale and, in addition to the usual clearinghouse certificates, other emergency money was issued. However, the public could not accept this, the emergency money lost its market value, and the lack of means of payment led to workers being laid off. In addition to the securities stock market and commodity trading crisis, there was a capital crisis. In Germany, since the spring of 1907, the belief had begun to make itself felt, particularly in the construction industry and in individual branches of the hoisting industry. Under the influence of the American crisis, the lack of capital and credit shortages increased to a level not seen in decades. But since there was no overspeculation, the crisis did not spread. Lack of capital and conviction were similarly severe everywhere. Overspeculation and crisis prevailed in Holland, Italy, Turkey, Egypt, and Chile. The stagnation of 1908 to 1909 was severe, and nothing can better characterize the strong driving forces of the upswing than the rapid overcoming of the setback. Although the money market became easier after the crisis was over, a lack of capital dominated the situation and made the implementation of some financing impossible. The interest rate stipulated was high and the issue prices were depressed. The rush to the capital market was unusually large and, according to both international and German securities statistics, vastly exceeded previous years. Only bank stocks and Start UPS were down significantly. The numerous and serious bankruptcies lasted well into 1908 and the beginning of 1909. The persuasion became extremely widespread. Pig iron production fell in the United States from 26.2 to 16.2 million tons between 1907 and 1908, and in England and Germany. 136. Not quite 10%, iron consumption in Germany by almost a third. But in the first half of the year alone, the differences were much greater, and there were also very considerable stocks have been accumulated. Unemployment was correspondingly high. In the United States of America the number of return migrants increased tenfold. The situation was made worse by the cartel prices being kept high and then only being forced to fall. In Germany, both the general measurement figure of the Gellhoff index and its group price of indirect consumer goods remained high. In France and the United States of America the former also remained high, while the latter fell, and only in England did both decline. In the second half of 1908 there was relief everywhere. Bonds rose in Germany in 1909, and stocks also recovered somewhat. Good harvest yields promoted the strengthening. The decline of the first year of stagnation did not continue, but turned into an increase in 1909, which was at times considerable. Pig iron production fully or almost fully reached its peak in 1907 in the United States of America, France, and Germany, but not so in England and not German iron consumption, which increased only slowly. The German potash mining industry suffered from heavy overinvestment of capital and expansion of production and now lost, at least temporarily, antitrust protection because the contract was not renewed. The demand for coal rose, but there was also a reduction in production and stockpiling. The group price of indirect consumer goods had fallen even further, sharply in England, slightly in Germany and the United States of America, and only in France had it risen. This resulted in losses and reductions in profits. The conviction still prevailed in all its manifestations. The general measurement figure, however, shows an increase under the influence of agricultural and some colonial products, rubber, with the exception of England. According to the Hamburg statistics, the average of the stagnation remained the same as that of the previous upswing. Capital investments continued to rise and now also in bank shares and New Start UPS. Market interest rates fell everywhere, while, with the exception of England, government securities prices rose. Speculation came to the fore, most notably in the United States of America, but also in Germany, where the diamond discoveries in German Southwest Africa created new popular speculative securities. Stock markets and speculation had rushed ahead, but in the fall it was evident everywhere that the transition to an upswing was beginning. The upswing from 1910 to 1913 was characterized by contradictions, incidents, obstacles, standstills, and inter-country deviations. 137. Influenced. According to the interstate statistics, the capital investment reached the highest recorded amount in 1910. The investment in public bonds and in financial institutions had grown significantly, and in the case of railways and commercial enterprises had fallen slightly compared to the previous year. Market interest rates rose everywhere. There can therefore be no doubt that the first year of increase, 1909, was followed by 1910 as a boom year. The fire that was lit on the German stock exchanges in 1909 did not go out, even if it did not develop particularly well. The total amount of capital investment fell, but it continued to rise in New Start UPS, bank shares, Pfandbrief and foreign securities, and pig iron consumption grew sharply. Just as in the coal mining industry, in the iron industry there was still stock production, production restrictions, excess exports, and unprofitable production until 1911, but there was no doubt about the beginning of a boom in Germany either. The capital and money market caused difficulties throughout the entire upswing. The capital accumulation that regularly filled the beginning of the upswing was missing, and the entire upswing was accompanied by high money rates and falling government securities prices. Foreign demand played a major role in all creditor countries, and credit was always strained and caused extraordinary difficulties on several occasions. In the United States of America, the flash in the pan of 1909 went out not least due to the lack of capital. As early as 1910, the Bank of England had to seek help from the Bank of France. The escalation of the Moroccan question led to a crash in the Berlin Stock Exchange in September 1911, which was sailing in the full wake of speculation. The so often claimed support of the market by the Bourse in times of political tension not only failed to materialize, but even then the Bourse showed the complete lack of resistance that forced its closure when the World War broke out. There were also major price falls in New York. The German money market experienced a severe shock. There were even fearful withdrawals from the savings banks. An important aggravation was the cancellation of the short-term French loans, EGT took place as a political punishment. But the other markets were also affected, because France was arming itself and had large payment obligations of its own due to a failed grain harvest. In Germany, at the end of 1911, the market rate was at times equal to the bank rate and even temporarily exceeded it. In 1912 there was relief in places, so that this year also brought a new high point for the stock market. But 138. Even before the Balkan War broke out in October 1912, the capital shortage that ended the upswing appeared with its own symptoms. Pig iron production makes the development of the 4 years 1910 to 1913 appear very different in the individual countries. France had a consistent, slow increase in all 4 years. There was a slowdown in Germany in 1911 and a notable decline in England in 1911 and 1912. In the United States of America the stock market flare-up was strongest in 1909, and here the setback was greatest in 1910. Pig iron production did increase, but it was cost-cutting production, combined with inventory production, excess exports, and a reduction in profits. And in 1911 pig iron production fell not insignificantly. From 1912 to 1913 it rose again and overtook the peaks of 1907 and 1910 in the first year, but the old growth power was missing. American iron production had increased by 8 million tons from 1903 to 1907 and by 5 million tons from 1907 to 1913, while conversely in Germany the peak was 4.35 million tons in 1907 and 7.5 million tons in 1913. In 1912, the often observed shortage of coal and iron products occurred in many places. In 1912 and 1913 the group price of indirect consumption goods considerably overtook the peak of 1907, and only in the United States of America did it not reach it. The general measurement number rose sharply everywhere from the beginning, in many cases continuing the trend that had already begun in 1909. The increase was not uniform and smooth and was interrupted in particular in 1911, but overall it was considerable and increased, for example, until the year 1913, which was already waning. Just as in the previous period of stagnation the fall in prices had ultimately been the decisive factor, the price increase now dominated the picture in many respects. Like previous booms, not all trades took part in it equally. In Germany, the textile industry in particular was in decline until 1911. The overinvestment of capital continued in potash mining. In the heavy industries, the small and large in the cartels struggled with declining profits and losses for the small ones. The production facilities of the big companies expanded and the absorption by the giant companies continued. Price wars were fought with the outsiders, who made prices loss-making for some areas and especially for the small ones. We perceive this as an internal contradiction of the upswing, but it was nothing depressing, because it was covered up by the great movement of continuously and enormously increasing indirect consumption. Extraordinary and just that. However, similar to the 1840s there was a pressure based on immediate consumption. The increase in prices, especially for food, and the situation on the labor market, which often left something to be desired, worked together to achieve this. Germany had a strong immigration of Slavic workers, both in agriculture and in trade. This would not have been possible without great need, but it did not promote the adjustment of wages to the price increase. The outbreak of the Balkan War led to outbreaks of fear on all major Western European stock exchanges at the beginning of October 1912, with share prices plummeting and a credit crunch. In Germany there were again fearful demands for refunds from the savings banks and money hoarding. The military disruptions and political pressure caused the boom to wane. The year 1913 was dominated by a lack of capital and the developing conviction. The situation was made more difficult by high prices, in Germany particularly by the price increases of the Pig Iron Association and the Coal Syndicate, and in England the group price of indirect consumption goods had risen by almost 10% in 1913. But German pig iron production continued to rise, even if although this was partly a manifestation of conviction, pig iron consumption was able to continue its upswing unhindered. Large railway purchases made this easier. Vell Historical Overview of the Economic Changes from 1822 to 1913, pages 145-147. A continuation of this historical presentation can be found in Friedrich Hesse, The German Economic Situation from 1914 to 1925. War, Money Bubbles, and Changes. Gustav Clausing, The Economic Fluctuations from 1919 to 1932. Both in the contributions I edited to research the economic fluctuations, upswing, crisis, stagnation, Jena 1933 and 1938. The German Economic Stagnation 1929 FF and the Credit Crunch 1931. The stagnation that has weighed on the world economy since 1929 has acquired its historical character through an unusual accumulation of complications that lie outside the usual course of economic fluctuations, upswing and stagnation. Since around 1820 the economic life of the highly capitalist economies takes place in a regular, short-term change. 1. Vel. Leipziger Illustrierzeitung No. 4518, October 15, 1931, Our Economic Situation in the Light of History. What can we learn from the past for the current crisis? 140. Good and bad times, i.e. of upswing and stagnation. This 7 to 11 year cycle had never previously been disturbed by political or military events until it was interrupted for the first time by the First World War. In addition, the consequences of war and peace agreements continue to have an impact on the duration and sustainability of the changing situations. The first cycle of upswing and stagnation after the war only lasted 4 years, 1919 to 1922, and the long global economic upswing that then began was unable to reach full fruition, but rather dragged on with numerous interruptions. As the upswings were paralyzed, the stagnations deepened, and a primary cause of the severity of the current stagnation is the war and the peace agreements. They affect the entire world economy, but of course reach their peak in the defeated states. A second implication of the current global economic stagnation is not without its counterpart in history, the coincidence with major agricultural upheavals, which bring about an overstimulation and pressure on the prices of agricultural products. The cycles of upswing and downturn differ in whether upswing or downturn predominates and lasts longer. In the past century, decades, alternating periods, of predominantly upswings, upturn range, alternate with periods of predominantly stagnation periods, stacking range. This shows an unmistakable coincidence of the decades of predominantly stagnation, stability ranges, with those of agricultural overproduction. This was the case after the Napoleonic Wars. This applies to the period from 1874 to 1895, and the current stagnation presents the same picture. It has been said that an agricultural conviction always sets in after major wars. The last two such phenomena are clearly evident in their causal connection. In the 1870s, agricultural states appeared on the scene that farmed with virgin soil and, thanks to improved means of transport and cheap shipping costs, threw their products onto the Western European markets. The price pressure was increased by the fact that all of these states had a devalued currency. Currently, these are revolutionary technical inventions that have caused a huge increase in harvests. This worsening of the stagnation also has different effects on the individual economies. It reaches its peak in the American and European agricultural states and in Germany, while England is less affected. Even before the war, many economic theorists and politicians had serious concerns about whether the large industrial states would be able to maintain their artificial balance based on the export of industrial products and the import of raw materials and food. It was feared that as their own industrial development increased, the agricultural and raw material states would no longer be able to purchase the finished products of the large industrial states in sufficient quantities and at sufficient prices. This development was promoted by the war in an unforeseen way. This situation is further exacerbated by agricultural overproduction. The countries affected by this have weakened their purchasing power and have therefore seen a decline in the purchase of industrial products. The difficulty of commercial exports is most severe in Germany and England, and the United States of America is also in a similar situation. However, a special handicap arises for Germany. Commercial exports, particularly those of means of production and long-term consumer goods, machinery, locomotives, railway tracks, etc., have always been, to a large extent, exports of capital. These goods were paid for by foreign countries with securities, they were given to foreign states in exchange for bonds or were incorporated into foreign companies whose shares were purchased by domestic capitalists, e.g. earlier the large American intercity railways, later the Anatolian and Venezuelan railways, the electricity companies, etc. The impoverished Germany, which is eagerly applying for foreign loans, is no longer able to export capital, and therefore its large-scale commercial sales abroad must become increasingly difficult. The rich states capture commercial exports through their lending power. This conviction of the large industrial states represents a misdirection of capital and labor. At times, entrepreneurship has blindly allowed itself to be guided only by the desire for profit of the moment. For example, heavy industry in our West expanded beyond our own national strength, so that entire Polish colonies emerged in this purely German area. Over time, these misdirect ions have taken on a particularly worrying expression in the recovery belief, i.e. a constant conviction that cannot be overcome even during an upswing. The first such phenomenon dates back many decades and concerns beet sugar. This was followed by potash, flour, cement, bricks, perhaps also iron, coal, and the electricity industry. Strikingly, all branches that act as pacemakers of the recent emergence appear to be affected. 142. Have had a dynamic effect: motor vehicles, fuels, artificial silk, artificial nitrogen. There is indeed a warning sign here for the leaders of the free market economy. Economic history is full of shocks caused by global economic changes. Ultimately, a balance has always been achieved, but achieving it can mean a long period of suffering for large sections of society and entire countries. Just as early war and big politics never had a lasting impact on upswings and stagnations, neither did economic policy measures. This is even more the case today. Our tax and wage policies absolutely dominate the German economic situation. Tax and wage policies have dealt a death blow to our capital power and are preventing the necessary creation of new capital. Since the coup, political circles that have a significant influence on our economic policy have consciously believed that they could throw the capital question to the wind. Here is an example for many. Berlin's leading construction politician expressed the view at a congress that our large cities should be torn down in every generation and rebuilt according to changing needs. When I asked where the necessary capital would come from, he replied with a half-compassionate, half-superior smile, "There will never be a lack of capital." This view, which has become a guiding principle of economic policy, has caused our current poverty of capital and lack of reserves. German economic policy is the cause of a complication that has never been observed before. If the stagnation was otherwise characterized by an increase in unemployed capital, a pressing supply of capital and low, constantly falling interest rates, today we suffer from a lack of capital and unaffordable interest rates. For years, foreign countries, with the economic confidence gained from the overwhelming war achievements, helped overcome this situation through large capital loans. But these bonds have been used far too heavily for reparations payments, covering deficits, and other non-promotional purposes, and have also been taken out on an excessively large, short-term basis, so that their repayment and interest service are a source of most embarrassing embarrassment for us today. It had been clear to those in the know for years that conditions in England were basically developing in the same way. Today the English difficulties and their causes are evident to all the world. Of course, the reserves and the resilience are incomparably greater here than in Germany. Our poor fatherland is not free from any of these hardships, but is afflicted by them all at the same time and in the highest degree. Unfolding. No wonder, since the global economic stagnation has its worst source in Germany. Given the global economic interdependence, it is therefore only natural that other countries begin to perceive Germany's plight as their own and that their responsible statesmen begin to realize that the focal point of the stagnation concerns everyone. The question of how to overcome previous stagnations finds its answer in the fact that the stagnations have so far been embedded in upswings and have been overcome by these. It is a historical fact that every stagnation has been followed by an upswing, but that wasn't a necessity and it doesn't have to be in the future either. It is possible that we have experienced the last upswing. Everyone who is planning to eliminate the free market economy or who believes that a highly capitalist economy can be brought to an upswing through anti-capitalist policies is working towards this. The alternating periods of upswing and stagnation are the forms of development of the high capitalist economic constitution, under whose opposing drives the development of high capitalism took place. That is why recovery and the capitalist free market economy are inextricably linked. Just as pre-capitalist, bound constitutions of previous centuries had no upswings, so too will such constitutions, if they become reality in the future, follow a different course. How did Aufschweitung come about so far? Never through government measures, but always through creative acts of entrepreneurship. Major economic innovations, inventions, and the opening up of new markets, which offered capital the prospect of considerable profits, have so far been the cause of new upswings. That is why it can be disastrous if the government all too often demands necessary sacrifices today on the grounds that it wants to stimulate the recovery. That is an impossible feat. It can only alleviate the stagnation. If therefore these victims fall short of the target. 1. In this context, an experience from the beginning of National Socialist rule deserves to be noted. The first measure to overcome the stagnation and stimulate the upswing in 1933 was large-scale construction work to maintain and improve the old buildings. In Rhineland-Westphalia it became clear that this did not have the intended effect of stimulating the economy, but rather that unemployment increased immediately when the capital amounts made available had been used up. The difference between alleviating the stagnation and stimulating the upswing was clearly evident here. 144. While the stimulus measures will have proven futile, they are discredited, while they may be necessary and must be continued to prevent the stagnation from getting worse. What governments can and must do for the recovery is still something very important. It is important to ensure that the stagnation follows its own course, which has so far proven to be an indispensable prerequisite for a new upswing, rich capital formation and an urgent supply of capital. I have no doubt that the intact capitalist countries will get there in the foreseeable future. The prospects for Germany are extremely bad if reparation payments and the current tax and wage policies continue. It would be a mistake to count on capitalist help from outside as long as foreign trust has not been regained. And can one expect foreign capital to invest if tax and wage policies promise losses but no profits? In order to prevent a repeat of the credit crunch we had to endure in July, it will be necessary to change our credit and working capital system. The bank holidays and many other things that followed them and severely damaged our reputation and our economy could have been avoided if the Reichsbank had not been prevented from providing the services required of a central bank at such times. The decision to centralize the note system in a large institution, instead of the previous decentralization, which allowed numerous and often very small banks to issue notes, was made primarily because a central bank can have greater performance and resilience in times of crisis. Therefore, a central bank must have a constitution that exploits these possibilities. Another weak point was cashless payments. He has acquired an education from us which, in view of our fragile and inadequate credit base and our capitalist dependence on foreign countries, appears to be an exaggeration and becomes a weakness for us. All other countries, especially France, have a significantly larger amount of money in circulation than we do, although their more secure credit situation would much more justify cashless transactions. We are not a country with strong capital and credit, but rather the opposite, and we therefore have to scale back to more basic, less sensitive payment methods. The question about the lessons of history allows me to address what we can conclude from historical experience about the length and severity of the current global economic stagnation. Here we particularly want to evaluate two observations that lead to opposite results. The entry into a period of agricultural overproduction with a decline in prices indicates a stagnation period, i.e. H to long, severe stagnations, and short, weak upswings. In contrast to this is the long duration of the last upswing, which, according to the historical course of events so far, had to initiate a period of upswing, i.e. a period of short, slight stagnations, and long, flourishing upswings. As described, the upswing that has now taken place was not a completely real one, but rather a lame one, and its predictive significance cannot therefore be fully assessed. The four complications presented, which have so far given the global economic stagnation a rare degree of severity, suggest that they will prolong it. The economic changes from 1822 to 1913 and the period from 1822 to 1842 in England. 1824 boom. 1825 lack of capital and crisis cycle 10 years. 1828 stagnation. 1829 6 years. 1832 second increase. 1833 second increase. 1834 boom boom. 1835 boom 5 years. 1836 lack of capital and crisis cycle. 1837 11 years. 1839 stagnation. 1846 years. 21 years, 9 years of upswing and 12 years of stagnation. Spiethoff, Weozalajan I-10. 1843. 1844. 1845. 1846. 1847. 1848. 1849. 1850. 1851. 1852. 1853. 1854. 1855. 1856. 1857. 1858. 1859. 1860. 1861. 1862. 1863. 1864. 1865. 1866. 1867. 1868. 1869. 1870. 1871. 1872. 1873. Upswing period 1843 to 1873. Germany. 2 rise. Second rise boom 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 lack of capital decline decline first rise 2 rise. 2 rise boom 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 lack of capital and crisis decline 1 rise. 2 rise boom 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 lack of capital decline 1 rise boom 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 lack of capital and crisis. Upswing. 5 years. Stalled for 4 years. 6 years of recovery. Stalled for 4 years. 5-year recovery. Stoppage 2 years. 5-year recovery. Cycle 9 years. Cycle 10 years. 7-year cycle. 31 years, 21 years of upswing and 10 years of stagnation. The German economic stagnation in 1929 and the credit crunch in 1931 147. Stability period 1874 to 1894. Germany. 1874 decline. 1875 decline. 1876 decline stagnation cycle. 1877 decline 6 years 11 years. 1878 decline. 1879 first increase. 1880 second start. 1881 2, Tice /knife. 1882 lack of capital Je Sate. 1883 demise of Kreis lot. 1884 first increase 8 years. 1885 first increase stagnation. 1886 first rise e. 1887 first increase. 1888 second rise. 1889 boom esta. 1890 capital shortage CBA. 1891 decline AEVO. 1892 decline stagnation bail. 1893 decline 4 years. 1894 first increase. 21 years. 6 years of upswing and 15 years of stagnation. Upswing period 1895 to 1913. Germany. 1895 second increase. 1896 boom. 1897 boom boom. 1898 boom 6 years cycle. 1899 boom 8 years. 1900 lack of capital. 1901 decline stagnation. 1902 first increase 2 years. 1903 boom. 1904 high swing Miakyun. 1905 boom 8 eep 5 years cycle. 1906 boom 7 years. 1907 lack of capital. 1908 decline stagnation. 1909 first increase 2 years. 1910 boom ISIE boom boom 1912 boom 4 years 1913 lack of capital 19 years, 15 years of boom and 4 years of stagnation 10 asterisk. Teaching opinions about the economic changes. The theory of economic fluctuations has to explain the individual sections and their cycle. A task outlined in this way has only been tackled in the last few decades. The vast majority of older crisis theories are concerned solely or primarily with the conviction of stagnation. However, these are not special investigations that are based on a careful description of the condition. Due to the lack of a collection of facts adapted to the specific task, these discussions often have an unrealistic appearance. Their cognitive value is therefore limited, and they have hardly led to a useful question, let alone a solution. Without any connection to this, the crisis phenomenon in the narrower sense was dealt with in the literature on commercial history, the Berson, banking, and credit systems. Both the establishment of the facts and the relatively easy explanation of the cause were achieved early and to a considerable extent for this partial phenomenon. A recognition of the complicated connections required a collection of facts tailored to a particular issue, which, like the necessary dissection and causal research, could only be read through a division of labor. The attitude to an overall view is an absolute requirement, because there is hardly any economic phenomenon that can be treated less as a partial phenomenon than the changing situations. Eugene V. Bombach expresses it aptly like this: a crisis theory can never be the investigation of a separate part of the socio-economic phenomena, but rather, if it is not to be an amateurish nonsense, it is always the last or penultimate chapter of a written or unwritten social economic system, the ripe fruit of the knowledge of simple socio-economic processes and their interactive connection. Although he does not correspond to this requirement and has no claim to the title of a theorist. Clement Huglar is seen as the beginning of the new researcher 149. Gender can be seen. Lacks any insight into the peculiarly highly capitalist basis of the century and into the capitalist economy in general. He gives the impression of a somnambulist, and the reader leaves his work with the feeling of having stood in front of a veiled image rather than of having experienced economic knowledge. The rich literature on persuasion is hardly available for him. his way of thinking is much more that of the writers of the narrower crisis phenomena in the areas of credit, banking, and stock exchanges than that of the economic thinkers who pursued the conviction. His predecessors are not Sismondi, Malthus, J.B. Say or Marx, but rather Tooke should be addressed as such. But three things make him an innovator in our field of research. He emphatically separated the three phases of upswing, crisis, stagnation, and especially the latter two. He presented the phenomena in century-long surveys and thereby paved the way for the necessary fact-finding. At the same time, he brought to life the cycle of alternating positions and the interconnectedness of the three in this figure, and clearly demonstrated the dominance of the century through the cycle. Juglar's efforts, which began in 1860, were only taken up by doctrinal researchers at the end of the century after a long century. This marked the beginning of the work that had the prospect of success in tackling the cause. Gradually, a group has emerged that strives for an explanation based on careful determination and dissection of the process from within, and whose results Herner therefore not wrongly describes as organic crisis theory. As E.V. When Bergman published his History of National Economic Crisis Theories in 1895, it was not yet available. The following Aubry registered attempts to present the most important views, e.g. in that of E.V. Bergman's group formation, and concludes with the characteristics of the most important representatives of the effective alternating position theory. Monetary theory. Courant principle. Every doctrine is determined primarily by what is viewed as the essence of the phenomenon to be explained. The theory of money supply and the currency principle consider price increases, expressed and unspoken, to be the phenomenon that entails all others. This price increase is seen as a consequence of the increase in money. The monetary theory explains the price level based on the amount of money in circulation. If the money supply increases, all other things being equal, its value falls, as do the prices of all goods. 150. High up. There are differences of opinion as to whether the increase in prices occurs in the same proportion as the increase in money, and whether all prices change simultaneously with the fluctuation in the money supply and equally with one another. When increasing money, the emphasis can be placed on currency money, and then the explanation of price increases ties in with the production of monetary metals. The emphasis can also be placed on credit money. The currency principle does this by selecting the metal uncovered banknotes from the mass of credit money, equating them with currency money in terms of their effect on prices and deriving price increases and over-speculation from their proliferation. Some money supply theorists see the effect of increased money on rising prices primarily as a value equalization. If the world of goods is confronted with an increased quantity of money in exchange, the money price of the goods should rise so that it corresponds to the increased quantity of money. This is the view of Ricardo, J. St. Mill, and probably also Wicksell. Other money supply theorists trace the effect of increased money on prices primarily via the middle term of increased demand for goods. This not only reflects an increase in prices, but also an increase in production, and this leads to a clearer picture of the upswing. In this way we find Hume, and Newmarch sees the main effect of Californian and Australian gold in the demand for goods in these countries. Sombart also follows these journeys to explain the upswing from 1895 to 1900. Even if he does not refer to the demand from the Transvaal, he does refer to the increased imports from England. Undoubtedly there is a possible effect here that has also been alive here and there historically. But there is a long way to go from here to a general theory of recovery. In addition to this mode of action of increased money, Sombart sees another, which he calls the indirect one. Increased gold production means increased cash flow. Increased cash flow initially makes it easier for anyone looking for a loan to take up the loan. The development is now entering its second stage, where it is private assets that are experiencing a concentration. As prices develop, the tendency to switch from fixed interest securities to equity securities increases. At the same time, however, to the extent that the monetary fluidity is maintained, or as long as it is maintained, the desire of public bodies either to convert their bonds or to repay them increases. 151. As a result, in this second period, money fraudsters flow away from public bodies and back into the hands of private money owners. This decline or flow of public bonds means the concentration of private assets or the accumulation of private assets seeking investments in the hands of individual persons. In addition to this effect of the production asset formation, the second is the credit forming effect, in which as the metal base is widened, the credit built upon it increases. If there is increased gold production, or what is the same thing, the concentration of the available money mass at one point in a country, then the so-called signs of upswing arise by themselves. Without going into the contestable individual justification, it will be generally objected that the aggregation of the existing money mass is a constant stagnation phenomenon that occurs even without an increase in precious metals. If you see the decisive factor in this, you can ignore the production of precious metals, because the agglomeration occurs regularly and independently of the irregular production of precious metals. The production of gold would then only be the reinforcement of an already existing cause. An increase in monetary metals can be a supplementary explanation for certain historical upswings, but it cannot serve as the basis for a general theory of upswings or even a comprehensive crisis theory. There are no means of explaining the overconfidence and stagnation, and gold production is inadequate as a general explanation for the upswing. Starting from the price movement is mistaken, because this is by no means the decisive factor. Rather, as shown, it moves at times in contrast to the changing situations. Purely speaking, it must be noticed that upswings also occur in times of low and declining monetary metal production. The historical evidence offered or claimed to have been provided is completely missing. It would be better to think of associating the upswing and downturn ranges with the periods of strong and weak increase in currency metals. But here too the complete temporal coincidence of both phenomena is missing. The upswing theory of the currency principle comes about by reversing the money supply theory. This says, every increase in money circulation increases prices, all other things being equal. The currency principle concludes, consequently every price increase, every upswing, and every overspeculation and crisis is brought about by an increase in the means of circulation. Is the starting point. The correct view that, according to the monetary theory, overspeculation and crises are impossible in the purely metallic monetary system, since price increases and turnover in the supply of currency money would find a natural limit. In order to prevent collapses, it is therefore only necessary to place the mixed monetary system under the conditions of the pure one. The essence of the mixed monetary system is seen in the supplementation of the metallic monetary system with bank notes, and the legal regulation and the adjustment of the English note circulation through the Peel's Act of 1844 was intended to transfer the relationships of the purely metallic monetary system to the mixed monetary system. If this law were to achieve that, every overspeculation and crisis in England would actually be made impossible, as would the banking industry as such. But it is based on self-exchange, because the adjustment of the note circulation to the money supply does not mean abolishing the peculiarities of the mixed monetary system and does not mean an adjustment to the conditions of the pure one, because the majority of all other forms of credit remain untouched. The most important representatives of the currency principle are the bankers Lord Overstone and Norman, as well as the economists Torrens and MacCulloch. The father of the banking law is the great English statesman Sir Robert Peel. For reasons of half measure, the Peel's Act had to be a blow in the water. Its ineffectiveness in preventing overspeculation and its exacerbation of crises cannot be demonstrated here, as only the currency principle as an economic recovery theory needs to be discussed here. The currency principle is based on the assumption that the Bank of England is able to increase its note circulation at will. The background to this view is the question of whether the increase in credit available when an upswing occurs is a cause or a consequence or a condition. The increase in credit resources can never be the sole cause of the upswing, because all these substitute resources are not created as an end in themselves, but owe their existence to transactions that have already been carried out, for the implementation of which they serve as an aid. The increase in credit current resources is therefore the result of the increased transfers of goods and the condition for their execution. The assumption of unlimited multiplication of notes is based on the equation of paper money and bank notes. This is not permissible even if the notes are given a compulsory price and are therefore legally protected. Economic equality has not yet been achieved, as Fullerton particularly emphasized. It is true that a limited issue of banknotes goes beyond the absolute and expressed need of the public. 153. Possible. It is also not impossible that the banks themselves exert an influence on traffic, as they are able to promote price increases through their granting of credit. But there is an unbridgeable gap between these sentences and the other: they could issue notes without limit and thus cause any upswing or stagnation. One empirical support for the fact that the size of the note circulation does not depend primarily on the wishes of the banks, but rather on certain economic conditions, is the so-called laws of note circulation, which were first pointed out by Gilbert. Regularly recurring fluctuations at certain times of the year most certainly result in the bank's extensive lack of influence on their note issuance. Because these fluctuations are not justified by their business advantage, which requires constant maximum circulation. If there were planned action, it would be absolutely impossible to see what would give rise to regular expansions and contractions in the circulation of notes. Almost even stronger evidence against the currency principle lies in the fact noted above, 8.33, that given the certain position of the note in the credit and circulation system, it is not always possible for the banks to maintain the old circulation, at least during an upswing, which is often the case. Rather, it decreases. It was fully shown in 8.37 that central bank credit only expands when the upswing has already been established through an increase in the issue of shares and long-term loans, so that central bank credit cannot be viewed as the cause of the upswing. In addition, in extensive historical statistical studies of a series of upswings, especially those on the course of which the founders of the currency principle based their views, demonstrated that there was actually no excessive increase in notes and that the note circulation was innocent of the collapses and crises. Crop and weather fluctuations. In addition to the production of precious metals, the harvests are the other external circumstance that is used to explain the changing situations. The field is overburdened with hasty statements for and against and cries out for an investigation into the facts. Clement Huglar, 1860, claims that every crisis depends on a harvest failure. The opposite pole is provided by Gustav Cassel, 1918, because he considers the production of goods only as an effect, not also as a cause of the changes, and excludes agricultural production from our area of land because it has no direct connection with the 154. Changing positions. W. St. Jevons, 1875, explains the economic fluctuations via the intermediate link of harvests from the fluctuating frequency of sunspots and finds a broad agreement between the mean crisis range, 10.466 years, and the orbital period of the sunspots, 10.45 years. The question has been put on a new basis by recent work by Earth scientists on weather fluctuations. The starting point is ED's research, which is recognized by experts. Brickner, 1889, on climate fluctuations since 1700. But the various ranges he observed, especially the most important one covering 35 years, cannot easily be linked to the changes in climate. What makes economic evaluation more difficult is that the effect of weather fluctuations in different areas of the world is very different. It is evaporated in Europe, and is strongest in the dry regions, which include such important countries as Siberia, North America, Australia, and the interior of North America. The different influence of the weather on the different plants works towards an economic balance. The importance of harvests for the cycle of change lies in their capacity as a source of capital formation. Attributing an influence to harvests seems self-evident. However, the degree of this influence is unclear, and as far as can be seen, nothing has been shown to date to suggest that they are the decisive factor. H. Dietzel has demonstrated the effectiveness of extra product and extra requirement in very detailed, astute investigations. However, there is still no evidence that these undeniable inclinations really causally determine the cycle of alternating situations, since this has its basis in the natural order. Above, 8.43, there was already a brief report on the historical coexistence of crop fluctuations and changing locations. It should also be pointed out that recognizing the influence of the harvest is made more difficult by the large number of plants that come into consideration. Their large quantity brings about a balance, which is, however, difficult to grasp. As a kind of replacement for the missing overall expression of the crop failure, a general measure of prices is not insignificant, which we have for the period 1847 to 1885 from the Hamburg statistics for 39 agricultural products of all kinds. The upswing years 1853 to 1856 had extremely high but constant prices with an increase of around 15% compared to previous years. The final year of the upswing in 1857 brought a further increase of around 7%. The upswing since 1862 experienced an increase in the end of 1866. 10% increase, but the previous years had fluctuated and only brought an increase compared to the beginning of the stagnation year 1858, in which the stagnation years 1859 to 1860 took part. The years 1867 to 1872 were equally high with an increase of around 6 to 7% compared to 1861 to 1865. The slump year 1867 remained without a decline, but the initial slump years 1848 to 1849 and 1858 were marked by a decline of around 10%, and the following upswing years stood out each time with a clear increase. However, just as perceptible as the two alternations is the upward movement over the entire period from 1850 to 1872, which manifests itself in the increase from upswing to upswing. This influence, which has prevailed over the decades, is even stronger in the following period, here with the opposite sign. The decline began in the last year of the upswing in 1873 and continued until the end of the statistical series in 1885. This reduction is about 30% and is almost continuous. The years 1879 to 1881, which do not exactly correspond to the years of upswing, 1880 to 1882, only represent a halt in the decline, with the annual average being lower than that of the previous years of decline. This price movement of land products shows a certain connection with the changing positions as well as with the changing margins. But the evaluation of this phenomenon for our question is not clear. Either the price movements are due to the changing positions, i.e. mainly determined by consumption, what was possible in their direction. Then they say nothing about the influence of natural conditions on the changing situations. Or the price movements were determined by the harvests. Then the low prices indicate good harvests in the stagnation range and the high prices indicate poor harvests in the upswing and in the recovery range. The natural influence then moved in contrast to the changing positions. A third possibility would be that rising prices and increasing consumption of crop products were caused by rising harvests themselves through the intermediate link of a general upswing, and that, conversely, falling prices and falling consumption of crop products were caused via the intermediate link of a general slump by reduced harvests. But that remains to be examined and demonstrated. Of course, no far-reaching conclusions can be drawn from the prices, especially from unbalanced ones. Tendency of capital gains to fall to a minimum. In contrast to gold production and harvests, which the national economy of. Externally, there is now a very lively declaration of upswing to be discussed. The emergence of the upswing depends on the fact that the fall in capital investment turns into its rise. To explain this change, since J. St. Mill, 1848, a doctrine has been generally used that goes by the name, tendency of capital profits to fall to a minimum. As with Karl Marx's law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, it is a very general phenomenon that prevails across changing circumstances. But it is also used by both thinkers to explain the changing situations, cfp 160. It is not necessary to go into the justification of the law here, but only the explanation of the upswing. Mill says the following about this: as soon as a few years have passed without a crisis, so much fresh capital has accumulated that it is no longer possible to invest it at the usual rate of capital gain. All state securities rise in price, the interest rate for the best commercial securities falls very low, and the general complaint among businessmen is that there is no money to be made. Isn't this proof of how quickly the capital gain would have reached its minimum and the stationary state would have been reached if that accumulation took place without counteracting principles? But the lower standard of all certain profits makes people inclined to lend a willing ear to any project which, even at the risk of loss, holds before them the hope of a greater capital gain. This is followed by speculation which, in conjunction with the associated trade crises, either destroys or transfers considerable amounts of capital to foreign countries, causes a temporary rise in interest rates and capital gains, creates space for fresh accumulations and thus allows the same round to begin again. The initial observation is indisputable, that during the stagnation the acquired capital encounters increasing difficulties in utilization and struggles with a reduction in returns. The core of the explanation is also correct and meaningful, that yield is the lodestar of capital movements. However, the explanation for the change from falling to rising capital investment may be incorrect and incomplete. According to Mill, the capitalist's aversion to fixed capital investments will one day be overcome by a kind of despair over the constant decline in lending rates. It is presented as if the capitalists said to themselves, since the utilization of capital through lending brings in little, there is no point in putting the capital itself at risk. This is unrealistic, because something is usually only dared when 157. When a win or at least a tangible prospect beckons. But that is not the case with declining profits, losses, and company collapses. Even the existence of certain business plans with hopes of making profits does not attract the large number of capital owners. When they are in a state of stagnation, they are suspicious and doubly difficult to approach anything new. Only in a brisk upswing, in fact only in over-speculation, is every project given a willing ear. Gustav Cassel believes he can explain the change by saying that there are always opportunities for ventures that require a lot of fixed capital and are therefore not worthwhile given a higher interest rate. But as soon as interest rates fall, a certain part of these ventures becomes worthwhile. It can then not be long before the possibilities begin to be implemented in reality. Certainly there are always business opportunities that are realized not only through low lending rates, but also through low wages and prices, because otherwise capital investment and indirect consumption would have to disappear in the stagnation. But this does not explain the turnaround from declining to increasing capital investment. Visible stimuli must appear to the mass of capital owners, which remains to be shown below, p. 172. The balance of production and demand. The doctrine of sales channels. The weakness of the free capitalist market economy is the belief that regularly recurs in the course of changing situations. For liberalism, conviction is therefore the child of pain that is capable of destroying the doctrine of economic equality and balance. Hence the attempt to use circumstances affecting the economy from outside as causes. For free, unhindered economic activity, the synchronicity between production and consumption is presented as natural and given. Crises and general convictions must not occur because they are only the result of violent, clumsy interventions in the course of nature. Without this, only partial convictions are possible, which are caused by incorrect distribution of the generating forces and which correspond to a partial underproduction elsewhere. On the whole, however, this can only be a safe, harmless disturbance of the equilibrium that can be easily lifted through the correct shift of labor and capital. This view is based on the doctrine of the necessary correspondence between the total volume of production and the total volume of demand. Most representatives of liberalism have participated in the development of this doctrine, or confessed to it. Quesnay, 1766, James Mill, 1808, Ricardo, 1817, and many Spitera. Jean-Baptiste Say's theory of sales channels, 1803, amounts to the same thing. Every purchase is at the same time a sale and every sale is a purchase, and the two cannot be separated. Production must necessarily entail consumption because producers only produce goods for the market if they want to exchange them for others. There can never be a lack of purchasing power. To the same extent that production increases, wealth naturally increases, because the increased production of one good also means an increase in wealth to acquire another. The importance of this doctrine lies in the fact that it proves the impossibility of a general conviction for a closed economy due to a lack of purchasing power. It is a torch that provides valuable assistance in illuminating the confusion of beliefs, even if it alone is not enough to illuminate it. On its own it cannot solve the questions posed by belief, because it tries to cover up the phenomena. The derivation of belief from a disproportionality of generation only gives an empty formula if it is not given a content through certain explanations, if the specific disproportionality that actually regularly exists cannot be demonstrated. The claimed harmlessness of the partial belief is a misunderstanding and obfuscation of the most obvious phenomena. There is absolutely nothing to be done with the slogan about violent interventions in the natural course of the economy. The necessity of matching demand through production does not even apply to the natural economy, because it is assumed that the two correspond in nature. 1. Key for understanding this classical theory and for criticizing it is the fact, which has so far strangely not been adequately acknowledged, that it takes as its accusation a very specific, clearly depicted fact. It deals with a partial overproduction, which corresponds to a partial underproduction, whereby the commodity with which the market is overfilled falls, and that of which there is a shortage rises in price. James Mill, Elements of Political Economy, 1821, p. 193. See also J.B. Say, Trait d'économie politique, 1841, 5 p. 142. If it is recognized that this fact needs to be explained, the position on the classical theory is very simple. The actual investigation had to be directed towards whether this type of belief dominated the picture at the time of the classics, i.e. whether it was typical of the style of early high capitalism. I have the strongest doubts. The possibility of a general belief. The theory of equilibrium at least ignores the importance of belief. This is understandable for the founders of this doctrine, because belief did not yet impose itself on them as a regular link in a cycle of changes. But the longer it took, the less such a statement could be satisfactory. Just as it is a question here of the rejection of the general belief and the interpretation of the phenomenon as a temporary lack of relation, another circle seeks to demonstrate the possibility of a general belief. Already an older doctrine that E.V. Bergman calls it a simple theory of belief, and the main representative of it is Lauderdale, 1804, moves in this direction. It culminates in the idea that the unlimited development of economic forces, namely the increase in machines and the growing division of labor, leads to a faster increase in production than in demand. This cannot mean that the increasing productivity of production produces more than can be consumed, unconditional belief. The main aim is that increasing use of machines frees up workers on a temporary and industrial basis. If, in addition to the resulting reduction in demand and purchasing power, there is also an increase in production without a simultaneous price reduction that offsets these two circumstances, then there must be a conviction. If taken to its logical conclusion, this train of thought could lead to the conclusion that a reduction in the purchasing power of the masses and underconsumption causes overconfidence. This will be discussed later, p. 164. It should only be noted here that increasing productive productivity is hardly considered as a cause for the emergence of the belief, but rather for the explanation of the stagnation. With greater determination and in marked contrast to the doctrine of the necessary correspondence between production and demand, the possibility of a general conviction is advocated by a doctrine that E.V. Bergman described it as a train theory of persuasion. The most important names in this group are Owen, 1818, Sismondi, 1819, and Malthus, 1820. Owen and Sismondi draw the conclusions just suggested from the increasing productivity and emphasize the consequences of reduced purchasing power of the unemployed and the unevenness of the 160. Income distribution as causes of overconfidence. Malthus sees a main objection to the theory of equilibrium in the fact that not all income is consumed, but EGT is capitalized. Marx admits that the theory of equilibrium has a certain validity for the natural economy, but for the money economy he argues that it is very possible that certain producers want to sell but do not want to buy, but instead pile up the money as capital. Explanation of the belief from the disproportionate distribution of the productive forces and from the constitution of the capitalist economy. Hardship as a result of a lack of goods can be accepted as an inescapable fate. Emergency as a result of grid surplus raises the question of the correctness of the national economic constitution. Persuasion is therefore the middle piece for the collectivist rejection of the free market economy. The derivation of conviction from the incorrect distribution of the productive forces is not peculiar to liberalism alone, but is also carried out by socialism. But while the liberals see the disproportionality of goods production as a minor incident that can be quickly overcome, the socialists consider it to be the cross of the capitalist economic order that can never be overcome, either because of its internal necessity, Marx, or because of its inability to regulate constitution of the national economy, Beitig Baranowski. The starting point for Karl Marx is the falling tendency of the rate of profit. The technical progress and the increasing productivity of production consist in the fact that in the manufacturing process the living labor power takes a relative backseat to the material means of production, that the variable capital takes a relative backseat to the constant capital. But since labor alone creates surplus value, the rate of surplus value, based on the sum of total capital, constant plus variable, must decrease, which at the same time means a fall in the rate of profit. Although there are several other circumstances that counteract this decline, namely lengthening of working hours and increasing labor productivity, falling wages, cheaper means of production, etc., the tendency towards a fall in the rate of profit still prevails. This is a very general law, but its effect is particularly strong in stagnation. The rate of profit falls so low that it is impossible to utilize the newly formed capital in further new investments. The capitals of the various owners therefore compete for the available exploitation opportunities and squeeze each other out of them. Small capitals in particular suffer when the rate of profit does not fall. 161. Is balanced by the mass. An excess of capital corresponds to an excess of population, because with the low rate of profit and the low degree of exploitation of labor, excess capital leaves corresponding masses of workers unexploited. As a result, wages fall, severe underconsumption, significant price falls, capital devaluation, and capital destruction develop. The transformation of this situation into an upswing occurs as follows. The low rate of profit drives small capital in particular to passionate experiments in new production processes, new capital investments, speculation, adventures, and fraud in order to secure a special profit. But there is also a general increase in the rate of profit, which is brought about by a fall in wages, as well as by the cheapening of the material means of production through the fall in prices. Even if the mass of constant capital has increased, its value may have fallen and the rate of profit may have risen. So the downtime during the stagnation prepared the way for an expansion of production. But this cannot last forever, since the production of goods only serves to generate surplus value, not to increase the general satisfaction of needs, and therefore a conflict must arise between the expansion and valorization of production. The production of surplus value in material goods presupposes sale for its exploitation, namely at certain prices, and this depends on the agreement between the various branches of production and the consumption capacity of society. The latter is limited by the drive for accumulation, the drive for increasing capital and for surplus value on an expanded scale, as well as by the consumption of the lower classes, which is within narrow limits. The disproportionality of production, largely caused by society's lack of purchasing power, leads to conviction and crisis in ways not described in detail. This version in 3. The bond of capital cannot have been a complete one, because it forms an unbearable confusion of general tendencies that work towards the final collapse of the capitalist economy and of circumstances that are supposed to bring about the changing situations. The essence of Marx is the explanation of the overconviction based on the disproportionality of the production of goods, which is inseparably linked to the capitalist economy because of social underconsumption. His view is a combination of the doctrine of the disproportionality of the production of goods with the theory of underconsumption, because the cause of the disproportionality that is necessary for him is the Unterver Spiethoff, Wxalagen I 11. 162. Need. This point will need to be addressed later in the discussion of the theory of underconsumption, p. 167. Michael v. Tugan-Baranowski, 1894, undertook an important further development of the doctrine of disproportionality, which he himself describes as a unification of the theory of classical economics on the relationship between production and consumption and Marx's explanation of the formation and renewal of social capital. In contrast to the classics, he argues that not every production entails demand, but only that which is based on a proportional distribution of the generating power. Under this condition, production creates its own market in all circumstances, including in the capitalist economy, and no matter how low social consumption may be, it may continue to decline. The key to this is Marx's explanation of the formation and reproduction of capital on an expanded scale. This involves a change in the production of goods, the production of indirect consumption goods instead of consumption goods, and not, as classical economics erroneously assumed, that the consumption goods left unconsumed by the capitalists are consumed by the workers. The classics had assumed this to actually happen, and therefore, despite their false idea about capital formation, they had come to the conclusion that there can be no belief. The moment one sees that the workers' consumption in capital formation does not increase by the amount of the capitalist savings, a necessary conviction must be inferred from this underconsumption. And this is what happens to Marx, because in making this conclusion he does not eliminate the false view of capital formation and does not take his explanation of this as a basis. Tugan uses this and, considering that instead of subsistence goods for the capitalists, indirect consumption goods are produced, he comes to the conclusion that, in order to avoid the conviction, it is not at all necessary that the immediate underconsumption of the capitalists corresponds to an immediate overconsumption of the workers, that rather, the utilization of the production of goods is completely independent of social consumption. If Tugan nevertheless considers convictions to be unavoidable in the capitalist economy, it is because of the two contradictions of this economic order. The contradiction between production as a means of satisfying human needs and production as a technical moment in the creation of capital, i.e. HHH as an end in itself, is that 163. Fundamental contradiction of the capitalist economic order. The second contradiction lies in the contrast between the organization of production in the individual factory and the anarchy of production in society as a whole. Engels. If social production were organized according to plan, if the managers of production had a perfect knowledge of demand and the power to freely transfer labor and capital from one branch of production to another, then, no matter how low social consumption might be, the supply of goods could not exceed the demand. But the accumulation of capital with a complete lack of planning in social production, with the anarchy that reigns on the commodity market, inevitably leads to crises. So not like in classical economics, beliefs don't actually occur. Not like Marx, unreasonable generation and overconviction must necessarily occur from time to time because of a lack of social consumption. Rather, disproportionality could also be avoided in the capitalist economy, regardless of underconsumption, if the ability to distribute the productive forces proportionately were present. Tugend's socialist beliefs must be eliminated here. His first contradiction of the capitalist economy leans alarmingly towards the underconsumption theory he fights against. His view that there is no need for disproportion due to underconsumption is to be agreed with, provided that no money leaves circulation. Even the somewhat extreme conclusion that proportionality can be maintained even if consumption declines can hardly be expected to be refuted. However, one can say that the proof of necessary proportionality is easily provided if it is assumed that precisely and only that which is the object of the desire is produced. Explanation of the overconviction from the uneven distribution of income and the underconsumption of the masses. Uneven distribution of income and underconsumption of the masses are phenomena that the socialists accuse the capitalist economic order of, and these two circumstances are therefore often part of the socialist explanations of the belief in the constitution of the capitalist economy. However, they are also represented alone as causes of belief. Among the representatives of the theory of underconsumption, Sismondi, 1819, Rodbertus, 1850, Marx, Capital Volume 3, 1894, Hobson, 1896, and the classics of land common property should be particularly mentioned 11*164. Herzke, 1886, and Flersheim, 1890. The differences, some of which are significant, Rodbertus, Flersheim, cannot be discussed here. The crucial idea for the theory of alternations is that overconfidence and crises arise because a significant part of the output of production goes to other classes as rent, interest on capital and entrepreneurial profits instead of to the workers. But since the number of these privileged people is too small for them to be able to directly consume the share of the production of goods that is withheld from the workers, convictions must necessarily arise from this. The attitude and use of this basic idea can be different, and these possibilities should be discussed briefly. Attuned to the emergence of conviction at the end of the upswing and to the production of goods as an indiscriminate mass, the pursuit of the basic idea results in a state of affairs that almost contradicts reality. If the first time through the appropriation of surplus value a part of the production of goods remains unsold, the next consequence of this is a fall in prices and subsequently a reduction in production and the opportunity for work. The more often this process is repeated and increased, the lower prices must fall, the smaller production becomes, and the greater the shortage of work. As this is consistent with socialist thought, a general impoverishment would occur, and it would be impossible to predict how the situation would end, since the masses would hardly surrender calmly to starvation. But the facts show the opposite development, because conviction is usually preceded by an upswing and not a stagnation. The condition resulting from the train of thought of the theory of underconsumption does not have the slightest similarity to the phenomena observed and to be explained. At least this is so far as the emergence and outbreak of the belief are concerned. A somewhat different assessment must take place compared to the declaration of the standstill, which will be discussed later. The theory of underconsumption only focuses on that part of goods production that produces luxury goods, and it assumes that overconsumption breaks out and culminates in the luxury goods industries. As already shown, 8.39, 72, the focus of belief lies, on the contrary, in the industries of indirect consumption, and only from here spreads to those of direct consumption. A reduction in direct consumption could, however, paralyze sales of consumer goods, but not that of indirect consumption goods, because this depends. 165. Rate from the strong conversion of income into capital. The latter is missing towards the end of the upswing, and one of the reasons for the decline in indirect consumption is that the capital-seeking investment becomes scarcer. So there is no shortage of income that serves immediate consumption and which could lead to an increase in luxury goods industries. Rather, there is a lack of investment-seeking capital that has to maintain indirect consumption, which results in an overconfidence in the trade of indirect consumption goods. This consideration also leads to the conclusion that the uneven distribution of income cannot be the cause of the outbreak of overconfidence and the collapse of the upswing. Nevertheless, the question remains as to whether too little consumption of luxury goods is not the cause of the overproduction of indirect consumption goods and income goods. The goal of all production is the production of Genuine. No matter how much labor and capital is initially withdrawn or withheld from the production of luxury goods and spent on the creation of income goods, the success in the end is an even greater return on luxury goods. This does not necessarily have to be the case. The utilization of indirect consumption goods can be adjusted to any degree of direct consumption. If the capital is repeatedly invested in production sites for the creation of new production sites for indirect consumer goods and any approach to the area of consumer goods is avoided, then the investment of capital and the utilization of indirect consumer goods is independent of the consumption of consumer goods. However, this doctrinal possibility does not correspond to reality. In fact, a rapprochement with the Genevieve territory is taking place. The underconsumption theory can now claim that there is no need for new generation plants due to the lack of demand for sufficient titers. Therefore, indirect consumption must eventually come to a halt, which would then mean the end of the upswing. The most obvious facts were neglected. It would be denied that towards the end of the upswing a greater purchasing power directed towards immediate consumption would counteract the emergence of the belief. This circumstance must be taken into account when explaining belief, p. 190. But this is only an inclination, about the scope of which one must not be deceived. As far as the production of means of production for clothes, shoes, housing, etc. comes into consideration, the demand for the goods of indirect consumption could be influenced favorably. 166. But very large areas of the production industries would not be affected at all by the consumption of the workforce and in general by the direct consumption of consumer goods, or not to the extent that is necessary. The upswing has regularly peaked or was heavily dependent on the redesign and design of the capitalist production facilities, the mines, blast furnaces, rolling mills, etc., on the construction of traffic routes and means of transport, etc. The continuation of these buildings in the old upswing could not be brought about by any increase in the income of the workers. No increase in the income of the lower classes would even be able to maintain the old production of iron etc. through purchasing power demand. The situation is similar with numerous other areas, lighting systems, power plants, water pipes, flood systems. Through no increase in income, even the means of production for the production facilities of everyday consumers, for example for spinning mills, weaving mills, etc., can be used to create new facilities in the way that was the case during the upswing. Not every time the population receives a new set of suits or boots, a new set of works is also required. The existing ones will satisfy clothing needs for years, once they are adapted to them. This applies whether the level of need is as it actually exists towards the end of the upswing or as it would be at a higher level after an increase in labor income. Even under this assumption, it is at best a one-time, strong change in income and a corresponding strong increase in demand, but not a continued rapid repetition of this process. If one wanted to accommodate the means of production in new production facilities for boots, clothes, etc., this would be necessary. If we ourselves assume, according to the dream state of the theory of underconsumption, that income was distributed in such a way and had such purchasing power that everyone could satisfy all his needs, then this would not prevent the overconsumption in the goods of indirect consumption if, as is the case at the end of the upswing, the works for the pensioners correspond to the demand and only need a gradual addition, but the production facilities for these works of the pensioners in the upswing are set up for a constant, step-by-step increase. This dream state of the underconsumption theory is actually the only point of view from which it can be discussed, because it does not, as previously assumed, correspond to its demands that a change in income distribution only occurs towards the end of the upswing, but rather, because this must be accepted from the outset as perfectly good, as it was last done. Then a given level of need, be it, which is indifferent, necessarily large or small, is confronted with a facility of production for the works of immediate consumption which does not correspond to this level of need or its gradual expansion, but is as large as if it were a considerable one to eliminate shortage of works. From this further consideration, which accommodates the theory of underconsumption to the greatest extent possible, it follows that the collapse of the upswing and the emergence of overconfidence cannot be explained by the uneven distribution of income and underconsumption. The overconfidence is a consequence of excessive capital investment, because the production of indirect consumer goods goes beyond capital formation. The explanation of the belief based on the constitution of the capitalist economy includes the idea that the state of excessive expansion of production facilities, which represents a disproportion of production, is the result of the uneven distribution of income. The recipients of the added value are forced to these facilities in order to make their robbery usable. If income is distributed evenly, this state of overinvestment will not occur. Capital investment is a consequence of saving and capital formation, and it is difficult to see why it should not be carried out even when income is distributed equally. All that is required is that each individual income is so large that it goes beyond the basic needs of life and enables saving at all. The more individual incomes exceed this lower limit, the greater the savings opportunities become. As observation shows, these are present even with relatively low incomes. All small fortunes are saved, in the most daring sense of the word, and often even lost. Now it is certainly true that great upswings require very considerable capital in the hands of individuals. But this is also possible with equal distribution with the help of suitable facilities. Even today, it is the banks that have the largest capital and have brought it together from small items. Given the current level of satisfaction of the needs of the large population, a more equal distribution of income would, however, have the effect of reducing capital formation and increasing direct consumption. In this respect, the unevenness of income distribution is one of several causes of the upswing today. A final effect of the uneven distribution of income is that because of the impossibility of preferential treatment. 168. Large masses of capital created from income are to be invested, these remain unemployed and are withdrawn from the goods market as purchasing power. This idea is not only close to socialism, but is also alive among the land community owners. If Flersheim explains the crises by saying that income is withheld from the market because it is neither consumed directly nor used for the construction of production plants, but rather for the acquisition of property and land rent rights, this is, however, a mistake in thought. These capital issues are only a transitory form, without finally tying up the newly formed capital. As far as the forced accumulation of idle capital is concerned, this undoubtedly does not exist in the time that the belief produces. At the last stage of the upswing, the use of capital yields the greatest profits and there is a pronounced lack of capital. Different in the stasis. Here the capital encounters difficulties in valorization, accumulates and as a result becomes withheld from the goods market. As a promoter of the formation of capital that is in stagnation, e.g. if it remains active, the uneven distribution of income, as well as increasing productivity, is one of several causes for the further development of belief and for the stagnation. The reduction in circulating capital as the cause of the crisis. This view was founded by bankers, Lord Overstone, Norman, and is still shared in these circles today, Walther Rathenau 1907, Karl Heiligenstadt 1907. But Tooke and J. St. Mill also support it. The lack of capital at the last stage of the upswing is interpreted as a lack of circulating and working capital and is often explained by an excessive conversion of circulating capital into standing capital. It is the phenomena of the money market that lead to this view. For the narrower explanation of the crisis, it is justified to point out the lack of short-term loan capital, because this can actually support the outbreak of the crisis. However, as shown, it is not the cause of the credit collapse, and there are therefore numerous cases where the credit crisis breaks out despite the regular lack of capital. The phenomena of the money market should not make it impossible to overlook the fact that just as urgent as the lack of capital for short-term loans is the lack of business capital for the purchase of indirect consumer goods. This latter is also the one that is fundamentally decisive for conviction. Effective alternating position theory. The explanation of the changing situations to be presented, p. 171 ff, belongs to the group of valid teachings that 169. Based on careful determination and dissection of the process from within, it seeks to show its causes. At this point, the special sides of other representatives of these efforts or particular ideas that originated from them should be pointed out. Clement J. Ugler, 1860, has already been briefly reported on, p. 139, as well as, p. 162, on Michael v. Tugan-Baranowski, 1894. He is the unifier of the theory of equilibrium with Marx's theory of capital formation on an expanded scale. His theory of the disproportionality of the production of goods admits too much in both the goods of direct and indirect consumption, and he seeks to prove both possibilities as actually occurring in the 19th century. Ludwig Podel, 1902, uses population increase to explain belief. For the collapse of the upswing and the outbreak of conviction, the increase in population comes into consideration insofar as the capital formation was not appropriate and not large enough to provide the expansion of production necessary to equip it with income and to supply it with household goods. Accordingly, it was essentially not an overconfidence, but rather an underconviction. During the standstill, the number of recruits for the workers' army grows without increased recruitment and recruitment taking place. It may even happen that the unemployment resulting from population growth exceeds that caused by direct operational restrictions. This view of the original meaning of population increase has not met with agreement from any party. The causal effect of gold production assumed by Werner Sombart, 1903, has already been discussed, p. 150. A valuable contribution lies in his determination that the leading goods of indirect consumption are those of inorganic production, while those that lag behind belong to organic production. Only the contrast of a production that is open to and resists arbitrary reproduction by humans makes the proportionality of the production of goods possible. The advancement of iron production was also historically due to the independence from wood and the reliance on coal. Mentor Bouniatian, 1908, sees the leading capitalist economies since the end of the 18th century as being in constant overcapitalization, i.e. the formation of capital and the production of production facilities are constantly ahead of the expansion of the immediate consumption of household goods. The changing situations are a consequence of the state of overcapitalization. 170. Social consumption does not have the same tendency to grow as the savings of individual economies, so that unrestricted capital formation by individual economies is opposed to an unconditional limitation of capitalization through social consumption. There is no statement on the underconsumption theory. Albert Afdalian, 1913, explains the changes not in terms of capital investment and consumption, but in terms of production and prices. The prices influence the overproduction of the means of production, upturn, the overproduction of finished products influence the prices, slump. The new thing of the last century, which founded the cycle of change, was capitalist technology. Their characteristic is the length of the production detours, which makes it impossible to adjust prices in a timely manner and thus to have the correct size of the production facilities. These were exaggerated during the upswing and insufficiently expanded during the stagnation. Joseph Schumpeter, 1910, treated the question of economic fluctuations as part of a pure doctrine, namely from the perspective of static and dynamic economic processes and, in particular, from the perspective of development. E. H. Vogel also follows the development perspective. Explanation of economic changes. Emergence of the Aufsetzung. The upswing consists of increasing capital investment, and this is expressed in increased employment of material and personal productive forces. The explanation of the upswing must show what causes this capital investment and what conditions make it possible. The ultimate cause of the upswing is something psychological and not economic. The drive to gain was different in earlier times than it is today, and it will be different again in the future. In these differences, combined with the moral views about the values of life, lies the one series of causes for the historical emergence of the alternating situations, for their external and internal expansion. The cycle of changing situations in the future depends to a large extent on the further development of these circumstances. To explain the upswing, it should be remembered that the shoots do not always appear equally strong, they experience an up and down that provides the key to the changing positions. They can become extremely irritated by certain ideas. Such ideas are necessary for the emergence of the upswing and, even more, of over-speculation. The ordinary stimuli of everyday life, especially since they are supported by elementary needs, are suitable for keeping things going, but they are not sufficient to create a special momentum. In order to achieve something more, special ideas must be added that act as extraordinary stimuli. These not only have to stimulate the upswing, but also to eliminate and outdo the dangerous consequences of a possible failure as an obstacle. It is not just over-speculation that has dangerous consequences, but also the upswing, as experience has shown that new investments and expansions lead to overconfidence. Once the increased acquisitive drive and entrepreneurial spirit has been ignited in those who receive it through special ideas, the others will soon succeed. 172. Under the contagious influence of this soul mood, and a new overall state of soul arises. If the drive continues to encounter particularly inviting economic conditions and ideas that strongly stimulate it, and if social experience and economic institutions do not act as counterweights, it will become overstimulated. The simple striving for gain turns into an addiction to quickly acquire great wealth, and people strive blindly towards this goal. Overspeculation arises. The lodestar of capital movements is the return on capital. Increasing capital investment presupposes that this type of capital utilization offers greater advantages than has been the case since. During the stagnation, capital accumulates and the lending rate continues to fall, while the price of fixed interest securities also rises. But this deterioration in the return on loan capital does not lead to an increase in fixed investments. This is not only subject to declining profits, but even to the risk of loss, which is caused by overconfidence and a more general tendency to lower prices. Hence the fact, known to every entrepreneur and inventor, that in stagnation capital becomes particularly suspicious and doubly difficult to access for new ventures and ideas. The fear of making a loss-making investment leads to increased capital being transferred to the lending market and depresses interest rates. Only when there is a visible, worthwhile difference between the lending interest and the profit from fixed investments do ideas arise that act as an incentive for more extensive investments. It is necessary that some enterprise or industry, started by bold entrepreneurs, should make such a difference as clear as possible. Capital throws itself into this when it is a whole industry, or if it is a sole proprietorship. The success that is visible to all will spur trust and the spirit of enterprise. In order to create guiding stars for fixed capital investments, it takes bold, daring men who risk large parts of their wealth and often their fate to implement an idea. But they only act as pacemakers for capital investment and economic growth to the extent that they are successful and allow a visible guiding star to emerge. In the main there seem to have been two large areas from which an increase in capital gains came: the expansion of the world economy, i.e. the acquisition of new markets and technical development. Detecting the phenomena that emerge from the history of alternating positions is not easy. The prerequisite for this is the observations of contemporaries and their transmission. The most common are announcements about the development of new markets, which were made regularly for the English boom until the 1860s. Of course, there is still a lack of verification of these observations and an investigation into the extent to which real causes existed here and the extent to which casual impressions were turned into a convenient explanation of the cause. For most of the upswings, Subject areas are mentioned that served as a stimulus and as a starting point for capital investment. Very large such areas were mining and smelting works, railways and electricity companies. During the 1840s it became clear in Germany that good individual successes were necessary before recovery. Capital investment in railway companies began in 1844. The same thing has been observed in England. Has a branch, like here e.g. the pillow tracks, has been preserved, so it can always become a focal point as soon as new areas of application arise. The expectation that is considered certain can already act as a stimulus for preserved areas. This also applies to the mines, the iron works, the electricity companies, etc. This was most likely the case in 1903 and 1909. The German upswing of the 1890s in the Hourglastrümpfen offers a particularly nice example of a pacemaker. What is noteworthy here is that the huge profits of the German Gasglücktaktiengesellschaft particularly affected the bankers and professional grinders. Contrary to Mill's assumption that the profit standard, which had become lower during the stagnation, made people inclined to lend a willing ear to every project, the Auer patent had completed an unsuccessful tour of the German banks and bankers before a relatively small house took care of him. The anger at the missed opportunity became all the more irritating. In principle, these areas are similar. As a rule, the upswing comes from the group of cash crops. Generation or long-term use facilities form Anstoby and Rückgrat. In a closed economic area in capitalist times, an upswing that starts from the means of enjoyment and culminates in them cannot easily be derived. The upswing emanating from income goods has its starting point and basis in increased capital investment through which indirect consumer goods are purchased. From here the movement is transferred to the pension goods. An upswing that receives its impetus from luxury goods could only have its cause in a consumption of capital or in a direct consumption of those parts of income that have hitherto been capitalized, which is difficult to assume. For 174. In a certain economy, an upswing in luxury goods could be established from outside if a foreign economy offers luxury goods and also desires them in exchange. However, there is no known historical case of this kind from capitalist economies. The worthwhile difference in the return on the loan capital and the fixed capital investment is due to the stagnation to a not inconsiderable extent. The accumulation of idle capital pushes the lending rate to its lowest point and promotes a difference in the return on capital. But not only the low comparison point is a stagnant result, but to a certain extent also the high one. It is the pressure of stagnation that drives the search for new markets, which aims to reduce production costs and promote technical progress. The low fixed prices of the indirect consumption grids and the low wages and lending rates make the income assets to be built cheaper and increase the profit on the invested capital. This has a particularly clear effect on the construction of residential buildings. The stagnation has strong powers to overcome itself and is, to a considerable extent, the cause of an upswing. For the development of these compensating forces of the stagnation, it is important that certain stagnation influences have a different effect after some time than at the beginning. This promotes the first rise following the decline. The improvement of the production facilities through the more general adoption of the latest technology and the resulting cheaper production initially intensify competition, but the longer the low prices, the more profitable they become. Increasingly, after some time there may be a disproportionate wage reduction here and there. The recovery of the weakest, overcapitalized companies through the transfer of individual companies into other hands at a low purchase price and through merger into stock corporations initially has a crippling effect due to the loss of capital, but continues to make the low prices for these companies less oppressive. New uses of all kinds, which initially exceeded needs, give rise to new needs and direct the satisfaction of old ones. Due to the loss of income and assets, this change initially has a predominantly depressing effect. But after they have come to a certain conclusion, the favorable influence of the rise of the new companies becomes paramount. As a rule, however, the compensating forces of the stagnation alone are not sufficient. Their relief has the greatest effect on the pacemakers. The large number of capitalists and entrepreneurs need other stimuli. Cheap raw materials, wages, and lending rates are not unheard of. Necessary funds for capital investment if there is no opportunity for profit. It can be observed again and again at this stage that material goods and labor cannot be imposed at any price, no matter how low, and loaned capital cannot be coerced at any interest, no matter how low. That is why the banking world's ability to act as a stimulus through the willingness to donate capital and favorable conditions is slim at this time. The effective incentives for capital investment must come from the other side, from the capital users, the entrepreneurs. There is absolutely no evidence to suggest that the first increase in indirect consumption during the first increase in the stock market occurs solely through the fall in prices, wages, and lending rates without an increase in capital investment. Increasing issuance of bonds, Pfandbrief, and shares, increase in acceptances and debtors are regular features of the first increase, even if share issuance still remains small. The diversity that is evident in all areas will not be missing from the stimulus for recovery. The forces of stagnation and the guiding stars will often play different roles and relate to each other differently in importance. It seems to be due to the predominance of the stabilizing forces and the lack of large releases when the upswings have difficulty getting off the ground and some upswings do not occur. This probably played a role between 1874 and 1895. In the transition times to new economic and process methods, the major events arise most easily: implementation of large-scale mechanical operations, steam, electricity, or other driving forces, the opening up of potash and coal, new processes in the metallurgical industry, reorganization of large production sectors such as the coal mining and the mining industry. Because of the unpredictability of such events, the emergence of a new upswing is also unpredictable. If the stagnation forces alone were decisive for the emergence of the upswing, it would probably occur more regularly. This irregularity is also influenced by the varying extent of the previous boom and any overspeculation. Particular exaggerations can have a paralyzing effect on the future, but they do not necessarily have to do so. The upswing is more employment of the existing personal and material productive forces and ultimately an increase in what is available. The upswing involves conditions for economic expansion that must be considered separately according to the phenomena of earning and generating capital. Acquisition capital is understood as that part of personal assets that which is dedicated to the acquisition of income, under production capital the economic goods that are intended to serve the further production of goods. Over the course of the stagnation, parts of the acquired capital had increasingly been converted into forms that, in a special economic sense, predominantly represent employment because they bring in a return for the owners, but which are to be assessed differently from an economic perspective because they do not allocate the capital to the production of goods and indirect consumption. Such forms are: 1. Courageous production capital. 2. Bank deposits. 3. Loans to entrepreneurs to maintain excess production stocks. 4. Securities that can be sold abroad, capital transfer. Generative capital can be in the form of money for savers and banks, and in the form of goods for entrepreneurs. The latter consists of stocks that encounter sales difficulties during the stockpile or in repair, finishing and equipment work for the production of goods. This work plays a major role, particularly in mining, and it must be carried out when the mining industry is at a standstill if an increase in production is to be possible during an upswing. Investing in money and property is unfavorable because it brings no return. It is more advantageous to deposit it with banks or use it for loans for the purpose specified under 3. As was partly shown above, all of these forms increase in stagnation, the stocks of money and stocks of goods grow, capital contributions and loans against pledges of goods often swell. In the course of the upswing, these forms decrease and free up the earning capital for other uses. The last form of representation can only be considered from the point of view of a single national economy. During the downturn, capital in the form of money and property can be exported against securities of all kinds or property rights in foreign companies and, during the upswing, it can be reintroduced by selling these claims and made usable for domestic production of goods. The migration of competition capital from these economically moderate investments into economically high employment means an upswing. The production capital also remains at a standstill, for example. Big 1. Labor power that remains unused, 2. Generating power of goods manufacturing plants that remains unused, 3. Money owned by individuals or banks, 4. Material goods, means of production and goods of enjoyment owned by their manufacturers or traders, 5. Preliminary export, no matter in what form, abroad in order to be drawn back in during the upswing. The idle labor and production power mentioned under 1 and 2 tends to increase not inconsiderably over the course of the stagnation. The unemployment of many and the incomplete utilization of the productive power of many or most production facilities as well as the unemployment of considerable parts of the workforce are phenomena that leave their mark on every stagnation. The monetary capital stocks owned by individuals played a major role until the middle of the 19th century. The longer the time, the more the banks come into consideration for the necessary reserves of money capital. It has already been shown in detail how much these reserves can swell in times of stagnation. According to the figures presented above, the decline in the upswing is just as significant. If this meltdown has been smaller in recent times, this neither means that there were no necessary reserves of money capital at the beginning of the upswing, nor does it prove that the upswing was independent of these stocks. This recent phenomenon only reinforces the need to separate the conditions of the payment system from those of productive capital. The preservation of monetary capital stocks during an upswing is based on the fact that credit-based monetary substitutes based on them grow very strongly. Inadequate reserves of money capital can hold back the expenditure of replacement resources needed to expand the national economy and paralyze corresponding parts of the productive capital. Since a not inconsiderable increase in the means of circulation is a condition of the upswing, its emergence and further expansion depends on reserves of money capital, which either enter into circulation as money themselves as a means of circulation or serve as a basis for credit-based substitute means. For the active capital in material form, the stocks of conviction that accumulate during the stagnation come into consideration. It happens that in entire branches of industry the stocks swell to such an extent that all the storage rooms are overfilled and the available space is not sufficient. Spiethoff, Alternating Positions I-12. 178. Individual observations from the recent weak stagnations in cartelized industries should not lead to a general reduction or denial of these stocks. Examples from recent times are also given above, p. 76 ff. In England, pig iron stocks pledged in warehouses used to amount to millions of tons. During the severe downturns of the 1880s and 1890s, businesses stockpiled work to which warehousing itself is alien, such as mechanical engineering and the printing industries. Finally, a quantity of capital reserved for later use in one's own economy can first be invested abroad in order to only be drawn back in at the moment of one's own needs. All these forms are parts of the capital base with which the expansion of the production of goods and the upward movement of the entire economic trend is carried out. Depending on their type, the individual forms are used up more quickly or more slowly and accordingly continue to demand an upswing. After all, there is often a severe shortage of them. Every beginning and also every expansion of the capitalist production of goods requires ready and active material resources or labor power. If the workforce is fully employed for the indispensable production of consumer goods, or if there is a lack of supplies of material goods that allow a reduction in the labor expenditure required for the production of consumer goods, then capitalist debtors are impossible. The uncertainty as to whether the ready workforce will be available in the future has raised doubts about the continued repetition of the upswing. Likewise, in the monetary market economy based on the division of labor, ready-made capital is indispensable. An upswing means increased investment of capital. The upswing cannot produce this extra that is necessary for its creation, but it must find it. Regardless of how this doctrinal question is decided about the preconditions for the production of capitalist goods, the upswing actually meets the conditions required here in abundance and is based on them, ready purchasing capital, and not only ready labor, but also ready material production facilities and material supplies. An explanation of the upswing must start from this reality. If another origin were doctrinally possible, it would look different than the one observed. The above overview shows the various forms of this capital ready for the expansion of the upswing. The historical change, which is characterized by the economic changes, also extends to these phenomena described here. Monetary capital and material reserves played a greater role in earlier periods, even if they were not missing later, and the required personal labor and material production power have become more important. The indispensable aid to the upswing is credit. The services provided by credit for recovery move in two directions. Only with his help is it possible to use capital as it happens and is needed. Without it, large fractions of the capital owners will be unable to exploit capital, and without it, capital formation will be lower. The credit and banking system prevents today, as in times when stockings and bed sacks served as banks, a considerable part of the capital being withheld from grid production and used for treasury creation. Every formation of money capital that ends with the formation of a treasury acts as a cause of stagnation, since it causes the unsaleability and overproduction of corresponding quantities of goods. The same role as credit is played by social enterprises, particularly the stock market. They also enable numerous capital owners who are unable to exploit capital to invest. Only they, in conjunction with the loan, provide the large, uniformly managed capital masses required for large companies. The second service of the loan is the creation of monetary substitutes. The currency available in individual economies will very soon reach the limits of its performance. If it began to become rarer as a result, its value would rise and prices would fall. But falling prices mean stagnation. Credit makes the value of money and its stability independent of the money supply and enables the economy to expand and prices to rise far beyond the capacity of the latter. Further development of the upswing. Once the direction of economic development has been reversed and the upswing has been brought into being, the longer it takes it to produce the resources necessary for its continuation and increase. The additional employment of the existing workforce. Labor and production forces provide the goods for the expansion of production and increase the formation of earning capital for increased capital investment, or, to put it another way, for the purchase of the means of production and labor and thus for the production of income goods. The uneven distribution of income promotes capital formation and facilitates the expansion of indirect consumption. An important stage is reached when prices begin to rise, because the increase in prices is the strongest incentive for the expansion of production and a rich new source for achieving net profits and for the formation of earning capital. The boom begins when the entrepreneurial spirit becomes so strong that the demand for capital increases the lending rate. A cycle of upswings develops, one giving rise to the other, and whereby, like a rolling snowball, each revolution allows the scope to expand, increased capital investment, increased consumption of goods, rising prices and profits as well as increasing production and capital formation and starting again increased capital investment, etc. The industries are drawing in the additional workers they need from agriculture and from undeveloped economies after unemployment has been overcome. This results in a constant, self-screwing upward movement. As shown in the description of the upswing, the price increase occurs completely regularly only for the goods of indirect consumption. But here too, not immediately with the beginning of their consumption increase, but only gradually and often only when the consumption of heat has exceeded the peak of the previous boom. So this is only in the pronounced upswing, in the second rise or even in the high swing. The regular increase in prices for indirect consumer goods is no coincidence, but is one of the necessary signs of an upswing. It is the eventually necessary consequence of increasing capital investment and increased indirect consumption, which are the essence of the upswing. The increase in immediate consumption and the increase in the price of consumption is neither necessary nor general. To the extent that the price increase extends primarily to the goods of indirect consumption, the entrepreneurs in this area are provided with preferential profits and special power to form capital. Since the incentive to invest capital primarily exists in this area, it can then be used particularly easily from one's own assets. To what extent the expansion of consumption is reduced to indirect consumption, how far it extends to the consumer goods, and the extent to which the price formation of both groups of goods is influenced by this depends on the income movement of the salary and wage recipients. The main beneficiaries of the upswing are likely to be entrepreneurs and capitalists, and in any case they are the most important generators of capital. An increase in salary and wage income that went beyond the price increase could occur entirely at the expense of economic capital formation and indirect consumption in favor of the consumption of leisure goods. Instructively, it would be expected that the concentration of price increases on the industries of indirect consumption would correspond to a concentration of wage and salary increases on the employees and workers in this branch. More or less that might actually be true. This would primarily be at the expense of the entrepreneurs in this group, and their profits, capital formation capacity and investment opportunities would diminish and ultimately also have a significant impact on the price increase of indirect consumption. The preferential improvement in the income of these employees and workers would benefit primarily from the consumption of leisure goods and less from savings. Furthermore, it would also have an effect on an increase in the income of other, especially related groups, within the limits of their possible increase in income. The depiction of the upswing has shown how contradictory the relevant phenomena of income movement and consumption of household goods are. However, only the largest of them have been recorded so far, and these are not clear. The termination of the upswing and the emergence of conviction. Under all circumstances the upswing will come to an end due to overconfidence. Explaining the emergence of this belief is a separate task that has to be linked to the upswing phenomena. The explanation of the belief must proceed from the fact that it is not a belief per se but of a special kind. The starting point and center are the grids of indirect consumption and the income grids. These yield grids are generating facilities for new grids, be it mines, smelters, machine factories, brickworks, for food products, be it spinning mills, weaving mills, bakeries, for consumer goods, or they are long-term use facilities, railroads, residential buildings, water pipes, lighting systems. The production of these income products is based on indirect consumption, iron, coal, bricks, cement, wood, indirectly because it was only on the 182. Via other forms of goods to satisfy needs. These raw materials for production and use systems cannot be consumed directly, but serve to satisfy needs through the provision of intermediate goods, machines, houses, that produce material goods or long-lasting useful services. The income goods therefore include the production facilities from the group of capital goods and the long-term use facilities from the group of consumer goods. In the capitalist legal system, income assets are characterized by the fact that they are not built or purchased with income per se, but with capitalized income, with earned capital. That is why the indirect consumption items necessary for their production are dependent on permanent capital investment for their sale and, unlike the raw materials of luxury goods, cannot ultimately be purchased in the form of luxury goods through income. As purchased with capital, the income gods do not serve directly to satisfy the needs of their owners, but indirectly by providing them with income and income. The two characteristics of income items are that they are purchased with capital and serve to produce new items or long-term useful services. In contrast to the income grids, the immediate consumption consists of those enjoyment gods and their raw materials that are purchased with income for the purpose of one's own consumption or use. A special position is occupied by those household items that are used for one's own use and which have a longer useful life and therefore generally require the accumulation of income to acquire them: houses for personal use, cars, home furnishings, certain items of clothing. They are not income goods because they are not purchased with capital in order to provide an income, but they are also not, like other luxury items, in need of short-term or daily purchase from short-term or daily income and are not accessible. A number of causes affect the overconfidence in the goods of indirect consumption and the goods of income. the goods of indirect consumption and the goods of income stand in the midst of complicated capital relations, the elucidation of which forms the key to the emergence of belief. When discussing these capital relationships, three processes must be distinguished: 1. The production of the goods for indirect consumption; 2. The formation of acquired capital, the so-called savings; 3. The purchase of the indirect consumption items from their producers through acquired capital seeking investment. Should the national economy be supported by this? If processes do not suffer any disturbances of equilibrium, they must correspond and agree with each other. In contrast to the capital ratios that existed at the beginning of the upswing, what is the situation at the end of the upswing? Since indirect consumption goods are dependent on purchase through earned capital, every indirect consumption depends on the investment of earned capital. The formation of purchasing capital takes place without connection to the production of indirect consumption goods and the construction of income goods, and conversely these are produced without the entrepreneurs knowing more precisely about the extent of capital formation and the inclination to invest capital. If the producers of indirect consumer goods and the capitalists wanted to keep production and acquisition capital formation in step, both processes had to be adapted to one another, each with knowledge of the other. Since knowledge is lacking and adaptation is impossible, there is always the danger that one process will lag behind and the other will move ahead. This is particularly the case during the last two stages of the recovery. During a boom, so much capital seeks to purchase indirect consumer goods that these turn out to be scarce and missing. In the last phase of the upswing, when there is a lack of capital, the relationship is reversed and the indirect consumption goods that are available outnumber the demand for acquired capital. With that, the overconfidence broke out. The cause of this disparity lies primarily in indirect consumer goods, but earned capital can also be involved. At the stage of capital shortage, we observe a decrease in the most important form of capital investment, stocks. This can only be a change in the external form. At the same time, there can be an increase in bonds and against the credit rules of short-term loans for the purpose of fixed investments, because the capitalists fear the danger of the investment and prefer the loan relationship with secured interest. But it can also be a slowdown or decline in the formation of earning capital. The feverish increase in production can lead to disadvantageous practices and reduce net income. The lack of labor can disproportionately increase wages and impair profits and the ability to form capital. Then the discrepancy between the production of indirect consumer goods and capital investment would also be caused by a slowdown or reduction in capital formation. However, the main cause lies in the goods of indirect consumption. As soon as these become generating plants for new indirect. 184. When consumer goods are used, they greatly increase their own production and precisely increase the need for purchasing power in the form of purchasing capital. Iron and building materials used for blast furnaces, rolling mills, and brickworks have a different effect than those used for rental houses and shoe factories. In the former case, the production of the new manufacturing plants is constantly and repeatedly dependent on earned capital for its sales and therefore easily outgrows this. Entrepreneurs regularly overlook this when expanding production facilities for indirect consumption. However, the task of these entrepreneurs is particularly difficult. For the most part, their generation systems require a considerable amount of time and cannot quickly keep up with increasing demand. The relatively long gap between demand and production means that the latter still appears to be in need of expansion even when the new systems that have been started but are not yet ready for delivery have long been extensive enough. The true relationship between demand and ability to produce is becoming blurred, and capital investments are still made when it is no longer correct. What characterizes the difficulty of adjustment is that many plants built to meet upswing demand only become able to deliver when the downturn is already in full swing. This excessive expansion of the production facilities for indirect consumer goods has been greatly facilitated and, to a certain extent, has only been made possible by the latest technology. The essence of this is that it makes indirect consumption independent of the slow organic growth processes and accessible to arbitrary increase by humans, replacement of wood by iron and fired stone, and further increase through the production of iron, brick, and cement with the help of coal instead of wood. The indispensable organic element, human labor, could always be supplied to capitalist grid production. This is how it happens, and this is the only way it has been possible since the 19th century, since the indirect consumption grids increase so much in every upswing that they outgrow the capital-seeking investment. Another characteristic of indirect consumption promotes the overconsumption of its goods. The long duration of the crops poses a danger to their continued increase. Registered B remedies with lasting effects after hours, days, or weeks must always be replaced within these short periods of time. Systems that last for decades satisfy the needs they require for a correspondingly long time and leave no need for quick replacement. Come up. After a series of years of upswing, indirect consumer goods have satisfied the new needs to which the upswing owes its origin. The need for them must then decrease. They are always dependent on new areas. Be it because they equip the old economies with new technical inventions, steam, electricity and gasoline propulsion, petroleum, gas and electricity lighting, water pipes and flood systems, full-gauge railways, small railways, elevated railways, hotels, wire teleprinters, telephones, wireless teleprinters, the various methods of extracting highs, expansion of the large-scale mechanical operations of the various previously craft-based industries, etc. Or they seek out new areas, smaller cities, and younger economies to bring them gas, electricity, railways and factories. That is why capitalism depends on conquest, regardless of whether it is subject areas or spatial areas. Once again we become aware of the decrease in capital investments in stocks in the last stage of the upswing, that of the lack of capital. It is certainly often due to the fact that the demand for productive grids is initially satisfied and the proliferation of plants comes from this side. The observation is further evident that the lack of capital is less severe in the old capitalist economies than in the new ones. This is certainly also because the old ones are more advanced in their equipment for producing productive goods, and their belief is influenced more strongly by the satiation of needs and less strongly by a lack of capital. The series of incommensurations is not exhausted here. This also exists within the production capital. Quantitative discrepancies can also be found among the goods of indirect consumption themselves, which are related to one another as supplementary goods and are dependent on one another in their utilization. This is where the coal shortage, which was observed several times, caused difficulties in the utilization of other goods. A shortage of labor, especially for certain jobs, mines, has become apparent even more frequently. If other causes did not stop the further expansion of the upswing, the lack of manpower would do so at some point. Perhaps this would have already happened in the past if it had not always been possible to bring additional labor power from the countryside and undeveloped countries into the industries of highly capitalist economies. One thing that has so far become an obstacle to every upswing is the lack of money capital. The expansion of indirect consumption and thus of the entire national economy. 186. Presupposes the possibility of increasing the means of circulation and the means of bank payment. This is tied to money capital and, despite all the possibilities for expansion, finally finds a limit in the lack of it. The exhaustion of money capital stocks is a regular phenomenon of the ending upswing and a cause of it. The lack of purchasing capital ready to be invested and the excess production of indirect consumer goods is also a quantitative disproportion within the grid world as a whole. If we think about money further and imagine a natural exchange economy, then here too we are dealing with both scarcity and abundance at the same time. It's the same as with all supplements and the famous pair of gloves, one of which gets lost. The missing glove is a lack, and the only one present is unusable in its isolation and therefore surplus. Depending on the point of view, the same state is both deficiency and excess. This applies quite generally to every belief as long as the goods underlying it do not go beyond the needs to be satisfied, i.e. as long as there is no unconditional belief according to the suggested usage of the word. Since we now know that the beliefs that end the upswings do not concern any kind of goods, but rather find their regular focal point in those of indirect consumption. We can also say that the missing goods are their supplementary goods. Some of the indirect consumption goods cannot be used to produce further income because they are not sufficient on their own, but need to be supplemented by labor and their means of subsistence, i.e. better of a wide variety of types. This relationship between the goods and one another is independent of the type of economic system. The only decisive factor in the economic order is whether these missing supplementary goods appear and are noticed as such. This is, cf 5.192 ff, only the case in the demand-supply and natural exchange economies. In the monetary economy, their absence manifests itself in a lack of monetary purchasing power, of capital. This consideration is more than just a mental game, because it makes it possible to answer the question of whether the lack of earning capital in the money economy could be eliminated by creating money, as is often assumed. The answer must be negative, because the missing earning capital must not be procured in the form of money, but rather in the form of complementary goods to the goods in production. In addition to these first-degree causes of belief, there are a few other contributing causes, which are described in detail. Must be omitted here. Mainly it is various kinds of incommensurations that cause the belief. The two peculiarities of indirect consumption and the yield goods primarily provide the points of attack for the belief. Their dependence on purchasing capital makes them dependent on it, and the long duration of the production and use facilities also poses a danger to their constant increase. The resulting reduction in indirect consumption is often further weakened by a pricing policy aimed at stiffening, which fails to attract new sales circles for both indirect and direct consumption. If indirect consumption is undermined by this cause, direct consumption will also be disrupted by the resulting deterioration in income. After the upswing has been fatally injured, certain shifts in progress finally occur, some of which had already formed during the upswing, but were overcompensated there. The breakdown of the phenomena of stagnation has shown that it is the goods of indirect consumption that regularly succumb to belief. When explaining the origins of the upswing, we saw that indirect consumption must provide the impetus. Here, too, when it comes to the emergence of the belief, it turns out that another starting point and focal point is not conceivable. Given the current level of satisfaction of needs, it is not possible for an upswing to collapse because of the general conviction of the people living in goods. A utilization limit for these goods has not yet been reached, and by multiplying the varieties upwards and downwards and through price reductions, new needs can be created to an almost unlimited extent. The civil liberties do not cover the needs corresponding to them for as long as those of indirect consumption. The key here is maintaining general purchasing power. This is guaranteed as long as the profits and wages from the indirect consumption industries exist. It is only when this disappears that real difficulties begin for the producers of private goods. If everything were in order in the industries of indirect consumption, such a conviction could hardly arise in the others that this alone would cause the upswing to collapse. It had to happen that some large export industries suddenly lost their markets. This would be an event that would represent an accident regardless of the course of the changing situations and can remain unmentioned here. The stagnation and further development of belief. The termination of the upswing means the beginning of the stagnation. AE 188. The clarification of this break is therefore also an explanation of the origin of the stagnation. It then remains to be shown how the stagnation will continue to develop and possibly experience an increase over several years. These two explanations coincide with two identical tasks of the theory of persuasion. What needs to be explained is the emergence of the belief and its increase over several years. After attempting to explain the cessation of the upswing and the emergence of the stagnation in the previous section with the emergence of the belief, it now remains to show how the belief continues to develop and leads to a stagnation lasting several years. This task has to be based on the phenomena that can be observed during the years of stagnation. The transformation of an upswing into a stagnation can be accompanied by a crisis or can only take place gradually through the decline of one sector of the economy after another. This difference is meaningless for the formation of stagnation. However, it is not unimportant for the development and duration of the stagnation whether a crisis preceded it. The overspeculation and the crisis itself result in so many serious collapses and losses that they exert pressure on entrepreneurship for a longer period of time and to a greater extent than if these events were missing. Overspeculation and crisis paralyze the stagnant forces to overcome themselves and suppress the development of entrepreneurial spirit. First and foremost, it is important whether the upswing lacks overspeculation, because this is the real monster, the cause of the big losses and the long squeeze. But even if it exists, it is advantageous to avoid the crisis. The opposite view would be correct if the crisis really only swept away what must fall sooner or later, if only the question was whether the dog's tail should be cut off piece by piece. But this is not the case. The fate of the crisis is the avoidable damage caused by the unfounded magnitude of the price and exchange rate collapse, the credit chain and the bankruptcy epidemic. The crisis therefore has an adverse effect on the length and severity of the stagnation. Ultimately, the course of the stagnation is determined by the global economic position of the national economy. If a country has been provided with capital by others during an upswing, the cessation or weakening of the capital inflow may be less noticeable to it than to the giving country. In this case, the production of goods is geared towards external purchase and, if this ceases, it necessarily suffers from overconfidence. The receiving country does not necessarily have to suffer a setback. If it happens, it comes from avoidance. Pure overspeculation and price gouging, from failed and half-finished investments. In order for a stagnation to occur without prior overspeculation and crisis, all circumstances that follow from these phenomena must be removed from the following discussions. The stagnation is initially a setback to the upswing, to overspeculation and to the crisis, both psychologically and economically. The exuberant spirit of enterprise is followed by a psychological repercussion when it dies down, and a broad distrust of capital investments arises. After being overstimulated and overloaded, the acquisitive instinct is in a state of oversaturation and dulling. The damage caused by stagnation is a depressing idea for the desire to earn and enterprising and drags the situation on. The decline is developing. Economically, the situation is similar. The boom and overspeculation have brought about increases in income beyond the permanent need. In many cases, the facilities have an extent into which the economy needs to grow. The fall in indirect consumption is largely the counteracting effect on the upswing, which had created too many yield grids. The outbreak of overconfidence has reversed the direction of economic development. Capital investment and indirect consumption decline, prices fall, many production plants become uncompetitive and operate without profit or loss and may collapse. Falling capital returns, capital losses, wage reductions, and unemployment put pressure on consumption. The reversal brought about by crisis and persuasion continues in a downward movement that arises under the influence of the various economic areas on one another. The fall in capital income, capital formation, and investment as well as wages reduces consumption, the decreasing consumption lowers prices, the fall in prices again reduces capital and labor income, capital formation and investment, etc. One puts pressure on the other, and from the mutual influence a cycle of stagnation develops, similar to the one that can also be observed in the upswing, but in the opposite direction. The capital that has been deterred from investing in income-producing goods is dependent on other means of exploitation and presentation. These forms have already been presented in the explanation of the upswing, p. 176 ff, insofar as they keep the capital available for later investment. Now there are two more forms to mention. 1. Consumption, a destruction of material goods, loans to entrepreneurs who use them to cover operating losses and loans given to other classes in consumption credit. Before these two types of loans are sought, the applicants have often used up their own capital, thereby freeing up income opportunities for other new acquisition capital. These two types of employment of earned capital do not come into consideration when answering the question of where is the capital available at the start of the upswing to establish it, but they do come into consideration for the other type of employment that is part of the explanation for the stagnation, where is the acquired capital formed during the stagnation, insofar as it has not been invested becomes the newly formed and not created, i.e. acquisition capital that is not used for indirect consumption partly takes on old forms, which are released because their owners have suffered capital losses, and partly it takes on the stock forms described, which mean consumption of capital as loss and consumption loans, but as production capital, bank deposits, inventory loans or foreign investments release the capital for investment during the upswing. The tendency to decline, initially as a counter-effect of the upswing and resulting from the stagnation cycle, is reinforced by a number of other circumstances. A widespread view, particularly represented in socialist literature, blames the uneven distribution of income for the belief. In general, this is not the case, and in an upswing, as already shown, p. 167 ff, this circumstance does not affect the outbreak of conviction. However, in a standstill the mode of operation is different. The unevenness of income distribution always favors capital formation and also inhibits immediate consumption. In the stagnation, however, it does not promote indirect consumption through capital formation, since there is a surplus of capital, but rather only affects consumption by reducing direct consumption. In the stagnation, the uneven distribution of income is therefore a cause of overconfidence. The increasing production productivity also has a different effect during a slump than during an upswing. Entrepreneurship is concerned with improving work processes and the division of labor, with labor-saving machines. These innovations increase overconfidence, devalue many assets and make certain sections of the workforce unemployed or push skilled workers down into the mass of unskilled workers. Entrepreneurs, capitalists, and workers have their incomes and purchasing power weakened. Find these damages. A compensation because the cost savings reduce prices and at some point increase consumption. But this effect is not immediate and especially not stagnant. Here, increasing production productivity and labor-saving machines have the effect of not only increasing excess production in the affected branches of industry, but also of promoting this tendency in general through the deterioration in income conditions. The greater power for capital formation that arises among the inventors and favored entrepreneurs does not act as a counterweight during the stagnation, since, as just shown, during this time only the surplus of capital is increased, but not the indirect consumption. Improving production facilities means indirect consumption and therefore a counterweight to overproduction. But the indirect consumption caused by this is not large enough to keep it as a whole at the old upswing level, and therefore the other consequences are not offset during the stagnation. Entrepreneurs promote increasing production productivity because it reduces production costs and mitigates the production of unprofitable profits. Entrepreneurial policy, which under the rule of the cartels has taken on very specific forms to combat the special economic consequences of the conviction, is not without influence on the course of the stagnation. For the entrepreneur's profit, it can be more advantageous to sell a smaller quantity at a higher price than to sell a larger quantity at a lower price. This leads to production restrictions, which promote the general belief by reducing labor opportunities and labor income. The maintenance of prices is often limited to the domestic market, and the quantities that cannot be sold at these prices are exported abroad at a discount, export of excess production. As far as these are finished products and the ambiguous pricing policy increases the production potential, the process can be viewed favorably. But if raw materials and semi-finished products are subjected to this, the high domestic prices make production costs more expensive for domestic manufacturing industries, while these are reduced for foreign competitors by the low foreign prices. Then export opportunities and employment opportunities in one's own manufactured industries are reduced, and general overconfidence and stagnation are promoted. It works favorably if the production facilities are improved and expanded for the purpose of reducing costs and prices, as long as the struggle for sales does not become so fierce that companies go under and their facilities and workers are shut down. 192. Different consequences of persuasion in different constitutional forms of the national economy. Belief is a lack of proportion within the production of goods. As shown, the beliefs that are regularly observed in the stagnation find their focus in the goods of indirect consumption, and the disproportionality lies in the absence of their complementary goods. This applies to every economic constitution. However, the consequences are very different for the different constitutional forms of the national economy. In any economic system, an overconfidence can break out in the form of overinvestment, but only under certain circumstances does this outburst lead to a stagnation. In the collectivist demand-supply economy, the cause of the overconviction would be inadequate foresight on the part of the management. This would have to try to channel labor and production power from the branches that had advanced to those that had lagged behind. Even if the creation of equilibrium between all goods is not successful and the goods created by belief also represent a pure loss, which is not necessary, the consequences of the belief are exhausted. The industries of the overproduced estates are not contagious and do not spread their condition to other branches. The production of goods as a whole remains unaffected by the partial belief. If it is impossible to transfer the surplus labor and material productive forces from the branches that are ahead into the supplementary branches that are left behind, then these forces become necessary. However, the extent of general need satisfaction remains unchanged. If this regrouping does not succeed, but the belief is still to be eliminated by obtaining the missing supplementary grids, these latter must be obtained through savings. Through additional work in other places, as many workers must be collected as are necessary to supplement and utilize the goods produced. Socialism would hardly choose this path, but it corresponds to the one to be taken in the free money economy if one wants to eliminate the lack of capital through additional capital formation. If individual branches in the free, natural exchange economy based on the division of labor advance with the success of a conviction, the exchange values of the goods change. Those overproduced fall in value, those in backlog rise in value. As a result, labor and production power may possibly migrate from the branches that have advanced to those that have lagged behind. What is crucial is that even if this transition is not possible, only a one-sided belief remains. The entrepreneurs in the Uber. The branches affected by production compete with each other with their increased goods in order to obtain the non-expanded goods they desire, and in the process the exchange ratio of both groups changes. In fundamental differences compared to the socialist order of meeting needs, market-based exchange value takes place for the satisfaction of needs. The result of belief is therefore a shift in the satisfaction of needs, an improvement for some, a worsening for others. Unlike the monetary economy, the upswing does not turn into a stagnation. In the free monetary economy, the goods in nature have no direct relationship to one another, but only indirectly through the link of money. The abundance of goods of one kind is not offset by a conscious lack of goods of others, rather, the lack of complementary goods manifests itself as a lack of financial purchasing power. Since the surplus goods produced are indirect consumption goods, their surplus is offset by a lack of purchasing capital. The consequence of overconfidence in the monetary economy is that the overproduced goods do not appear as demanders for their missing supplementary goods and do not increase their prices, but initially unilaterally decline in monetary value. Therefore, the market stimulus for regrouping the personal and material productive forces that occurs in the natural exchange economy is missing in the monetary economy. As a result, there is a tendency for the partial to develop into a general price reduction, and the partial to develop into a general belief. As in the collectivistic economic system, every change in the coverage of needs does not occur, as in the natural barter economy, there is not just a shift, but rather there is a tendency towards a general deterioration. The upswing turns into a stagnation. In the free, monetary market economy, the benefit of abundant harvests would also be seen as a plague if these were really the cause of the upswing and thus of the conviction. Because they then do not simply result in an increased consumption of harvest products over time, but rather cause a general underconsumption over time due to overproduction and stagnation. In the demand-supply economy, A harvest surplus would simply mean additional consumption or, in the case of stockpiling, compensation for reduced harvests and ensuring uniform consumption. And its significance. Even before the time of high capitalism, economic life lacked uniformity, namely the slow, trouble-free, constant Spiethoff, changing situations. I 13. 194. Momentum. Good and bad times also alternated, albeit over longer periods and for different reasons. The major influences affecting the national economy from outside were decisive for the situation: natural events, epidemics, wars, fluctuations in harvests, in the population, and in the extraction of monetary metals, relocation of world trade routes, and constitutional changes in the national economy. All of these causes are still at work today and make uniform, trouble-free development impossible, even in high capitalism. But something else must have happened, because only the free, highly capitalist market economy has so far proceeded in short-term and relatively even wave movements. These new causes can be called effective because they arise from the economy itself and its own elements. The first element is the economic person and his drives. The acquisitive instinct has become more lively and, in this development, has spread to broader classes. The spirit of high capitalism has emerged. Favorable ideas inflame him particularly strongly and lead him to exaggerations and economic losses, which are then followed by a blunting and a depression due to fear of losses. The desire to acquire and enterprising, powerfully ignited, have come in a wave movement. The second element is capitalist production of goods. Their liberation from the slow organic growth processes and their reliance on materials that are accessible to arbitrary reproduction, in conjunction with the masses of workers who are always available for expansion under the guidance of the new spirit, necessarily leads to the outbreak of conviction and stagnation after a few years of upswing. This is further promoted by the fact that the long useful life of capital goods represents an almost insurmountable difficulty for the foresight of entrepreneurs. Successive inventions and the equipping of first the old, highly capitalist and then new economies with the new technical systems have always been available as stimuli for the drive to acquire and as material tasks for the capitalist production of goods and thus as an opportunity for an upswing. The third element is the free monetary market structure of the national economy with the possibility of easily attracting large masses of workers and capital through freedom of movement, freedom of trade and free forms of social enterprise, i.e. with their mobility of expansion, but also difficulty of cinching. The unevenness of income distribution increases capital formation and, in the upswing, encourages capital to rise. Indirect consumption leads to production, while during a boom it weakens social purchasing power. The justification based on money means that the conviction inherent in high capitalist grid production must lead to a stagnation. The normal is neither an upswing, nor a stagnation, nor, which is out of the question, a crisis. The normality of the free, monetary, highly capitalist market constitution is the cycle of changing situations. The core of the phenomena presented is the overinvestment of capital in the industries of indirect consumption. Their explanation brings the ultimate cause of the changing situations. This superdisposition is brought about by the nature of today's people and today's economic constitution. Both are designed for overinvestment and have no facilities to prevent it. Human beings are mentally and economically attuned. It is dominated by the acquisition of wealth and capital formation. All opportunities that arise for this are pursued without restriction, and so the overinvestment of capital when the opportunities are favorable is unavoidable. The economic constitution offers all the desired conditions for the development of this spirit, but has not developed any protective tools against overinvestment. If people and the economic system of today are the causes of the changing situations, then these in turn are the appropriate forms of development for their current nature. People and the economy are geared towards the development of capital, and this is served by the cycle of boom and bust. What does the course of economic life mean in changing situations? When people talk about these fluctuations, everyone thinks of fake payment settings, overspeculation, and fraud. The capitalists remember losses of capital and interest, the officials remember price increases, the workers remember unemployment and economic pressure. With reference to the increase in expenditure, reductions in working hours, rising wages, and incorrect use of capital under the influence of speculation, it was thought that the upswing was actually not an upswing in the sense of a real increase in wealth. All of these objections to the alternating positions do not yet reach the point. Their great damage is the same thing that constitutes the great weakness of the free capitalist market economy: conviction. Pressure and hardship, not as a result of lack, but as a result of abundance, is a serious affliction. As much as it is difficult to overlook all of this, it is important to emphasize that the changing situations also include constructive services. The high street economy 13*. Child development are inconceivable without them. Which are the benefits peculiar to an upswing and which to a stagnation, and what does the alternation between the two mean? The upswing is characterized by the stagnation. There is a tension of all economic forces. In the stagnation, part of the personal and material creative power lies idle. Even though immediate consumption and expenditure can increase significantly during an upswing, the permanent increase in wealth is even greater. The movement of capital investments provides information about this, and the growth of productive capital and income products offers unmistakable signs. Greater than the difference between the two alternating situations in the production of productive goods is the difference in their use for one's own national economy. During the stagnation, not insignificant parts of the production goods created, e.g., some of them were exported abroad at below value, with damage to their own economy. The upswing saves these losses and keeps the intermediate goods for the own economy. The rapid expansion of production and long-term use facilities is primarily its achievement. This power of the generating forces secures and increases future production and satisfaction of needs. It distinguishes between rich and poor people. Certainly a part of capital is led into the wrong direction by unhealthy speculation, but that is only the shadow of the light. The same momentum that leads to wrong paths also produces achievements that prudent times cannot achieve. Only a bold confidence, perhaps a careless approach and a daring speculation, which takes on or overlooks the dangers of loss that cannot be avoided, can many things be initiated and put to the test. One of our greatest achievements, which gave our age its name, is a child of prosperity and, not least, speculation. The railways did not develop calmly, but rather in leaps and bounds. They were not always the result of the most solid considerations, but just as often of error. Their builders were not only charitable men, but also often self-serving and thoughtless speculators. At the moment, the construction of railways has often brought great losses and met with general condemnation. But who has set such standards after 10 years? Then one only saw their great economic benefit. As with the railways, it goes with many other things. The new fixed-line bank type, the mixed founding, speculative and deposit banks, owe their existence to the errors of the Parier brothers and the speculation of the 1850s. Philosophy and history of error are still unwritten, but we can already say that not every mistake is a disaster or a loss. Some things that were errors at the moment will prove to be the impetus for great works in the future. As in the economic area, it is in the social area. The decisive improvements in the standard of living of the lower classes were the fruits of the upswing. Entrepreneurship, which itself lives in the struggle with the production of waste, is incapable of making significant concessions to the workforce. A workforce that is unemployed to a large extent and fights among itself for jobs is incapable of implementing improvements. She must see it as a great achievement if serious deteriorations can be avoided. The upswing was a time of full fighting coffers, of promising and successful labor struggles. Wage increases and working hours were reduced, other demands were pushed through. Some of it was lost in the next downturn, much of it was retained, and on the whole the working class went through a recovery with every upswing. She entered the next upswing from an elevated position. The word about organic development recommends to us the calm, slow progress as the healthy and sure thing for success. Another catchphrase says, nature doesn't make leaps. Here slow development is praised as natural and true to nature. In the very field of biology, these statements have been greatly shaken. What we know about mutations in organic development suggests that the great advances and upward movements of living things did not come about gradually, but owe their existence to sudden, abrupt changes. Without falling into a skewed comparison between nature and the economy, it can be said that great economic progress also occurs in leaps and bounds. The fact that they occur is the achievement of the upswing. In contrast, what can the stagnation mean? For individuals it is certainly a time of suffering, but for the economy it also has special achievements. There are two in particular, one of which in a certain respect draws the final conclusions from the upswing, the other of which prepares the future upswing. When it comes to cost-saving inventions, a distinction must be made between the time when they first appear and are introduced to a certain extent, especially in new systems, and the time when they really become dominant. Many such innovations that occur during the upswing do not become widespread here because strong demand and high and rising prices do not necessarily make for the most advantageous products. 198. Not to enforce new facilities but, on the contrary, to allow older facilities to be retained. The upswing is muddled, for example. Continue with old technology. This is impossible in the stagnation. Lack of demand and low prices make it imperative to use the most advantageous production systems. When a loss-making economy is threatened or already prevailing, every penny of cost savings is fought for. Even those who are stretchered or lagging behind cannot escape this. Therefore, the stagnation means the transfer of the production facilities to the latest and most advantageous state of the art. Diligent, detailed work begins that aims to improve the working conditions and the technical facilities. In the fight for survival, we must try to bring in every day with hard, tense perseverance, which the unfavorable market withholds. Great innovations, the success of which is uncertain and which require commitment, have been denied to the stagnation as a general phenomenon due to a lack of daring, but the expansion of what already exists down to the smallest details, a task for which the upswing often could not find time, is solved them to completion. Another great achievement takes place on the same ground. It is of a spiritual nature. The distress of the time sets the inventive spirits into feverish activity. Better times should be forced. The upswing is due to certain major impulses, be they technical innovations, be they unique ventures, be they the exploitation of new markets. These institutions are a product of stagnation. It is not an unconscious effort that brings about the stagnation without your intervention, it is a consciously wanted, passionately sought after thing. Implementation is the task of the upswing, but this inherits a great intellectual legacy that the stagnation leaves behind. 1,000 good thoughts and plans fertilize the receptive soil of the upswing. What is the alternation between boom and bust in economic life? It is the strongest means that could have been devised for squeezing out of man what he can give in terms of economic willpower. In an upswing the carrot of profit, in a slump the stick of need. What could be more effective? The influence of people's attitudes this causes on economic success can hardly be overestimated. If one can speak of a change in the human species under the influence of external influences, it is certainly the case here. A mentally and annoyingly new person has emerged who thinks differently and faster, who feels differently and more economically, who is in everyone's eyes. Calculates with a glance and perceives the smallest advantage, who is always lying in wait for favorable opportunities, who has immediate decision-making ability. And this new person has brought with it a new way of doing business. Suffice it to point out this change, it is generally known and recognized. Only two special consequences of the cycle of changes will be briefly touched upon, the promotion of large-scale business and the movement of social classes. The paradise of crafts and in general of commercial enterprises working with traditional technology and constitution are quiet times, without pressure but also without great progress. Any pronounced tendency of the economy as a whole, be it an upswing or a slump, is hostile to this. The stagnation drives the strong-willed to break the old framework and, through increased competition, to overtake and eliminate the weak followers. The upswing encourages those who are eager for profit to exploit the good opportunities through expansion and to outwit those who like their peace and do not ask for more than they are used to. In addition, someone who is once big and strong is better able to cope with the changing pitfalls of changing situations and draws opportunities from every situation to become even bigger. This tendency is almost more pronounced in trade than in business, both in goods and securities trading. Regardless of whether there is a slump, an upswing, or a crisis, the big ones always do well and get bigger and bigger. But even in industry, the development leaves nothing to be desired in terms of clarity. The individual large business has maintained its triumphant advance under the rule of changing situations. Syndicates, cartels, and trusts have arisen in the stagnation under the influence of belief and low prices, and the upswing has brought them up under high prices as well. The new giant company, the mixed company comprising several production stages, was initially a child of the upswing. Under the influence of high raw material prices, the finished goods and intermediate goods industries sought to affiliate themselves with companies producing these goods. The industries closest to consumption gravitated towards raw materials. This movement has not been stopped or reversed by the slump. And Stevie has received the same inclination towards giant undertakings from the other side. Regardless of whether there is an upswing or a stagnation, every pronounced change and the fluctuation of both strengthens the large-scale business. The influence on social class formation and the movement of classes is similar. Far from wanting to dissolve the class differences into differences in property, one becomes, as far as property is concerned. Although differences play a role and have become more influential in modern times, it is not easy to exaggerate the importance of the economic changes. What creates great fortunes more quickly, what destroys them more suddenly, what makes it easier for the wealthless to become a capitalist, the millionaire to become a pauper? Economic calm is the ground on which the classes maintain themselves in immobility and immutability. Here too, the changing situations are the enemy. The course of economic fluctuations is appropriate for an age that is increasingly finding its focus in economic matters, in the increase of personal wealth, which claims the highest successes in increasing economic strength for itself. The increase in wealth cannot find more effective forms of development. But the striving for this becomes saturated and dulled. Perhaps it is due to annoying exhaustion, to mental and physical inability to provide leadership for capitalist development for more than a few generations. We observe a synchronicity in the individual and national movement. Large entrepreneurial families only maintain their desire to work through a few generations. Then they are replaced by other families and turn to other areas, be it raw enjoyment of life, sports, general scientific and artistic activities or politics. And it is the same with the peoples. Economic employment concerns do not always remain in the foreground. It is likely that there will once again be periods of predominantly religious, artistic, or generally intellectual appeal. The psychological predominance of economic employment concerns goes hand in hand with the economic dominance of changing situations. The times of the rule of the changing states are the economic age of the peoples. In the economic competition between nations, those whose changing situations are most pronounced and sharp always come first. Those who are insignificant in terms of economic power have not yet reached this stage. The economically mature take part in the cycle of inter-industrial economic changes to a lesser extent. The course of the economy in changing situations represents a stage in development. KS is the stage of greatest movement, greatest economic development, at which external wealth is accumulated. Every people with world historical significance must go through this stage. Every people will overcome the dominance of changing situations and the predominance of earning interests. But let us not be in any doubt about it, the development of economic power and the rapid increase in wealth will then be over.